Hey, it's me, MLB. Here is part 2 of Chance Ball. Enjoy. Just wanted to take a second to add a bit of context here. I have had to cut out another scene between the end of chapter 44 and the beginning of chapter 45, but as you can well imagine with this chapter title being infected, something has happened during that spicy scene, and hopefully the rest of this chapter will make sense. Arse, you mumbled with a smirk as you walked off naked down to the kitchen. What time's your work tomorrow? Dabi called to you from the bathroom. 3, you shouted back, searching through the drawers for some antiseptic. You found a small bottle at the back of the drawer and pulled it out to look at it. It had crusty bits of dried content all over the ring top, but it was still half full, so you shook it and popped the lid off and then tipped a generous amount on your bleeding nipple. Yeah, that should fix it. You winced and closed the bottle, then rapidly fanned your nipple to get the antiseptic to dry. What time do you finish? Dabi asked loudly. 9, you shouted back, putting the bottle away and heading back out and up the stairs to the bedroom. How much are you getting paid? He then asked. Do you want my underwear size as well? Why all the questions? You asked with a small chuckle. I just want to know. Why? We're not allowed to ask. He asked, a little offensively. Calm your tits, he replied nonchalantly. I'm messing with you. I don't know how much I'm being paid. I'll have to ask. You're the one who needs to calm your tits, he replied. Look at you, wild nips. Got blood going everywhere. Ah, crap, you grunted, looking down to see a drop of blood fall onto your torso. You quickly grabbed a tissue and stemmed the flow, and then put on a soft bra and tucked the tissue in under the nipple bar to soak up any extra blood. There, you said, getting your clothes on. That should do it. I'm going to go dry my dick, Dabi announced. Have fun with that, he replied, crawling into bed and laying down. The next morning, afternoon, you woke feeling a little sweaty and clammy and rolled over to look at Dabi. You hummed to get his attention. He hummed back, rolling over in bed and popping an eye open to look at you. I feel like crap, you moaned in a croaky voice. Why? He asked. I don't know, I just have a headache and my nipple's throbbing. You reached a hand to your bra and gently cupped your sore nipple, pulling the top of the bra down to take a look at it. It was red and swollen and you moaned pitifully at it. Oh, poor nipple. Why do you look so sad? You asked it. Here, I'll kiss it better. Dabi rasped, leaning over to you. Get your freaking face away from it right now. Don't even look at it. Don't even breathe in my boob's direction. I swear to God, I will kick your ass out of this house right now. Whoa, okay. Chill, mummy, he mumbled, rolling away. You want some more antiseptic? Yeah, you mumbled in reply, still looking down at your poor nipple with your head crunched awkwardly into the pillow. Dabi pulled himself up out of bed and strolled off in his boxer shorts to get the antiseptic, and also some painkillers, and then came back to check on you. He helped you put on more ointment, and then got you a glass of water for the pain meds, and gave them to you. I start work in 2 hours, you moaned as you sat up. My head is aching. Is your nipple infected? Dabi asked you, gesturing to where you still had your boob tenderly cupped in your hand. I don't know, you replied, but I have to go to work, so the antiseptic will just have to do its damn job. You're sweating like a pig, Dabi replied. You shouldn't push yourself. Yeah, but this is my first shift, he replied pointedly. I can't not show up. Can I go instead? No. You got up and walked to the shower. I'll be fine. I'll wash this lot off, put more antiseptic on, and then head to work. I'll call you if I'm about to die, and you can come and get me. If you die, I'm killing everyone within a 100-kilometre radius of here, and then killing myself, Dabi said, as you pulled your clothes off and entered the bathroom. Might have to get that gun ready because I really do feel like I'm going to die, but I'm not going to admit my true feelings to you, you thought as you turned to the shower and then got under the stream. After about 15 minutes, the painkillers had kicked in, and although your boob was a little sore, you didn't feel too bad. Around 2 p.m, you got your new uniform out and put it on, checking it over in the mirror. Oh, what's this sexy little outfit? Dabi leered, walking over to check out your very plain, full-length pants and unappetizing plain vomit yellow shirt. You are so desperate. How can you find this sexy? You deadpanned at him in the mirror. I can still see ass, like, he replied, stepping back and smacking you sharply on the rear. Ow, you moaned. Stop hitting and biting me. I'm going to look like an abuse survivor. My meow meow hurts, my nipple hurts, I have a bruise and a bite mark on my side from you, and now my ass hurts. He chuckled sympathetically and hugged you from behind, being careful not to touch your boobs. Sorry, baby. I'll drive you to work to make up for it. Okay, done, you replied, walking off out the bedroom door. Now hurry up because I don't want to be late. It was only a 2-minute drive to the corner store, and you gave Dabi a quick kiss goodbye and then hopped out to go to work. See you 9 p.m, sexy, he called loudly out the car window. Bye, AF, you called back, quickly ducking into the store. Oh, man, it's like having another parent that drops you at school and calls out how much they love you. Plastering a big smile on your face, you forgot about Dabi and greeted your new boss. I'm early, you announced. Good, he replied with a smile. You're on the cash register today. Okay, you said, walking around to join him behind the counter. He briefly went over everything with you again and then handed over to you, and you took it from there. Thankfully, there weren't a lot of people that came through, so you had plenty of time to look over how the machine worked and how to scan items. But in no time, you were a self-proclaimed expert, and still feeling pretty good, but by 6 p.m, you were starting to feel a little hot, weak and clammy again. Oh no, I think the pain meds are wearing off. The longer you stood there, the more your nipples started to throb, and you snuck a peek down the inside of your bra to see how it was going. It did not look good at all, and was weeping some yellowish fluid from the tip. You groaned internally, looking at the clock on the wall with heavy-lidded eyes. 3 hours to go. You placed your hands down on the counter and hung your head, gathering your inner strength to be able to get through this shift in one piece. To take your mind off things, you stepped out from the counter and walked in amongst the aisles, familiarising yourself with the items there so that if anyone asked where something was, you'd have an answer. Your head pounded as you slowly walked along, not seeing much because of the sudden pulsating blur in your vision. Oh, I'm not going to make it to 9 p.m, you thought, stopping to hang onto one of the shelves. Yin? Your boss asked as he appeared at the end of the aisle. You tried to look up at him normally, but all your movements were slowed, and to him you looked pale and sweaty. Yeah? You asked. What's wrong? He asked. You don't look well. I'm not well, you admitted. I really don't feel good. Do you need to go to the doctor? He asked. Yeah, you replied. Sooner than better, I think. He nodded. Yes. Call your boyfriend to come and get you. I'll cover the last few hours of your shift. I'm sorry, you replied. It's my first shift and I'm not doing very well at making a good first impression. No, this is an unfortunate event, he replied. Let me know if you'll be unable to come in on Tuesday. I'm sure I'll be fine by then, you replied. I just need a round of antibiotics. Your boss nodded and then gestured to the staff room out the back. Call him and go. He gave you a compassionate smile, and you returned it with a weak one, and then slowly headed to the back room. Fumbling in your bag, you pulled your phone out of the pocket and dialed Dabi's number. It rang a few times and he answered. I'm starting the car, he said the second that he answered your call. You want me to ring the closest GP? Yes, please, you replied in an emotional voice, holding it together as best you could. Dabi heard you breaking, and he dropped his voice into a lower, soothing tone. Hang in there, baby. I'm coming. He crooned. Just sit down. I'm at the lights. I'll come in and get you. It's okay. I can walk to the door, you said, picking up your bag and heading out to the front of the shop, while still on the phone to him. I'm out the front, he said, and you saw his car pull up in the spot directly outside the front door. I'm going now, you said to your boss as you exited. He nodded and said something as you left, but Dabi was already out of the car and had quickly walked to your side and opened the door. Get in, he said sternly, taking your bag from your shoulder and carrying it to his side and then dropping it into the back seat from his driver's side. You got into the car and sat down, letting your head flop back against the headrest. Siri, Dabi said to his phone. Find the closest GP. His phone pad lit up and Siri's voice replied. The nearest GP is located on the corner of 10th and 4th and closes at 11 p.m, she replied. Directions, he commanded as he put the car into reverse and pulled out of the space, one hand on your headrest as he looked over his shoulder to check the rear. His phone went silent as it calculated the route, and he spoke to you while Siri was doing her calculations. Hang in there. Is it your nip? You nodded. I think it's infected. He pushed his lips together and kept silent as he put the car in drive and took off down the road with the automated voice giving him directions. It didn't take long to get to the GP's office, and he helped you out of the car and into the clinic's waiting room. First available, Dabi said to the receptionist. She's got a pretty bad infection. The receptionist nodded calmly and followed the usual procedure, getting you to fill the form out. You could feel your body burning up, and you felt so weak that you could barely finish the form before giving it to Dabi to hand back to her. Slumping down in the chair in the reception, you rested your head on Dabi's shoulder and then slowly slipped unconscious. You were vaguely aware of the doctor coming out and Dabi saying something to him, but then the rest was a hazy mess, as you heard more voices and then flashing lights and then the inside of a vehicle that had a lot of equipment along one wall. What's going on? You asked Dabi in your mind, unable to actually get the words out. He didn't reply to your question, of course, but you could hear his voice still there telling that you would be okay. After that, you fell asleep, and you didn't wake up until the next morning. Miss Yin, I'm going to take your blood pressure, a voice said to you. You opened one eye and saw a nurse standing beside your bed. What? You lifted your head and looked around, seeing Dabi draped over one of the chairs in the room. The nurse calmly lifted your arm and put the cuff around your bicep and started taking your pressure while you processed what was going on. Oh, you exclaimed when you saw you had a cannula in your arm that was attached to a drip. The nurse didn't seem fazed by your confusion and just went about her business before leaving. Dabi, you croaked at your half-dead boyfriend in the chair. Dabi! He was out like a light. Dabi! You called again and his head shot up, looking groggy as all hell. You're awake, he said. You okay? He dragged himself off the chair and fell against the bed. He had a bad infection. Needed a strong dose of antibiotics. That's why we're at the hospital, he said, yawning and trying to stretch it out. Oh, hell, I'm so stiff. Is the piercing out? You asked. Yeah, they took it out. He replied, your nipple is mad swollen. Ugh, wonderful, you cringed. He leaned in and pressed his lips to your forehead while cupping the back of your head. That scared me, he said softly, showing his vulnerable side again. Why? You were really sick. Yeah, but I wasn't going to die, he replied. I never want anything to ever get to that point again, okay? You're not even allowed to get a cold. It's not good for my health. You chuckled sympathetically. Okay, got it, you said with a smile. When Dabi had gone to get food, the doctor came to visit and explained that you had gotten an infection from the open wound, the piercing, and that it would be advisable to not put the piercing back in. Okay, you replied, feeling a little annoyed that you'd only be able to have one piercing in and not both. Also, the doctor said gently, when we were examining you, the nurse and I did also notice a bite mark on your ribcage. If you have any concerns for your safety. A bite mark? You asked. What bite? Oh! Suddenly you remembered Dabi's overzealous munch into your side during your lovemaking, and you quickly covered your mouth with your hand with embarrassment. No, it's fine. Just ignore that. I'm fine. I'm not being abused. That mark was made during, best not to say. The doctor understood immediately and nodded. I see. I have a duty of care to check on patients with marks, so... It's fine, you replied dismissively. Thank you for checking in, but I promise you I'm in very good hands. He hummed as he turned to go. I'm glad to hear. As he left the room, Dabi came back in with some dinner for you. Hey, abused, Daddy? You chuckled. The hell? He asked. What the hell's happening to him? The doctor thought you were abusing me because of the bite mark on my side, you chuckled. Oh crap, forgot about that. He laughed. What fun I had during that process too. Shut up, you smirked, accepting the food from him. You were discharged late Sunday afternoon and told to continue your antibiotics for the next 10 days. Good thing you got a tat, Dabi said as he let you into the house that afternoon. At least you have something that isn't going to get infected. Did you end up with anything from that night? Your piercings are okay? You asked, gesturing to his pants. Yep, I have a dick of steel and an immune system to match, he replied proudly, following you into the lounge room. And I made sure to clean mine properly. Ugh, way to have a go at me, he replied sullenly. I think it's because it started bleeding. It might have been fine if the skin didn't rip a bit. You still have one other one, Dabi said encouragingly, as he flopped down beside you on the lounge. It's hot to have one on one side and not on the other. It's like having a party tit. I know what you're trying to do, you said with a chuckle as you hugged him. You're trying to make me feel better about the situation. And it's working. I was trying to get you excited for round 2. He leered, grabbing around your back and dragging you onto his lap. Is it working? He pressed his lips to your ear and breathed gently into it. You squealed and pulled away, trying to get off his lap, but he held you fast. No, you need to get a job. Have you done that flyer? No, I was attending my ailing girlfriend in hospital, he replied, his fingers giving out and allowing you to scramble away. Well, you need to do it. We have college tomorrow, so you can put it up on the board, you said, getting up and walking out into the study. What were you wanting on the flyer? I don't know, he called. I don't want to teach private tuition. Well, I was going to help you, but if you don't know what you want, then I can't put anything on the flyer now, can I? He replied. I already wrote your resume up and ended up getting the job instead of you, so maybe I should just let you do this one on your own. I'll ask around as a cleaner or something, Dabi said, pulling himself up on his feet and walking into the kitchen. Let's have dinner though, I'm starving. That next week was just working and college for you. Dabi hadn't really put a lot of effort into finding a job, but on the days that you were working, he stayed back to practice. It was on Thursday night that he was practicing serving in the college gym that someone snuck in through the side door and watched him. It didn't take long for the watcher to see that Dabi knew what he was doing and approached the scarred male after about 10 minutes of observing. You have a good arm, the older male called to Dabi. Your man stopped and looked over at the aged man, eyeing him as he approached. My name is Tonkata, the man said, extending his hand to shake Dabi's. I oversee the local girls' volleyball team in this prefecture. Dabi reached out and shook the man's hand in return. And what are you doing in here then? Dabi asked suspiciously. Scouting for potential teachers, he replied with a smirk. The girls are far more likely to listen to you young men than me. Clever, Dabi replied with an amused smirk. What's your name? Tonkata asked. Dabi, your man replied. You been playing long, Dabi? Played all through high school, Dabi replied, flicking the ball up onto the tip of his finger and spinning it there. Which high school did you attend? Tonkata asked. Nekoma, Dabi replied. Ah, good old Nekoma, Tonkata said with a knowing chuckle. Known the man my whole life. Oh, is that so? Dabi replied. Well, now that we have a connection, let's talk. Tonkata grinned. How would you like a job co-coaching my team? Sounds good to me. What's the pay like and how often would you need me? Dabi asked, taking the ball off his finger and tucking it back under his arm. Ah, a man who talks business straight up, Tonkata mused with a smirk. Well, I was the captain of the Nekoma team. I usually make the orders, not take them. I like you, Dabi. Let's say 25 an hour for around 2 hours a night. Tonkata crossed his arms across his chest and grinned at Dabi. Make it 27 and we have a deal, Dabi replied, putting his hand out to shake on it. I like your straightforwardness, Tonkata nodded with an impressed look on his face. I don't need a pushover for my girls. I need someone who will keep them in line. He reached out and shook Dabi's hand in a firm handshake. I have another mouth to feed, and she's the only one I care about, Dabi replied. I'll keep your kids in line for you. Appreciated, Tonkata replied. Come to the local hall tomorrow night to meet the team. The girls range from 14 to 18 years of age. All have a lot of potential, but just need some pointers, he said. I'll have them on top side in no time, Dabi replied. I have no doubts, Tonkata grinned. See you tomorrow, Dabi. Thank you, Tonkata. See you tomorrow, Dabi replied, smirking to himself as he finished up practice for the night and prepared to come and pick you up from your shift. Hey, he greeted you with a tongue kiss as you hopped into the car later that night. How was work? Uneventful, you replied with a shrug. Well, I got a job. Dabi smirked at you as he put the car in reverse. You what? But you didn't even advertise or anything. What job is it? Volleyball coach, he replied with a grin. You bastard, you took my dream job, you seethed playfully. No, your dream job was to bend over and let me do you all day and night. This is for coaching a girls' team. A whole team? You whined. That's so not fair. And all girls, they're going to be all over you like a rash. I'm going to have to turn up and make my presence known. They're frickin' kids. I should probably take some nappies with me to hand out. He pulled into the driveway and parked the car. You grinned. Okay, well, the younger the better. I'm only into girls with one nipple piercing anyway, he said in a low voice, grabbing you around the waist and pulling you towards himself over the centre console. That's very specific, you replied, arching your back and tilting your head away as his chapped lips and teeth came in contact with your neck. It's supposed to be specific, because I'm only into you, he whispered against your neck. The following night, Dabi went to the hall and you went to work, promising him that you'd definitely catch up after work to hear how his first night of training went with the team. He strolled up to the hall doors and pushed one open, slipping inside and standing off to one side as Tonkata coached the girls. On my way! Keep your hands up! The older coach barked at one of the smaller girls on the team. Yes, sir, she called back, keeping her hands up in preparation for the ball to come to her. Dabi watched silently. He had slipped in so quietly that not even Tonkata had noticed that he had entered, and he wasted no time mentally detailing each of the girls' skills and weaknesses, noting which would need more help and which wouldn't, but right now, Omaway seemed to be in the spotlight. Watch the ball, Omaway! Tonkata called again. Yes, sir, she called back, doing her best to focus, but something was getting in the way of her concentration, and it kept wavering. She went to return the ball, but fumbled it, and it bounced out of her hands and onto the court, signalling a break in the game. It was then that Tonkata looked up and saw Dabi standing against the wall with his hands in his pockets and grinning from ear to ear. Girls, come in, Tonkata called to his team, halting the practice game so that he could address them all. I have a surprise for you all. The girls whispered curiously amongst themselves as they gathered in a circle around him, and he smiled at them all. "You lot are a handful, so I've asked an expert to come in and help," he said gruffly, but with a cheeky glint in his eye. "So don't think that you can go easy when I'm not here." The girls looked at each other and waited for him to continue. "His name is Dabi. If you're acquainted with the Nekoma Boys volleyball team, you'll recognise him." Dabi took that as his cue to enter, and he pushed off the wall, walking casually over to the group of girls. A few of the members recognised Dabi's name and gasped with fangirl-like excitement, immediately covering their faces when they saw that he was there. "And if they don't know my name, they'll know it soon enough," your man added with a smirk, and half the team nearly fainted on the spot as his turquoise eyes shot through their heart. "I'm going to let Dabi take over from now to see if he can handle you girls on the court," Tonkata said. "He'll be coaching you for the next half of this session, so pay attention." "My teaching style's different from yours, Tonkata," Dabi said calmly to the older coach, his boss, and then to the girls. "Those in blue vests, you're up first." The girls looked at each other and then back at Dabi. What did you want us to do?" one asked. "On court, this side," Dabi said firmly. "Your serve." He picked up a volleyball from the ball cart and tossed it to the closest girl, and then casually walked over to the other side of the net. "I'm your opponent," he stated. "Just you?" another girl asked, as the blue vest team of 4 members meandered onto court. "Bit cocky," another sniggered. "Cocky, huh?" Dabi asked with a lopsided smirk. He was about to make an obscene reply, but stopped himself just in time. "Beat me first before you start degrading me, or you end up looking like a fool." Poor Dabi was having to keep his tongue in check, and it had only been 5 minutes into teaching. The girls on the court looked at each other and then got into formation, and the girl at the back tossed the ball up for the serve. Dabi eyed her movements and saw her torso twist a little as she reached up to smack the ball across to his side of the net. "She's going for a cross shot," he thought, as he quickly worked out her angle and line. As her hand touched the ball, her eyes shifted across the net, giving away exactly where she wanted to place the ball, and Dabi jumped into its projected path. With another quick glance, he saw that the girls in the front row didn't know their server was going for a cross shot and had left the area on that side open. So it was just a walk in the park to jump up and calmly punch the ball down on the girls' side of the net. It all happened so quickly that no one had time to react, and Dabi smirked as their jaws dropped and eyes shot to him. "Oh, was that too much?" he asked teasingly. "Sorry, should have held back." The server girl, the one who had called him cocky, scowled. He saw and smirked. "Go get the ball, honey. Let's try the same thing again." She pressed her lips together angrily and quickly picked up the ball, spinning it in her palms before trying again. Now, she's either a one-trick pony, or she'll let her anger get the better of her and mess up the next serve. Dabi watched as she prepared to serve, and her body moved the same way as before. She was extremely easy to read, and again, Dabi easily smacked the ball down on their side of the net before anyone could retaliate. "Listen," he said when they all gave him the same look. "You guys need to talk. And you," he pointed at the pissed-off server, "need to learn more serving styles and placements, or a cross shot's all you know." "Coach," the girl called angrily to Tonkata, who was smirking from the sidelines, "I don't appreciate the way this new guy is talking to me." "He's talking facts," Tonkata replied, completely on Dabi's side. "If you only ever do one shot, the opposing team will figure you out very quickly, just like Dabi has." She looked back at Dabi and scowled again. Dabi just stared her down, not backing down from the 16-year-old who thought she was king-ish. "I'll have you know that I've won awards for not being able to get past a single opponent," Dabi quipped, interjecting into her high and mighty rant. She immediately threw the ball at the ground and stormed off court, all eyes following her except Dabi's. "Okay, you, in the red vest," he called, pointing to a suddenly freaked out 14-year-old. "Me?" she asked with a mortified expression on her face. "Yes, you. On my way, right?" Dabi said, watching her timid form as she shuffled onto the court. She nodded, staring at her shoes. "What position do you play?" Dabi asked. Opposite hitter," she said softly. Dabi shook his head. "No, you're not. You shouldn't even be standing on the court." Her eyes welled with tears, and she bit into the inside of her cheek to stop from crying. Dabi quickly ducked under the net and crouched down so he could look up into her face, but she shut her eyes so that she didn't have to look at him. "Do you even like playing volleyball?" he asked in a firm yet non-threatening manner. She didn't move. "Who in your family played volleyball?" he then asked. "Mum," she whispered, a tear slipping from between her tightly clenched eyelids. Dabi hummed knowingly. Then you go and tell her that it was her dream, not yours. Omoe's eyes flew open and she looked at Dabi dumbfounded. He had hit the nail on the head. Her mum had forced her into volleyball, claiming that she would make Omoe into the volleyballer that she had been when she was in school and would get her to nationals, thus living out her dream through her daughter. I can't, Omoe replied fearfully. Then you better practice, Dabi said as he stood up. Those are your two options. If you want to get better, stay on court. If you want to quit and pursue your own hobby, leave the court now. I'll count to 5. Poor Omoe panicked, looking at the other girls to help her, but they just watched on curiously. 1, Dabi said loudly, his tone making Omoe flinch. 2. I'll stay, she blurted out. I'll get better. Good. Dabi smirked and stepped back and then ducked under the net. Now, who's serving next? At the end of the 2 hours there, Dabi had almost all the girls under his thumb. They knew what to expect of him, and he had a rough idea of each of their capabilities, but his main concern was Omoe. After their initial talk, she tried her best to play at her peak, but she had no strength and no idea what she was doing. As he watched from the side of the net, it was plain to see that all the other girls on the team just instinctively knew that they couldn't rely on her and wouldn't even let her touch the ball. So, in true Dabi fashion, he kept returning the ball in her direction, hoping to give her the chance to prove herself, but she would always step back and let someone else get the ball. If she happened to be in the right place at the right time, she'd always fumble it. Not one of her returns ever made it to another person, let alone over the net. On my way, Dabi called to her after the last round. Stay back, I want to talk. She nodded, no longer afraid of Dabi. He was a tough teacher, but he knew his stuff, and she trusted him after he instantly understood her situation. Dabi looked at the coach, and he nodded, stepping forwards to say a few last words before letting the girls go for the night. Well, as you can see, things will be different around here. He looked at each of the girls. The sweating, puffing girls nodded. Dabi will be with us for the foreseeable future, he added with a glance at Dabi, who lightly wiped one drip of sweat from his brow, barely breathing heavily despite having taken on a team of girls for 2 hours. Dabi nodded. Don't get comfy, he said to the girls, who grinned back at him. For the most part, he had won their respect. There were a few who were a little coy, and one who had just up and left, but the majority could see how well he played and were keen to learn from him. The coach dismissed the team, and Omoe looked at Dabi. He jerked his head for her to come over, and they walked away from the group down to the other end of the hall. Do you really still want to play? He asked. I do, but I'm going to need a lot of help, she said shyly. I have no idea what I'm doing. Have you got a volleyball at home? Dabi asked. She nodded. Throw the ball up in the air and catch it 100 times tonight, he stated. 100 times? She asked disbelievingly. Yes. And catch it and then throw it up again, she clarified. Yes. But what will that do? She asked genuinely. If you can catch over half of them, then we can talk tomorrow. If not, then it'll be throwing up and catching 100 balls every night until you can catch at least 50 of them. She gave Dabi a quizzical look. Just from that look, he knew that she had thought throwing balls up and catching them would be easy, so he smirked before walking past her back to the coach. I'll ask you tomorrow, he called back over his shoulder. She watched him for a bit and then headed to the locker room to get her bag and go home. Dabi, the coach greeted with a giant grin. I knew I'd picked the right guy for the job. Come and get a beer with me. I'll come for one, and then I got to get home to the missus, he said, falling in step with his new boss. You finished up your shift at 9 p.m. and closed the shop door, pulling your phone out to see if Dabi had sent you any messages. Not a single text, and you shrugged and put your phone back in your pocket. Was he going to come and get me, or do I walk home? You thought. I guess I'll start walking home, and if I bump into him, then we'll go back home together. You stepped out the door and pulled the shutter down and then locked it and headed off down the road for home. He might be watching a movie or something, you thought as you walked alone. As you neared the house, you could see all the lights were off and you approached the front door suspiciously. Is he home? You thought, putting the key in the lock and unlocking the door. The second that you entered the house, you could tell he wasn't there. Even if he had gone to bed, he would have texted you, and he would have left the front lights on at least. You pulled your phone out again as you switched the foyer light on and opened a message to him. Hey babe, where are you? You sent. You put your bag down and headed upstairs to take a shower. Once you got out of the shower, you checked your phone again, but he hadn't replied. That's weird. You texted again, then put your phone down to put your clothes on. And then you texted a third time. Screw it, I'm going to call him. You rang his number and put your phone to your ear. It rang out. Screw you, man, I'm worried about you. At least text me back, you thought furiously, as you texted him again, a little angrier this time. 20 texts and 5 calls later, he finally rang you back and you picked up, angry with worry. "What the hell, Dabi?" you snapped. "Hey, whoa there, sexy girl. You need to calm down," he slurred. "Are you drunk? Where are you? Why the hell are you drinking on a weeknight?" you snapped. "I thought you were working, not slacking off at the bar." "The boss invited me to dinner," he replied in a very drunk voice. "So you went and got sloshed? Good job," he replied sarcastically. "I got paid. What's up your ass? Calm down," he hiccuped. "No, get your friggin' ass home. It's almost midnight," he replied angrily. "Where do we live again?" he slurred. "Just hurry up, asshole." "No, I need the address," he slurred seriously. "I'm getting a taxi. I can't remember." "Oh, for goodness sake," you muttered, squeezing your temples with thumb and finger as you rubbed back and forth across your brows. You gave the address and hung up once he had said he'd be there in about 10 minutes. Your angry thumping feet walked you down the stairs, and then you sat down and waited on the doorstep for the duration of the 10 minutes that his drunk ass would be, until you saw the car lights coming slowly down the road. Getting up, you walked down the road and waited for the taxi to drop your extremely drunk boyfriend off. "You got money, sexy?" he slurred, hanging off you. "You don't have money to pay?" you asked with disappointment and embarrassment. "Use it on booze," he replied with a laugh. "You're so frickin' useless," you snapped, paying the cabbie before dragging Dabi's sorry ass up into the house. Stripping Dabi's clothes off, you forced him into the bed, smacking away his hands when he tried to make a move on you. "You are drunk as hell. You couldn't even penetrate fairy floss, you so frickin' soft," you growled at him. He hummed, half asleep already. "Can I have a cuddle instead?" "No," you replied in a hurt voice. You really did want to cuddle, but you were so pissed that he hadn't even the decency to text you to tell you where he was, and on top of that, he made you worry while he was out having a great time. "Okay," he said in a soft voice as he drifted off to sleep. You cried softly to yourself as you fell asleep beside him. The next morning, Dabi was very subdued. "What happened to you last night?" you asked him pointedly while you were having breakfast, and he was standing there holding his head. "The boss invited me for drinks, and I told him I'd only have one, but then 5 later. "Why didn't you text me?" you asked sadly. "I was so worried." "I'm sorry," he replied, rubbing his temples. "I forgot." "That's such a dumb response, Dabi," he replied grumpily. "All you needed to do was text me. I care about you, and I was legit worried." "I'll text you next time. Promise," he said as he let go of his head and walked over. "Although, this is not going to be a next time. I feel like crap." You softened and stood up to hug him. "I didn't mean to worry you," he mumbled into you. "If you don't want me to get a cold because you might worry, then think about how I felt at home here, alone, not knowing where you were at midnight." He nodded. "Yeah, sorry. It was a dick move on my part." You hugged him sympathetically. "Do you want me to get you some medicine?" "No, I'll be okay. I'll just pass out again soon," he replied. "Well, I start at 3 today, so if you pass out before then, I'll see you when I get back. And I've got work tonight again," he said with a sigh. "How's the team you're coaching?" you asked, changing subjects. "Meh," he replied. "They need a good ass whipping into shape, but we'll get there." "Good luck with that," you said sympathetically. As you suspected, Dabi was still out like a light when you left for work at 3 p.m, and you gave him a kiss goodbye before leaving. Hopefully he won't come back home at some stupid hour drunk as hell, you thought as you got to the corner store and entered for your shift, greeting your boss with a smile. A little after you left, Dabi hauled his hungover ass out of bed and went to drown his face in freezing cold water to wake himself up. Once he'd taken some pain medication and eaten some leftover greasy food, he felt better and headed to the local hall to do his second round of training. As he entered the side door, he earned himself some smiles from the girls and a scowl from the 16-year-old bitch who got her knickers in a knot the first time that they had met. "I'm going," she announced loudly, turning and marching off before the coach or Dabi could say anything. "Leave her," Dabi said to the coach as he approached him. "If she can't grow a pair and suck it up, then she shouldn't be on the team." The older coach nodded and then handed over to Dabi. "Diving drills," Dabi said to the girls, who had all huddled around him. "Let's go." There was a groan from the girls as they dropped their heads and walked to one end of the indoor court, turning when they got to the wall. "Let's go," Dabi called, clapping his hands. "1." The girls crouched and then jumped with arms out a bit to catch them as they landed on their fronts and then pulled themselves up. 2, Dabi shouted again, waiting for them to complete the drill. 2 of the girls buckled a bit, but jumped back up for the next jump, and Dabi clapped again to get their attention. "Chins up. Keep your core and back tight. Look up, look up! Don't look down, he called loudly as one girl bumped her chin on the floor. Up they all jumped again, and he walked along the sidelines. One girl dropped back down, and he pursed his pierced lips. Ugh, of course it's on my way. She glanced up at him with a worried look on her face, and got up quickly, diving again but not catching herself on her arms and crashing to the floor, bumping her chin and cheek as she scrunched into the hard wooden boards. Get up! Get up! Dabi called to her, seeing her face fall with embarrassment as she lagged behind, rubbing her face where she'd hit it. Poor Omoe dove again and buckled again, now 2 lengths behind the rest of the girls. Up! Dabi called. Come on, when you fall behind, you've got to work harder. Don't let it get to you. Setting her face, Omoe did her best to complete the drills, finally getting to the end as her teammates patted her on the back and helped her up. Good work, Dabi said as he walked over in front of them again. Now back again. Seriously? One girl deadpanned. Did I stutter? Dabi asked. Get your asses down on the other end. Face down. Diving. He only just managed to catch himself by saying, face down, ass up. As the girls dove, heading back the other way, Dabi stopped Omoe. Sit-ups, he said to her. 50 sit-ups. Now? She panted. Yes, hurry up. You have to complete them all by the time the girls get to the other end. With a terrified look on her face, she dropped to the ground and rolled onto her back, starting the sit-ups at a cracking pace. Dabi had the girls in a lather of sweat by the end of the session, practicing passes, jump serves, running, catching the ball, and then dodging back through some cones before tossing it up and serving it to the ball cart parked on the other side of the net. This is ridiculous, one of the girls panted, hands on knees, heaving for air. Is winning ridiculous? Dabi asked her from the side of the court where he'd heard her comment. She looked at him, mortified that he had heard her. If you want to win, you need to be better than the other team. Simple. And until you can nail all these drills, you're not going to win. As if anyone can nail these. They're too hard. Another girl piped up, wiping a massive sweat from her forehead. Too hard. Dabi laughed loudly, immediately commanding all of their attention. Don't make me laugh. You're all piss weak, that's what it is. There was a shock that rippled through all of them. Had he just called them piss weak? I'd like to see you nail these drills then, one shot back, obviously offended by his comment. He chuckled, narrowing his turquoise eyes at her and licking his bottom lip. You want to see me make these drills scream for mercy? Yes, the offended girl replied sassily. Okay, what drills did you want me to do? He had been about to say, what drills did you want me to in the arse? Very much a Dabi reply. All of them, the girl replied, crossing her arms across her chest and smirking. Done, Dabi replied. Diving drills first. He turned and walked to the far end and took his shirt off, keeping his singlet on underneath, but as he removed his shirt, it rode everything up a little and showed off his perfectly sculptured, purple-scarred torso, and a few of the girls' eyes flew open with surprise. Like a professional, Dabi dove his way around and then back in perfect form, jumping up and jogging the perimeter before coming back and grabbing a ball and then dodging the cones and jump serving the ball over the net right into the centre of the ball cart, all without breaking a sweat. Any questions? He asked, only breathing a little heavier than usual. You didn't throw that one backwards, the girl said cheekily, so Dabi picked up a ball and tossed it over his shoulder, without looking, and got it in the ball cart, backwards. Any other questions? He asked with a smirk. Okay, that wasn't fair, the offended girl said. You're obviously not human, you're a robot. The other girls chuckled and agreed, giving Dabi a very fan-type look. Now, he said, go back to work so you can beat me. Omoe just stared at Dabi in awe. It was safe to say that she had now caught fanitis and was determined to make him proud. At the end of practice, Dabi and Tonkata chatted about the girls. That Omoe has potential, Tonkata said. Her mother was a very good player. Then leave that with her mother. Don't project onto her. She's her own person. But I believe she's got potential too. Everyone has potential, if they put their minds to something, Dabi said wisely. Tonkata nodded and rubbed his chin and mouth to hide a smirk. He was very pleased with Dabi, though. Come for drinks again, he invited. I'll have to pass this time, Dabi replied. Mrs. wasn't too pleased with my drunk ass showing up at screwed o'clock. Don't tell me you're not scared of your lady, Tonkata teased. The devil himself runs and hides when my girl gets jacked, Dabi replied honestly. Don't cross her. Fair enough, Tonkata chuckled. I'll see you tomorrow night. Let me shout you dinner then. I can pay my own, Dabi replied with a smirk. But dinner sounds good. I have plenty of time to warn my missus. Good enough, Tonkata replied with a grin as he picked up his clipboard and a few items, and then they left. Dabi packed up a few things in the hall and then went to close for the night. He had just walked out the hall doors when he saw movement in the outside volleyball court and saw Omaway practicing her jump serves. Her form was all over the place and his skin prickled at how wrong she was doing it. After locking the door, he walked over and called out to her. "You practicing volleyball? Or is this a new sport for the, Again, Dabi had to stop himself from saying something completely inappropriate. "I'm practicing my jump serves," Omaway puffed, sweat beading on her forehead. Dabi could tell that although her form was weak and she didn't look like she was trying at all, she was sweating up a storm. He softened a little and walked over to pick up the ball. "Your form is, all right, but it can be better. Here." He walked over to her and placed the ball in her hand and then walked around behind her and placed his hands under her upper arms to raise her arms up. "Toss it up high. Doesn't matter if it goes too high. Better to be too high than too low," he instructed, showing her how to toss the ball up with force by pushing her arms up from underneath. She allowed him to show her, trying a few times without his help when he directed her to do so. "Focus on the ball the whole time," he called when he saw her attention waver. She tried, but the ball still hit the net and bounced to the floor. Her face fell, and she looked down at the ground. He could see something was bothering her, so he walked to her side again. "Hey," he said in a low, calming voice. "You can't play if your mind isn't in it. What's wrong? You've been distracted ever since the first day I started with the team." She looked up at him shyly, and then away. "You noticed?" She looked down at the ground and fiddled with her fingers. "Hard not to when the pixies are floating around your head, drinking your daydream nectar," he replied. She looked up at him with an odd expression on her face, and he chuckled a little. "That's something my grandma used to say to me, if I was daydreaming." "Oh," she whispered, looking back down. "So you want to tell me what's going on?" he prompted. Home life isn't really good at the moment, and I'm letting the team down. I'm letting everyone down." "You're letting me down too," Dabi added, watching her flinch. "So what are you going to do about it?" "Screw everybody else. I'm the only one who matters. How are you going to stop letting me down?" I'm going to try harder at volleyball," she replied softly. "You're damn right you are. So pick up that ball, get your arms up like I showed you. I'm not leaving until you give me one good serve." She relaxed a little, and a warm smile graced her face as she looked into his eyes. "Go on," he gestured to the ball, and she ran off to get it. All of that hesitation and lack of concentration disappeared immediately, and she was more focused than he had ever seen her before. Everything he called out to her to improve her serve, she did, and when she put her mind to it, she could really smack that ball hard. "Well done," Dabi said, clapping his hands with pride. "Good work. Now go home before your parents kill me for not letting you go sooner." Dabi, could you walk me home? It's a little bit dark and I'm scared," she mumbled, that hesitation coming back in again. "Sure," he grunted, checking his watch. "I better text Yin so she knows where I am, or else I'm going to get eaten alive for turning up late with no warning." While he texted you, Omaway grabbed her bag, and once she was ready to go, Dabi and her headed for her house. She asked Dabi a few questions about himself and his life as they walked, and he answered as vaguely as possible because he didn't want her to feel too comfortable around him, but overall he could see that she was relaxing more. My house is just around the corner," she said as they neared the end of the block. "You okay from here?" he asked. She nodded hesitantly and looked from him to the corner, then froze. Dabi stopped as well and looked at her. "What is it?" he asked. She hung her head and held onto her bag strap. "On my way?" There's a guy there." "Do you know him?" Dabi asked, looking back up but not seeing anyone. She nodded silently. I don't like him. He touches." At hearing the word touches, Dabi arced up. "The hell? Oh," he seethed under his breath as he left her side and walked to the corner. The second that he rounded it, he was grabbed around stomach height by a guy in a black hoodie, and in return he grabbed the guy's wrist and twisted it around and back the wrong way, causing the hooded figure to screech and fall to his knees. "Surprise, mother trucker. It's titsless Dabi. Should I grab your dick and yank it off and then shove it up your ass? Maybe it could work as a second tongue for you. Or maybe I'll use you as my puppet, huh? Shove my hand up your ass, rearrange your guts to spell my name. Pathetic piece of crap." Dabi leaned down and punched the guy square in the face. "If I hear about you touching Omaway again, I'll come to your house. I'll screw your mum, chop your dad's dick off, and then sew it on your forehead. Do you understand?" He punched the guy again for emphasis and then let him go, having to hold himself back and take some deep breaths to stop himself from killing the guy right there and then. The guy just lay there on the ground, holding his face and wailing, and Dabi was having a hard time not laying a few good kicks into him. You have 5 freaking seconds to get your sorry ass up and gone before I turn you into mashed potato, freaking lowlife. The guy got up and ran, leaving a fuming Dabi and a stunned Omoe behind. Dabi was still thoroughly pissed as he stood there breathing angrily. Then he realised Omoe was still there and had heard everything that he had said. Oh, crap. Damn. I'm sorry you had to hear that. I got angry. I lost my cool. Omoe had watery eyes, and Dabi at first thought it was because of the things that he'd said to the guy. Oh, man, I went too far with that one. No one has ever stood up for me like that, she said in a trembling voice. Thank you, Dabi. If he touches you again, you tell me, Dabi said darkly. Are you really gonna sew his father's, No, hell no, sorry. But I'll punch him in the balls next time, Dabi said. She smiled gratefully and walked up to him. I'll be okay to get home now. He won't touch me again, she said. You were terrifying. Dabi laughed. Good. Now get home. She grinned and ran towards the house while Dabi turned and headed for home. Hope Yun is okay, he wondered as he checked his phone for your message. He turned up at the grand time of 11:30 p.m. and you were tolerant, to say the least. At least he had had the decency to text you this time, but you were starting to feel the distance. How was work? You asked him. Good. He grunted as he flopped down in bed beside you. What did you have them doing? You prompted. Volleyball stuff, he replied, turning his head and planting it into the pillow, the muffled, apathetic reply irking you. You had a vein pop moment and scrunched your face with annoyance. Oh, you said loudly with low-key sass. Thanks for asking. I had a good night, only a few customers, and I figured out how to enter a barcode manually on an item that wouldn't scan. Well done, he replied in a dead tone. This made you even angrier. All you wanted was some time with Dabi. It had been a few days now where you'd both been occupied with work, and you were hoping that you'd be able to sit down and talk about your time at your respective works, but he wasn't being as chatty as you had hoped he was going to be. Fine, you said, putting your phone on charge and lying down and then rolling over in bed away from him. You wanted him to chase you, ask you what was wrong, try and make things better. But all he did was push himself up off the bed and head for the showers, leaving you heartbroken and alone in bed. Is this the end of our relationship? You wondered sadly. Are we drifting apart? Dabi was exhausted. Teaching a bunch of kids was tiring, and then on top of that, he'd had a workout, and then trained Omoe, and then punched some guy in the face. All of that adrenaline had started to wear off now, and he suddenly felt doubly drained. All that, coupled with you being a sook, just took it out of him. He just wanted to get away from you at that point. He had talked all afternoon and night, and had wanted to just come home to a warm hug, maybe get himself serviced, but instead, he got a pouty, grumpy girlfriend. The hot shower felt good, and he spent longer than usual in there, just staring at the wall and letting the water run over him. By the time he hopped out, you were well and truly asleep. He knew you had been crying because of your breathing, but he didn't have the energy to try and rectify the problem, and he certainly didn't want to wake you right now, so he fell asleep instead. The next day was Sunday, and you didn't have work, but Dabi did, and you both kind of awkwardly went about your morning routines without talking. This is stupid, you finally said to him as he made himself some food. Why are we fighting? Are we fighting? He asked. I didn't know, because you were ignoring me. You cracked a small smile and walked over, eagerly wrapping your arms around his side as he opened one arm out and scooped it around your back and pulled you in. I'm sorry, I miss you, and you don't talk to me, you said sadly. He kissed the top of your head. I was so tired, he admitted. It's actually pretty draining, running around after kids all night. I bet, he replied, pulling back and looking up at him. He bent his head down and kissed your lips. I'll tell you more about it tonight, if I'm not too tired. He went back to making his food, and you grabbed something to make some too. What time do you start tonight? You asked. 5 p.m, he replied. Hopefully I'll be home a little earlier tonight. Yeah, please, that'd be nice. He nodded and took a bite from his food. Might have Thursday night off this week, because the girls and Tonkata are going over the plays for the other team on video, so they'll be doing strategic stuff, and they won't need me. Let's do something Thursday night then. I'll ask if I can have the night off too. Yeah, okay, he replied, looking at his watch. I gotta go, baby, but I'll be back. He gave you another crummy mouth-covered kiss and then walked off to get changed, and you went to the lounge to watch some TV. It was another late night, and although Dabi had texted you about going for dinner with Tonkata, he still turned up drunk as hell at 1 a.m. You're going to regret all these late drunk nights, you mumbled as he fell into bed beside you, stinking of alcohol. He hummed, falling asleep as you lay there scowling. Monday morning he was a wreck, and you tried to wake him for class, but he just groaned and rolled over. So, fed up, you just left him there and walked to college on your own. You saw him wandering in and around at lunchtime and promptly avoided him. You didn't want to associate with such a bum, and you had nothing in common to talk about anyway, as he never asked about your work and never wanted to talk about his. Monday night you didn't have work, but he did, and you allowed him to drive you both home after college, and then you went to do some study, and he went to eat something. As you were lying on the bed reading textbooks, you heard the front door close. He had left without even calling out a goodbye, and your heart sank. You put your pen down and then let your face fall into your hands, your eyes quickly welling with tears. What's happening to us? Why is it like this? You thought, feeling broken inside. You missed the Dabi that you remembered. You two had had so much fun together, but now everything was different and it hurt. After a good cry, you tried to do some more study, but your mood was ruined, so you watched some TV and had some comfort food and then got ready for bed. You turned your phone off that night, not even caring if Dabi would try and call or text. You knew he was just doing it obligatory. Deep down you knew he really didn't care if he let you know or not. Then you went to sleep. At 9 p.m. the girls' volleyball practice was still in full swing, and Dabi was watching both sides of the net very closely. The girls had been improving at an alarming rate, but none so much as Omaway, who had remained focused the whole game and had even returned 2 balls, which was a huge improvement to her usual gameplay. Every time she moved to a good spot, Dabi called out to let her know that she had done the right thing, and she beamed with pride. After practice, Tonkata and Dabi spent a little bit of time talking. We have the game this Sunday, so Thursday night I want to show the girls the plays of the team that they'll be versing, Tonkata said. Yeah, I remember those nights, Dabi said with a smirk. Who are you versing? Nekoma Girls Junior, Tonkata replied. Oh, my girl used to play for the Nekoma High, Dabi said with pride. The high school's team was pretty good, so I'm assuming juniors were just as hard. Tonkata nodded. But our girls have had training from you, so we're a step ahead. Dabi smirked. It's been a pleasure. From outside, Dabi could hear the faint smack of a volleyball and glanced at the door. That Omaway's been training hard, he commented. She's the weakest in the team, but she's starting to blend in a bit more now. Yes, I've noticed that, Tonkata said. Good work with her. Thanks, Dabi said, looking at the door. She's probably out there practicing now. I'll go and check on her and then walk her home. There's a creepy guy hanging around her neighbourhood. Tonkata grunted with disdain, and Dabi nodded. Yeah, don't worry. I gave him 20 reasons to never touch her again, Dabi commented, turning and heading for the door. See you tomorrow night, Tonkata called. Let's get drinks again. You're on, Dabi replied after a short pause. It's not like home life is any good at the moment anyway. He headed out the door and looked to his left. There was Omaway practicing her serves again, looking a lot more in control and focused than she had in the past. He smiled internally as he walked over and watched her, and she straightened a little more when she saw that he was watching. Good, he said when she smacked the ball across the net to the opposite corner of the court. That would have been a service ace. She beamed. I've been practicing really hard. I can tell, Dabi commented. You'll be ready for the game this weekend. That's what I'm hoping for. You're coming, right? She asked bashfully. Dabi nodded. Oh, good, she said shyly, looking away with a blush. It's getting late, Omaway. Let me walk you home, Dabi said sternly. Yes, okay, yep, coming, she said quickly, grabbing her bag and running to his side. Off they went to her place, but as they got closer she stepped away from Dabi. I'm okay from here. You don't need to come with me, she said hesitantly. It's fine, he grunted. I'll walk you to the corner. No, it's okay. Thank you for walking me this far, she mumbled quickly, then ran forwards from him, turned the corner, and off home. He stood for a second and then turned to go home himself. You know, I should drop in and see my team sometime. I miss Nekoma days. He thought back to how you and he used to run amok around the school grounds, slinking off to the equipment shed or staying back late in the gym. He smirked to himself and then switched from thoughts of you to his teammates and remembered all the good times with them. I'll see if I can drop by sometime this week. As Omaway rounded the corner, she stopped for a second and then walked confidently towards her house, head held high. She spied that guy hiding in the shadows and she called out to him. You'd better get going before Dabi catches you, she said loudly. I'm not going to do anything to you. Hell, man, not messing with your boyfriend. It's friggin' scary as hell, the guy said, and Omaway grinned. Yeah, that's right. How did you get him anyway? The guy asked. Dunno, she lied with a proud grin. Maybe it's just how I treat him. Put out, huh? The guy leered. Not for you, I don't, she shot, walking past and raising her middle finger as she headed off down the street. Since she had her back to him, he couldn't see her biggest grin. She knew that the boys on the block thought that she was dating Dabi, and she never corrected them. She liked the thought of it. Not only did she think Dabi was hot, she also respected him and looked up to him. He was amazing, confident, knew what he wanted in life, and on top of that, he was kind enough to pay her attention and help her. She smiled to herself as she entered her house that night. Kind of like the thought of people thinking I'm with Dabi. She walked up the stairs to her room and dropped her bag down, allowing herself to imagine him as her boyfriend as she flopped down on her bed. Tuesday you had work, and so did Dabi, so you left from college grounds and went to your job, and you assumed that he had gone to his too. But little did you know he had skipped his last lot of classes to go back to Nekoma to see his boys again. Things still weren't good between you two, with a lot of tension still hanging in the air. I hate this, you thought as you walked the last bit to work, putting a hand on the door to the store and pushing it open. We don't even talk anymore. Plastering a pleasant look on your face, you gave your boss a smile as you stepped in and then put your bag away to start work. Dabi strolled down the street, making his way back to his old high school and pausing as he entered the gates, his mind being flooded with so much nostalgia. He took a long breath in through his nostrils and reached back to his hoodie, pulling it up and over his head and dropping the rim of it low over his face as he walked across the gate runners. Muscle memory kicked in and he walked straight towards the gym, his ears picking up on the telltale sound of squeaking shoes on the volleyball court, mixed with the sound of balls being smacked and calls from the players. He grinned to himself and made his way to the side door and let himself in quietly, sliding along the side wall and watching from under his hoodie. He was so focused on the game that he didn't see a girl from the sidelines watching him. Wanting to get a better look, he sauntered to the back wall and leaned up against it with hands in pockets. Soon a break was called and he waited until Kuro had stepped off the court. "Oi!" he called sharply to the Ravenet, who had lifted his shirt up to wipe his brow of sweat. Kuro's body stiffened when he heard the voice and looked back over his shoulder to see who had called him, then smirked. "Oh ho! You decided to sneak in, Captain," he teased, turning to make his way over to his ex-captain. Dabi gave Kuro a lopsided smirk and pushed off the wall and then took his hand from his pocket to slap palms with Kuro as a greeting. "I wasn't expecting you to sneak in," Kuro said. "Your mouth usually enters before you do." "I'm a changed man," Dabi replied dryly, pushing his hoodie off to reveal his black spiky hair. Doubt it," Kuro teased, before turning to his teammates and calling them over to introduce the guy. "Team, this is last year's captain, Dabi." The team gave a polite greeting to Kuro's senior, and Dabi smirked. "You got them on a tight leash there, Kuro. They seem like well-behaved guys." "Yes, much more than you were, yes," Kuro replied. "It was us that had to keep you in line." "Suffering from long-term memory loss there, Kuro," Dabi teased. "One too many balls to the head." "You can blame Lev for that," Yaku jeered. "What? What have I done?" Lev asked, not quite following the conversation. A smattering of giggles and chuckles coursed through the team and Kuro smirked. As the team was still laughing, Kuro looked over his shoulder at someone, then looked back to Dabi before letting his eyes wander back to that someone again. I got someone I want you to meet, too," Kuro said to the Ravenet, his amber eyes never leaving someone sitting along the wall as he spoke to Dabi. Dabi's turquoise eyes followed Kuro's gaze and landed on a girl sitting on the side bench. She was giving Kuro a shy look, her eyes flicking to Dabi's and then back to Kuro's. Kuro turned and started walking over to the girl, so Dabi followed suit, and the girl stood up and brushed the palms of her hands on the sides of her school skirt nervously. Hey," she greeted sheepishly, once Dabi had gotten close enough for a greeting. "I'm short-stack, or girlfriend," Kuro quickly interjected before she could say her name. "Kuro better be treating you well," Dabi said to the girl, giving his ex-teammate a look. "If you say because if he's not then I'll do it for him, I'll knock you one," Kuro threatened lightly with a smirk. Dabi let out a low chuckle. "You know me too well, Kuro," he replied in a cheeky voice, then looked back to Kuro's girlfriend. "Nice to meet you." "What?" Kuro asked with surprise. "No passes at her?" "You're right here," Dabi replied with a smirk. "I do my flirting in private, or would you like me to make a pass at her with you present?" "I feel like it's a rites of passage. I know you'll approve of my girl if you make a pass at her," Kuro replied with a smirk. Dabi looked at Kuro's girl, his turquoise eyes slowly detailing from her face, down her body, and then back up again, and he nodded approvingly. "Reminds me of my missus," he said lowly. The poor girl looked a little flustered, and she looked at her boyfriend for help. Kuro?" she asked. "Mind knocking this creep out for me? I don't want to get my hands dirty." "Smart mouth, too," Dabi commented. Kuro grinned. "She's only got eyes for me. Sorry, Dabi." Dabi smirked as he looked at Kuro's girlfriend again. "Good. Keep it that way." There was a pause before Dabi spoke to the girl again. "You keeping my vice in line, are you?" As much as humanly possible, the shorter female replied with a tired sound in her voice. She's tired of trying to keep up with me because she's so short, Kuro quipped, immediately getting a rise out of his girlfriend, who promptly tried to kick him from where she was standing but missed, and he let out his uncontrolled laugh as Dabi watched on with amusement. Looks like our girls have similar personalities, Dabi mused to Kuro. Mine wouldn't hesitate to kick me either. I like your girl already, Kuro's girlfriend said to Dabi. We'll have to meet up one day, he replied. But until then, I better get going home. I'll see you out, Kuro said, stepping back up beside him. I got something to ask you as well. I'll be back, short stack, he said to his girl, turning and heading off to the door with Dabi. Dabi glanced at his watch and then grunted and tucked his hand back in his pocket with Kuro glancing at him. You good? He asked. Yeah, thought I'd have time to go home and eat before work, Dabi replied. You? Work? Kuro chuckled. You really have changed. Shut up, Dabi sneered. I'm teaching a bunch of babies how to run in diapers. Oh, sounds fun, Kuro replied with a cheeky smirk as he walked Dabi to the side door. What you need? Dabi asked Kuro once they were out of earshot of the players in the building. You, still got the keys to Utopia? Kuro asked the scarred ravenette. Yeah, Dabi replied with a smirk. You want to take your girl there? Kuro nodded with a mischievous look in his eye. Yeah, I, got some plans for Thursday night. Oh, Dabi mused knowingly. Those type of plans. Did you need a ride? I got a car. So you name the time and I'll come get you. You got a car? Kuro asked with surprise. Awesome. Thursday night, 10 p.m, come and get me. Same address. I haven't moved. Sure, Dabi replied, holding his fist out to bump Kuro's. The pair shared a knowing look and then looked back over to where Kuro's girlfriend was now sitting beside Kenma. She seems like a good girl, Dabi commented to Kuro. Yeah, she is, Kuro replied with a loving look in his eye before he remembered something else. Oh, I got a game on tomorrow here too. You want to come watch? Oh, I'll see what I can do, man, Dabi replied, fist bumping Kuro with one hand as he flicked his hoodie up with the other. I know you need Daddy here to cheer you on. His smirk could be seen clearly from under the rim of his hoodie. You're an ass, Dabi, Kuro sneered. Dabi was already thinking about what he was going to focus on with the girls that day as he walked the last bit of the way to work and then entered the hall, giving Tonkata a head jerk in greeting. Omaway looked over immediately when she heard Dabi's voice and blushed a little before looking away, her bashfulness not going unnoticed by the 16-year-old server who hated Dabi's guts for calling her a one-trick pony. She still attended the practices, but if Dabi said something she didn't like, she'd just up and leave, which pissed him off. If you're going to keep walking out every time I call you out for your stuff, then don't bother coming back, he said to her the last time that she had left in a huff. She had promptly ignored him, getting angrier and angrier that he had just suddenly walked in and ruled the roost here. After greeting Tonkata, Dabi's eyes flicked to the girls, and he gave them a sneering grin. You ready for practice? He asked in a mischievous tone. Most of the girls groaned, fearing a ton of sit-ups and serves, but Omaway smiled and nodded her head rapidly, just excited to be in Dabi's presence again. The 16-year-old server watched Omaway's reaction and smirked to herself. All throughout the lesson, she kept her eyes on Omaway, an evil sneer pulling at her lips when she could see there was at least some infatuation from the 14-year-old side of the fence. It was after the lesson, once Dabi and Tonkata had left, that she sauntered over to her teammate. So, you seem to be doing really well, she commented to Omaway, who looked up and smiled to the server from where she was trying to tie her shoelaces. Yeah, I really feel like I'm improving a lot. The 16-year-old hummed coyly. I'd say that's all thanks to Dabi, huh? Omaway blushed. Yeah, he's been really helpful. He even stayed back to help me train. Oh, he did? The server asked, plopping down on the bench beside the smaller 14-year-old. That's interesting. And he even walked me home afterwards too. Oh, she hummed. Just the two of you? Omaway nodded bashfully. That's a little bit intimate, isn't it? The server hummed deviously. I bet people would think you two are dating. Omaway blushed. Well, people already think we are. The 16-year-old gasped dramatically. Wow, really? You like him too, don't you? That's perfect then. If you like him and people think you two are together... Oh, but please don't say anything, Omaway said quickly. He doesn't know that people think that he and I are dating, and he doesn't know I like him either. Oh, I won't say anything, the server replied with a hidden coy smirk. Your secret's safe with me. She gave Omaway one last fake smile and then stood up. I think he likes you too. He's always paying you more attention than the rest of us. It looks like he only cares about you. Omaway's face went bright red and she covered her cheeks with her palms. Just the thought of Dabi possibly liking her back was enough to make her flustered. The The 16-year-old smirked and left, satisfied that she had enough information to be able to ruin Dabi, should she see the opportunity arise. Dabi was late home that night again, reeking of alcohol. You'd gone to bed early, so you only vaguely remember him crawling into bed beside you. The next morning, you got up and went to college without him. You didn't care if he skipped classes or not, that was his problem, not yours. After class, you headed back home. Dabi wasn't there, but did you really care at that point? These days, you were starting to get used to being alone. Dabi had skipped college that day, and once his hungover ass had settled a bit, he had gone back to Nekoma to support his boys again, at Kuro's request. He was starting to get used to relying on his past teammates and work to give him fulfillment. Things with you at home were more than prickly, and he just didn't want to be in the house alone with you. What was he going to say anyway? You two are completely different people now. It was now Thursday night, and you had vaguely remembered that you and Dabi were supposed to have been clearing your schedules to go on a date, but at this point you'd barely spoken all week and you were feeling that dread set in. The next time he comes home, he's going to break up with me. It's going to be for good. I can just feel it. You thought as you walked home after classes on Thursday. Hot tears suddenly poured down your face like a sudden storm on a hot summer's afternoon, and you sobbed your way home. I can't take this anymore, you thought as you entered the empty house. Dabi's car was gone and no texts sat waiting in your inbox, so you just had absolutely no idea where he was, who he was with, or what he was doing, and it hurt. He doesn't even care. You walked inside and dropped your bag down, standing there feeling lost as heck. Just then your phone dinged and you yanked it out so fast you almost sprained your wrist. It was a message from your mum. You were really disappointed that it wasn't Dabi, but at the same time, seeing your mum's name pop up made you feel loved, and you immediately rang her. She picked up immediately. Mum, I want to come home, you sobbed to her. Yin, what's happened? Are you okay? She asked with immediate concern. All she had sent in the text was a very gentle, I miss you, how have you been? And in response, she got a sobbing daughter in a frantic phone call. I just want to come home, you cried. Can I come over? Yes, of course, honey. Is Dabi with you? Can he drop you over? Or do you need me to send Dad to come and get you? Dabi isn't here, and I don't care if Dad's going to say stuff. Just send him. I want to get out of this stupid house, you sobbed, your sad cry now turning to anger at the mention of Dabi's name. All right, darling, all right, your mum said. I'll tell him to come and get you. He'll be about 20 minutes. Okay, I'll get some stuff, you replied. Okay, love, see you soon, she said. You both hung up and then went about your respective duties, and in 20 minutes your dad pulled up in the driveway. Grabbing your bag, you left the house and jumped into the car, giving him a sheepish smile as you sat down. It's been a while, he said to you, reaching one arm awkwardly out to give you a side hug. Yeah, you replied. College has been busy. He nodded and retracted his arm, and then put the car in drive and off you went home. Dabi had gone to class late, then driven to work, and then gone to dinner with Tonkata, and was now picking up Kuro to take him and his girl, then off to Utopia. They were going to go. Mrs. is good to let you out so late, Kuro said cheekily as he hopped in the passenger seat of Dabi's car. Dabi grunted. I'll be honest, we're not exactly seeing eye to eye at the moment. Trouble in paradise? Kuro asked. Dabi grunted, a little annoyed at your and his little situation that just didn't seem to be getting any better. I'm sure it will work out, Kuro replied. Dabi stayed quiet for a second and then swore loudly. Ugh, I was supposed to be taking her out tonight. Oh, I completely forgot. Well, there's another nail in my coffin then. That's never a good thing, Kuro replied. I'm not one to give advice, but you'll need to apologise ASAP for that blunder. Crap. Dabi smacked the steering wheel with his hand. I'm friggin' sick of this. When I get home, I'm going to dump her on the bed and rail her into the mattress. You've heard of a snow angel? Well, she'll be so far buried into the mattress, she'll make a mattress angel. I'm no expert, but isn't that a little bit aggressive? Kuro chuckled. Maybe start with flowers. Screw your flowers, you frickin' pansy. Dabi shot with a smirk. That's why I got all the girls and you didn't, you daffodil-looking head-ass. If I remember correctly, I was always the one pointing the girls in your direction, Kuro teased. As if. Dabi reached across, thumping Kuro in the arm. The pair continued on to pick up Kuro's girlfriend, and then off they went to the secret location. Back home, you were digging into some comfort food while having a good whinge to your mum. You just didn't care about saving face at this point. If Dabi was going to be so immature, then you were going to tell your parents about it. Your mum was mostly sympathetic and kept the food coming, while your dad escaped to the study to keep away from any potential backlash. It's not how it used to be and it hurts, you said, sniffing, then blowing your nose one last time. You can stay here tonight if you want, your mum offered, No point staying in an empty house. At least here you've got someone around. Thanks, Mum. I'll stay here tonight. I haven't even told him where I am, but I doubt he cares. She furrowed her brows and then stood up. I'll go and make up your bed. I bought a new bed and put it in your old room and set it up as a guest room, she said, walking to the lounge room door. It was starting to get quite late and you were exhausted, mostly from all the crying, and so as soon as the bed was made for you, you had a shower and then fell right in, not even bothering about checking your phone. As soon as Dabi dropped Kuro and his girlfriend off at Utopia, he rang you. You didn't pick up, so he rang again. Still you didn't pick up. I'll talk to her as soon as I get home, he thought. Single-mindedly he sped home, pulling up quickly into the driveway and jumping out of the car. The lights were all off in the house and he paused for a second. Maybe she's asleep. Screw it, I'm going to wake her up. He jumped up the front steps and landed lightly at the front door, pulling his key out to open the door. Yin, he called loudly into the dark house as he entered. I don't care if you're asleep. I'm coming to talk, so wake the hell up. Silence was his only reply as he walked to the stairs and took them 3 at a time to get up to the second floor. The only question I have is how do you want it? In your mouth or the other end while we talk this out? He said with a sneer. He stepped into the room and stopped. The bed was empty. Yin, he called, turning around. Where are you? Silence. Yin, he called again, half curious, half worried. Are you here? Silence again. He waited, but the house sounded and felt completely empty, and he pulled his phone from his pocket and checked it. No messages from you. He scrunched his brows together and rang your number, but it rang out. 30 times he rang out. He was starting to worry and get infuriated at the same time. How friggin' dare she? Just disappeared, not even text me, not even one message. It's what time in the frickin' morning and nothing? He started to send an irate message, but then suddenly his own self-awareness smacked him in the face and he stopped midway through typing the word F. Oh, crap. I do this to her all the time. Then dread set in. Has she left me? His heart suddenly clenched and it hurt, forcing him to clutch his chest to ease the pain. He stared at his phone in the dark, the bright screen burning into his eyes as his heart threatened to shatter right there and then. Where is she? He didn't know what to do. For the first time in forever, he didn't know where to start his search, his brain being consumed with the negativity of his ghosts. You're pathetic, his inner voice told him. You got too comfortable. Now the only person who ever tried to understand you has left your stupid ass. Amazing job, Dabi. Or should I call you Toya? Frickin' useless child. You should have just died. No one wants you anymore. He was trying to breathe, really he was, but his lungs just weren't taking in enough oxygen to supply the stress that was eating him alive. He choked out into the darkness, his voice box burning. Oh, I'm sorry doesn't even cut it, he thought, falling to his knees. He allowed himself to feel hopeless for a bit, and then dragged himself back out the door to go and pick up Kuro and his girlfriend, pretending that everything was fine as he picked them up and dropped them back to their respective homes. In a way, that night alone in the house was good for him. He had hours to torture himself over where you were, what you were thinking, if this was the end, which he was sure it was. It brought him back to reality quick smart. Meanwhile, you slept peacefully that night, safe and content, and then woke the next morning ready to go to college. After saying goodbye to your mum, your dad dropped you off at the college, and you walked to your first class like everything was normal. Dabi still hadn't arrived, and to be honest, after not having slept all night, he wasn't going to go to classes that day anyway. It was while you were in class that you thought to turn your phone on. I swear to God, if he hasn't texted to find out where I am, then I'm actually considering leaving him, you thought, holding your finger down on the power button and scrunching your nose with worry. Please have a text. Please let there be a text, please. Your phone lit up and the start screen did its thing before changing to your home screen. For a second your heart sank. No messages. Then all of a sudden notification after notification flooded in. 30 missed calls from Dabi. Your heart leapt in your chest and your whole body relaxed yet tensed at the same time. He still wanted you. That was a relief since you still hadn't given up on him. But now what? His last call had been at 2 a.m. Do I text him? You hesitated for a second and then decided to do it. It would be better to let him know that you hadn't been kidnapped than to find a missing persons report on the TV that had been set up to find you. You opened a message to him. I'm in class, can't call. You sent, waiting to see what he would say before sending the next one. You saw him come online immediately and he read your message and then the little dots of reply popped up. Stay there, he sent. Okay, he's either relieved or pissed and I can't tell at this point. Nervously you waited for him to arrive. As expected, he didn't slip into the class quietly. The front door of the class slid open with a loud bang, and there stood your man, head lowered with one hand on the door frame and one hand on the door that he had just pushed open with far more force than necessary. "Excuse me," the teacher said with an appalled look on his face. "Don't turn up to my class and—" "Yin," Dabi said in a low voice, his head slowly rising till his icy hot turquoise gaze fell on you. You just looked at him. "Come here, baby," he said lowly, and your heart got up and walked over to him the second it heard his voice, turning to look over its shoulder at you, as if to say, "Well, you heard him? Why are you still sitting there?" All eyes of the class were on you now, and you didn't know if you should come quietly or tell him to get lost. Deciding to not keep the teacher in an angry state anymore, you got up and grabbed your bag and then hurriedly left the room, apologising softly to the teacher as you walked out. Dabi turned and headed off down the hall with you trailing, and your mind finally had time to catch up with your legs and your heart. Before he could even speak, you took a running step and shoved both palms in between his shoulder blades, making him stumble forwards with the force that you had applied. "You're an asshole!" you spat at him. "I hate you!" He turned and grabbed you by the upper arms and held you as you struggled and fought him, trying to punch and kick, but he evaded all of your attempts. "Let me go!" you hissed, tears brimming on your lower lids. "No." "Let me go!" your voice broke. The hug that he then delivered was one that you would remember for the rest of your life, his strong arms almost crushing you as he delivered all of his sorries, concerns, begging for forgiveness, and promises to change. You tried to speak, but it was impossible to even hear yourself think over the top of his bone-crushing hug. Your sobs were also making it harder to gather a breath for everything you wanted to say. "I'm sorry," he stated in a low voice as he held you in the hallway, not caring who else was around. "I'm sorry." You mumbled out something that he couldn't decipher, so he just squeezed you harder. "This is all on me. I did this." "I don't like who we're becoming," you finally sobbed out, pulling back from him enough to get your sentence out. "I know. I'm sorry," he said again, not even caring if he sounded soft. There was a time for everything, and now was not the time to try and put on airs of indifference. The bell rang as you stood there hugging, and in a fit of embarrassment you quickly grabbed his hand and turned to run, dragging him off down the hall so you could get out of everyone's way and not cause a scene with your tears. Without even thinking, you dragged him off to the car park, and you were both in the car before you realised it, heading home. Nothing needed to be said during the drive, and as you pulled up into the driveway you both suddenly knew what you needed to do. Jumping out of the car, you both ran for the front door, with Dabi trying to slam the keys into the lock quicker to open it so you could both enter. "Go, go, go!" you chanted, whacking him on the back between his shoulder blades with a loose fist as he overexcitedly jiggled the keys around until it unlocked the door. You weren't exactly sure how you got up into the bedroom, but by the time your back hit the mattress, your clothes were completely gone, as were Dabi's. Dabi nodded. Wiping the sweat from his brow as he flopped down beside you and pulled you in for a sweaty hug. "How's work been?" he asked, his heart still beating rapidly in his scarred chest. It's been pretty good," you replied. "I'm the till ninja." "The hell's a till ninja?" he asked as he lay there, staring at the ceiling with his fingers gently swiping back and forth across your bare shoulders. "When someone buys something and I punch it in, and then when I press enter the till pops open with a ding sound, but I can slam it shut so quickly it doesn't even have time to make the ding noise." "I reckon I could beat you," Dabi replied confidently with a smirk. "Oh yeah, hotshot? Come by and try it then." "When's your next shift?" he asked. "It's tonight, isn't it?" "Crap!" You wrenched yourself up and looked around for a clock. "What time is it? I work at 5:30. "It's only early afternoon," Dabi said, yanking your naked form back down onto his. "Calm down. I'm driving you to work tonight anyway." "Oh," he replied with a smile as he lay back down. "Are you picking me up from work too?" "Yeah, don't have work tonight," he replied. "The girls are resting before their game." "Oh, that's right, the game's this weekend. Do you think they're ready?" "Yes and no," Dabi replied. "Their weakest, on the way, has made some great progress, but their plays as a whole are too easy to read. My left arse cheek could play better than all of them combined." "I'm imagining you playing with just your ass," he replied with a laugh. "Yeah, I just pucker all over the court," he replied with a smirk. "Return those balls with a fart." You snorted. "They can't be that bad, can they? Maybe you're just being tough on them." "Well, I don't let them sit around and play on their Instagram or whatever the hell they do." "God, you sound so old," you groaned. "You have Instagram, so I don't know why you're acting like you're 50. Last time I posted on Insta was more than half a year ago. I could care less about social media." "Evidently," he replied with a chuckle, snuggling into his side a little more and inhaling his scent. "This is what I wanted. This chat. This is nice." "You sniffing my armpit, freaky deaky?" Dabi asked when he heard you inhale. No, you snapped. Okay, maybe a little. I don't know. I just breathed in. Are you into armpits? I'm not here to judge. Let's try it, he said, rolling you over and pinning you down to the bed. No, Dabi. No, don't touch my... Ah! You screamed and laughed as he pushed your arms up above your head and buried his mouth against your armpit and blew a raspberry there, making you screech uncontrollably. The rest of the afternoon slowly ticked by as you and Dabi wrestled, played, did it again, and then got some food before you had a shower and got ready for work. Come on, sexy. You're going to be late, Dabi called from the front door, the sound of his jangling keys coming from his hand. I'm coming, you shouted from the bedroom, grabbing your bag and running for the stairs. I'm taking so long because someone slammed me into the bed multiple times. Your smirk on the end of your sentence told Dabi that you were being cheeky, and he smacked you on the arse as you passed him to go out the door. I have no regrets, he said with a devious chuckle as he locked the door and you both headed to the car. He dropped you off on time and you had a quick tongue kiss in the car before you got to go to work. I was going to bum at home and then be back to beat you at shutting the till. I'll bring you home and rail you again, Dabi said casually as you got out of the car. I don't think so, you snorted. If I win, you have to let me do you. Listen, I'm into kinky stuff. I don't think shoving anything up my backside's kinky enough for me, so I'm not even going to entertain the idea, he said, his turquoise eyes half-lidded as he looked at you. Shake on it, you replied, putting your hand out. You have to shake on it. If I beat you, you have to let me do you. I want to try it. You might like it. The thought of it doesn't thrill me to the core, but I'm not a pussy, so okay, he said with resignation as he leaned over and bumped your fingers through the passenger window. You had to shake on it, you idiot. I'm not fist bumping. I fisted your fingers to suck my dick, he replied with his tongue out cheekily. You poked your tongue back out at him and pulled your bottom eyelid down while stepping back from the car. Bye! I'm going to go practice so I can win for sure, you said. That's cheating, he called as you walked off. Oi, cheater, he hollered out the window. Screw you, come at me with your balls tied in bows, princess, I'm ready for you. You held your hands up in fists, mock fighting the air as he pulled all kinds of faces at you through the front windscreen of the car. You held your laughter back until you'd gotten inside and let it all come spluttering out. Is everything okay? Your boss asked you as he rounded the corner and looked at you with concern. Everything is the best it's been for a long time, you said with a smiling, radiating face. He gave you a quizzical look. I'm sorry, I overheard your conversation just now with your boyfriend and it didn't sound at all friendly to me. If we're calling each other names like that, then everything's perfect. It's when we're not talking at all or we're being normal, that's when things are bad. He shook his head in confusion and you took the chance to slip past him to put your things away in the locker before starting work. The shift went super quick and most people, your regulars, commented that you looked really happy, almost glowing, and you felt it. You really did. Things with Dabi were so much better. You felt connected to him again. You were mucking around like you used to, and you loved it. On the stroke of 10 p.m, Dabi came wandering into the shop and flicked his hoodie up over his head and then turned and walked down one of the aisles nearest the door. You smirked and crossed your arms across your chest, watching him. Oi, you called out threateningly. You'd better not be here to cause trouble. He chuckled, turning the corner at the back of the aisle and walking calmly back up towards you with his hoodie still hanging low over his face. Well, what if I am here to cause trouble? Well, you'll have me to contend with, you said in a threatening, playful voice, still with arms crossed across your chest. He walked up to you and placed his hands on the counter, then looked up, his eyes burning into you, even from within the darkness of the hoodie, and you put your hands on the counter as well and stared down at him. What you gonna do now, you kinky bastard? You teased him. Quick as a flash, he sprung up and hopped over the counterport, pinning you to the back wall as his lips crashed into yours. There was no one else in the shop apart from you two. You knew that, and he knew that as well, because his walk down the aisle had been on purpose to check and make sure no other patrons were there before he jumped you. You kissed him back as he pinned you there against the wall, your tongue sliding over his and twisting around before you finished the kiss and pulled apart. Get off me, freak, you teased, pushing him back so you could get away from him. He stepped back and then grabbed you around the waist as you playfully tried to push him away. Let's rob the till and escape the country, he whispered lowly into your ear, grappling with you still. He spun you away and placed your hands down the counter, leaning into your back to hold you there with his weight as he reached past you to press the open till button on the screen. Quick as a flash, you clicked the till closed again. You were so fast it didn't even ding, and it took Dabi a good few seconds to figure out that he had pressed the button, but you'd beat him to it closing it again, and he made a noise of exclamation. What the hell? Did you shut it again? You cackled. Yes! Suck on that, mother fluffer, I'm faster than you are. Let me do it, he said, playfully pushing you aside and pressing the open till button. The cash catchment clicked open with a ding, and Dabi swore as he tried to latch it closed again quickly. You suck, you laughed. Get out of the way, noob. No, wait. He fought to keep his place there as you tried to forcefully move him away. Wait, I can do it. Stop frickin' pushing him, Grandmaster. Get your hands off me. You can't beat me, and you know it, you replied, still laughing and trying to push him out of the way. I'm the master of beating things, just like how I beat your Get out, you crumpled ass pervert, you yelled, still pushing him. I was going to take the cash, but I'll take you instead. He grabbed you around the waist and hoisted you up over his shoulder. Stop just friggin' picking me up whenever you feel like it. You whacked him on his back as he carried you out into the staff area for you to get your bag. After fooling around a little more, you went about closing up while Dabi called out obscenities to you, watching you from under his hoodie. Once you'd completed your tasks, you left, hopping into the car to head home. Dabi seemed to be in a much better mood, as did you, and his fingers worked quickly to try and get inside your pants so he could cop a feel. You helped him, of course, but pretended like you were trying to stop him. So by the time Dabi pulled up in the driveway, you were ready to take things further. The second you were inside, your clothes were removed, and things got very heated very quickly. But all of a sudden, blue and red flashing lights suddenly illuminated the foyer walls, flicking across them as the lights outside moved down the road towards your house. One short blip from the police car outside heralded their arrival in your driveway, and Dabi stopped his thrusting and pulled out of you when he looked back through the window and saw the car had stopped in the driveway. Police, he said rhetorically as he pulled his pants up. You quickly grabbed your pants as well and pulled them on, buttoning your top up hurriedly. Why are they here? You asked him, as two police officers hopped out of the car. You both watched by the window as they approached the darkened house, as neither of you had turned the lights on inside yet. There was a sharp knock on the door, and you looked at Dabi, who took the lead and flicked the lights on the porch as well as the foyer as he pulled the door open. Sir, he said, looking from one policeman to the other. Dabi's experience with the law hadn't been the best in the past, so understandably he was a little tense. Is this the residence of a Miss Yin Lin? The first officer asked. You looked around from behind Dabi. Yeah? You asked. Miss, do you work at the corner store up the road? He asked you. Yes, I do. Why? You asked suspiciously. We received a call that the place was being robbed and a staff member was being assaulted, the officer said. You blinked. No, I'm fine. I was closing up tonight and there was no robber and I never got assaulted. I was there. I can verify your story, Dabi said. The second officer looked at Dabi and saw the black hoodie he was sporting. Just a second, sir, he said, pulling out his phone to check some details of the alleged robber. Sir? He paused and then looked up at Dabi. Did you go behind the counter at any point of your time in the corner store this evening? Yeah, Dabi asked. The officer nodded. Miss Yin, are you and this man here? Named Dabi. Dabi, in a relationship? The officer asked you. You nodded. Yeah, he's my boyfriend. The officers looked at each other and then back to you and Dabi, still standing there clueless at the door. I don't understand, you deadpanned. What's going on? Just then Dabi started to chuckle deeply, then a little louder, but the first officer cut him off before he could say anything else. Do you also work at the store? The officer asked him sternly. Nah, he replied with a smirk. The only thing I was trying to steal from the store was her. He pointed at you. Me? You asked with confusion. You are aware that if you are a customer, you are not allowed in staff areas. That also includes behind the counter, even if your girlfriend is working. It was then that it clicked for you. Oh, wait, you thought he was robbing the place? You asked, remembering fighting him off the till and realising how suspicious it must have looked. Then you started to chuckle as well. Consider this a warning, the second officer said, not appreciating the laughter from you and Dabi. Next time, it's a fine for unnecessary involvement in the law, entering an unauthorised area, and assault, if the miss here wishes to press charges. He glanced at you. We saw a small portion of the recorded footage from the passerby who called emergency services. Your face felt a little hotter when you imagined what it must have looked like. We're in a loving, healthy relationship, you blurted out, grabbing Dabi's hand. I promise. The officer nodded and then took a step back. Very well. We'll be going now. Thank you for your concern, you added to the departing policeman. You waited till they'd both hopped back into their car and then turned to Dabi as he closed the door. You're a criminal, you deviant. How dare you molest me and rob the store? I'm about to reenact the footage again, right here. He leered, pulling on your hand so that you fell into him. Now, where were we? Your pants were hurriedly pushed to the floor. The next morning, early, before Saturday classes, you ran to the nearest drugstore to get yourself the morning after pill, making sure to take it this time. I still want to make babies with him, but soon. Not quite yet. You took it right there and then out the front of the store, and then hauled ass to college. Dabi was paying you more attention that day, and kept giving you smouldering looks every time you stole a look at him in class, and you'd reply his look with either your tongue poking out or some kind of other obscene gesture. What else does that tongue do? He texted you under the table in class after you'd poked your tongue out at him for the 5th time. It sings praises to Jesus, can I get an amen? You texted back. I could make a good girl go wild, he replied. You want to practice your psalms? No thanks, Satan, he replied playfully. Side note, if Satan asked you out on a date, would you say yes? He sent. What? You want to go on a date tomorrow? Love, Satan. Yeah, okay. Are you going to bring a pitchfork? You texted, glancing at him from the corner of your eye. Depends. Will you let me your with it? Your mouth fell open as you read his message. Dabi, you texted back. That's terrible. So is that a yes or? He sent, giving you a leering look. You're the worst. Yeah, sure. Done. Breakfast. Cool. Yin, I do hope you're paying attention in class, the teacher suddenly called when he saw that you were on your phone, even though you'd tried to hide it under the table. Yep, you replied quickly, hiding your phone as quickly as possible. You heard Dabi snigger from beside you, and you shot him a glare which he returned with a middle finger scratched to the cheek. This dick, you scowled, looking away to hide your smile. I hate him so frickin' much. After class, you got up and gave Dabi an annoyed look, well, one as annoyed as you possibly could, and then stuck your nose in the air and turned to leave, making him scramble to follow you. Hey, he called after you as you walked out. You ignored him. Hey, sex on legs. Shut up, you got me in trouble, you called back to him, hiding your smile. Suddenly his arms were around your waist, and you squealed with glee as he lifted you up, paying no heed to the other college students who all stepped aside to let you and Dabi muck around in the hall. Should I take you here in the hall? He growled into your ear as he turned you to the wall and pushed you up against it. Stop, you criminal. Don't forget that you almost got jailed for life. It's a slight exaggeration. He scoffed, stepping back as you elbowed him back. As you turned to push him away with your hands, his eyes strayed to a poster on the wall and his attention immediately followed as he read the first line. Couples teams a chance to win big. He paused and you saw he was looking at something else, so turned to see what had taken his attention off you. Silently you read the poster. Kapura College is now accepting tryouts for a new partnered team. Have you got what it takes? Yo, we could totally try out for that. We're so in sync. We even finish each other's... You waited for Dabi to respond. So when he didn't, you cleared your throat and tried again. We even finish... Each other. Yeah, I heard you, babe. And if you didn't finish, I'd go down you and... Oh my god, Dabi, stop! You groaned, smacking your hand over your eyes. You were supposed to say sandwiches. What? What the hell does sandwiches have to do with it? No, wait, sentences, not sandwiches. Do you need me to go down on you? You're not making any sense. He replied with a smirk. That is not going to help. You replied with an eye roll. Anyway, so we're going to try out for the partner team? We could win. You looked back at the poster and started reading some of the finer print. Wait, you squinted your eyes as you read one line in particular. Guys only? What? Dabi asked, leaning in to see the line that you'd just read. It says here guys only, male only partnership. Huh? What kind of sexist crap is this? I can play. If I want to play, then I want to play. You stated firmly, arms crossed in defiance. Who cares? Just play. Dabi said with a shrug. Wear a binder and an oversized shirt. You turned your head and looked at him. He looked at you, and then you slowly both smirked. You need me to drop you off at the shops this afternoon? He asked, still smirking. Yeah, you replied, holding up your palm so he could slap it. Then you both looked back at the poster. What do you reckon? You asked Dabi, stepping out of the change room with a few tight singlet shirts on that were bunched under your bust line to make your front look more flat, covered in a loose shirt. Yeah. He nodded, thumb and index finger under his chin to support it. With that, it'll pass. Or I could shave my head. You just looked at each other. It's your head, he replied nonchalantly, dropping his hands to his hips while shrugging. You do whatever you like. Let's get this dough, you replied with a smirk, turning back into the change room to get out of the clothes. Back at home, you held scissors in hand, staring at yourself in the mirror with a determined look on your face. Are you going to do it? Dabi asked from the doorway behind you. Shut up, I'm thinking. You've been there for 45 minutes, and you have work soon, he commented calmly. I said I'm thinking. Time's ticking. Don't rush me. It's been 45 minutes. Go and do something else with your life, will you? I need a moment, you snapped at him. A whole 45 minutes worth of... Go! Before these scissors end up between your eyes, you growled at him. Kinky. Okay, I'm gonna make dinner. He turned and smartly walked off. You looked at yourself in the mirror again. I can't do this. I have to be able to live a double life, so maybe if I just tie my hair up into a bun or something, and then do some makeup or make my eyebrows a little lower and bushier. Placing the scissors down on the side of the sink, you got out your trusty makeup kit and got to work. Once you finished, you nodded to your male alter in the mirror and walked back to the bedroom to get one of Dabi's hoodies. Channeling your best masculine self, you sauntered down the stairs into the kitchen to look for Dabi. Oi, you grunted as you stepped in with your head lowered. Dabi turned and froze when he saw you, for a second not recognising you. You looked up at him and smirked. What's up, dude? Oh, hell. Didn't even recognise you, Yin. Dabi said in awe. I'm not Yin, I'm G. Call me G. Very convincing. Dabi mused, putting his utensils down to walk over for a better look. He took your chin in his hand and tilted your face up so he could see your features better, and turned your face this way and that to check you out a little more. You've almost changed your facial structure with that makeup, he said. Now I just have to convince people without the hoodie, he said, pushing it off. Dabi stepped back and checked you out. Yeah, it'll pass. You just have a real baby face. Shut up! Chicks are going to hit on you. So, what if I like that? What if I flirt back? You know I'm only open to a threesome if it's with you and a copy of you, Dabi replied. Plus, what happened to the hair? Thought you were going to cut it, but it's still there. It's going to look mad sus if I turn up to class with a bald head all of a sudden. I need to look like a dude and a chick all in one, so I'm going to be going with a man bun. Binder, baggy clothes, and makeup. Okay, well, we'll see how it goes. Tryouts are on Monday, 2 weeks' time. Dabi replied, but you got to get your ass to work now, so... Oh, crap! You gasped, glancing at your watch as you turned tail and raced back upstairs to get the makeup off. Sunday morning was date morning, so after waking up to Dabi with his head between your legs, you got up, had a shower, and then went out for a much-needed date together. Anywhere in particular you want to go? You asked him. Pancakes. He replied, where though? I don't know, just pancakes. You chuckled to yourself and read the different cafe signs out the front of the shops as you passed, looking for somewhere that sold pancakes. There! You pointed excitedly. Pancakes! There on the sign was a beautiful big chalk drawing of a pancake, and you grinned excitedly. Perfect, he said with a smirk as he grabbed your hand and led you to the door. It was busy inside, and you waited for a seat at the back of the cafe. Unbeknownst to you and Dabi, a certain 16-year-old was having breakfast with a few of her non-volleyball friends. She'd seen you and Dabi, and a devious plan had started to formulate in her mind. You and Dabi sat, and then ordered your breakfast choices, and then dug in as soon as it arrived at the table. Oh, this is so good, you commented to Dabi, who was stuffing his face with pancakes. He hummed. You both enjoyed the food, and then sat there sipping your drinks as you chatted idly. It was while Dabi was mid-sentence he got a call from his boss, Tonkara, and he frowned at his phone. Take it, he said. It's fine, promise. You gave him a huge, genuine smile, and he answered it, getting up to walk away. He chatted for a short while and then came back to you. He wants me in later today. Yeah, that's fine. I have work anyway, so don't worry. We're okay now. Dabi nodded, and you stood up to go, thanking the cafe staff as you left the place. Oh, I wanted to do a little shopping before heading home, if that's okay. I know you don't like shopping, so you can head home now if you like, he said with a smile, content after that morning's date. Yeah, okay. I'll try and finish up early, so I can pick you up from work tonight, yeah? He said, kissing you quickly on the cheek. I'm saving that mouth for later. He added lowly with a smirk, before letting your hand go and walking away from you. Instead of walking away like a normal person, he turned and walked backwards, doing the F-boy lip bite while hip-thrusting at you as he wiggled away. Weirdo, you chuckled, waving him off dismissively, before turning to head towards another shop nearby. From the safety of the cafe, a pair of 16-year-old eyes watched you go, and once Dabi was out of sight, they made their move to follow you. Aimlessly, you walked into one of the shops and checked through the sales rack, pulling on clothes and looking over each one. As you slowly moved along, a younger girl joined you. You were aware that she was there, but you didn't look at her, until she reached for the same dress as you that you had just pulled out. Oh, sorry, you said blandly, letting go to move on to another one. It's fine, she said brightly. We must have the same taste in clothes. This one's really pretty. Yeah, it's cute, you replied, still not really into the conversation. Hey, I hope this isn't, weird or anything, but I saw you earlier at the cafe with a guy. I think he might be, involved with my volleyball team. You looked at her. Are you in the junior girls team? You asked. Yeah, I am. I'm the ace and main sever, but that's not the point, she said flippantly. I'm honestly not that good. She let out a please tell me I'm amazing type laugh, and you forced a half smile. Oh, that's cool, you replied, still trying to find a way to escape. So, is, he your boyfriend or something? She asked. Yeah, you replied bluntly. Oh, okay. So, anyway, she said, I'm pretty sure he tells you everything about the team already, so there's no need to worry, huh? What do you mean? You asked, pausing a little. She hummed, pretending that she'd gone back to searching through the clothes before you interrupted her. Oh, just like someone he's been seeing in the team. You stopped and turned to her. Explain, you demanded. Oh, are you sure he tells you everything? She asked, her supposed innocence not fooling you for a second. You gave her a dark look, so she continued. I mean, I've been trying to tell her it's not right, but he should know better. It's basically pedophilia. It's pretty sick. Your blood boiled and you clenched your hands into a fist, doing your best to refrain from punching her. I asked for an explanation, you said darkly, your jaw clenching as you spoke. Now talk. Oh, it's just this girl in my volleyball team who's been seeing your boyfriend. She told me they're dating, which is wrong on so many levels, she stated. It's disgusting, actually. You didn't wait to hear any more about it and just turned and left, leaving her there to grin evilly as you stormed off. Suck that, Dabi, the 16-year-old thought smugly. That's for ruining the team. Good riddance. You stormed down the road, blinded by anger. It can't be true, can it? Dabi wouldn't do that. You didn't know what to do. Should you go home and let it fester, or just go straight to the volleyball courts and confront Dabi? Or a third option, go back and punch the smugness out of that bitch who just so happily told you that your boyfriend might be cheating on you with a possible 16-year-old. You didn't even know her name. What the heck? You screamed out into nowhere as you walked. You decided to go home, but the minute you got there you wanted to confront Dabi, so left again and went straight to the local hall. As you approached the hall, you could hear people practicing inside, and you slid the door open and looked around for Dabi. He was setting up a few empty bottles on the ground for the girls to try and hit with their serves, and everyone looked at you while you stared them down. Oi! You barked at him. He looked up and saw you, grinning from ear to ear. Have you come here to teach the girls how to, I'm not here for jokes, Dabi. You snapped and his face fell. What's up your, Come here, you demanded. What the fudge? It's hard not to swear. Crap. Damn. He grunted with annoyance as he put the last bottle down and walked over to you at the door. Start hitting, girls. We'll be back. He called over his shoulder. He pushed you backwards out the door and slid it closed, scowling as you smacked his hand away. What the hell's up your ass? He growled at you. Your effing girlfriend's head, that's what, you snapped angrily. Who the hell is she? What the hell are you talking about? He replied, almost as angrily. I was just enlightened by someone on this team that I met earlier today that some other chick here is calling you her boyfriend. Who the hell is she? I don't know what the hell you're talking about, he replied. You're the only girlfriend I have. It's hard enough keeping you the hell happy. So why in the fresh hell would I go and get another one? He replied firmly. He did have a point. Who'd you hear that from? He asked, crossing his arms across his chest. Was she snotty? About this tall? He held his hands up to about her height. He then gave quite a good description of the 16-year-old who'd spoken to earlier. Yeah, why? You asked. Because she's a bitch. Called her out on her plays, and she's hated me ever since. He replied. So she made it all up? You asked, a little embarrassed that you'd gone off like that. From the corner of your eye, you saw one of the girls pull her head back inside the hall, and you hung your head. Oh, sorry, man. I shouldn't have blown up like that. You sighed. Sorry, Dabi. What the hell? He sighed. You okay? You good now? I have to go and teach. Make an excuse for your flying crap interrupting the lesson. Yeah, sorry again, you mumbled, turning and walking away. If that bitch turns up here, text me. I won't, because I'm not good at cleaning up blood. I'll talk to her myself. He called after you. Yeah, okay. See you after work, you yelled back at him. I'll come get you, he shouted before walking back to the door of the hall and entering. You sighed again. Oh, I'm so dumb. How could I have just believed her like that? Dabi stepped back into the gym and everyone looked at him. Okay, back to work, he called. Let's go. Sheepishly, the girls fell back into place and kept practicing. Most of them had overheard you and Dabi outside and had been whispering, and Omaway had even looked out the door. She looked over at Dabi as she waited in line to serve, and he looked at her and gave her a small nod of recognition, and then looked away. Does that mean he and the girl have broken up now? She thought, looking down at the ball in between her hands. I actually hadn't even thought if he had anyone. Knowing that she shouldn't be feeling happy about what she'd overheard between you and Dabi, she couldn't help but feel it. A sense of relief almost washed over her. Could I possibly have a chance with him now? She thought, stepping up to the front of the line and throwing the ball up. It went well, and she tensed and jumped, smacking it across the net and nailing one of the bottles on the ground on the other side, sending it bouncing away on the wooden boards. Good, Dabi called, clapping his hands and nodding. Next up. Omoe beamed over at him, elated that he had praised her, but by the time she'd looked, he had already moved his attention to the next girl, so she quickly got out of the way and made her way up to his side. Are we doing good? She asked shyly. Yeah, he grunted at her, his eyes still watching the girls who were serving. Try again, he then shouted to one of the girls who had missed her shot and got the ball tangled up in the net. Omoe nodded and remained beside him, watching the other girls practice. Just being by his side was enough to make her happy, and she smiled to herself while squealing internally about being able to stand next to him. Dabi was too caught up watching the practice to notice Omoe still standing there, but in the back of his mind his detective mode was hunting down the roots of the rumour. Who the hell's making up crap about me dating someone here? Is there someone here who they got the idea from? He scowled deeply as he thought about it. He hadn't seen the 16-year-old girl troublemaker turn up yet. He was waiting for her to show her face, then he was going to have a stern word with her. Hey, Dabi, is it okay if you practice with me a little later? Omoe's soft voice asked him. He looked at her. Truth be told, he had completely forgotten that she was still there. No, got to pick my girlfriend up after work, he said casually. Omoe looked visibly crestfallen, and then it clicked for him. Had the 16-year-old seen him walk Omoe home and thought she'd found someone to hold over his head? That bitch, he seethed internally. Feeling like he needed to get away from Omoe, he returned his attention to the practicing girls and called for them to stop for a second. Okay, he called, approaching the group. Teams of 2, switching in and switching out. He very quickly organised the girls into teams of 2 and then set them up to have matches. Then he stood back against the wall and watched. He had always been focused on the games and plays, so he hadn't seen Omoe paying special attention to him. But this time he looked out for it, and yes, she was indeed giving him special attention. Giving him looks, glancing at him, blushing, looking away when he caught her looking, smiling brightly whenever he praised her. The signs were all there. Okay, I see what's happened now, he thought with annoyance. This toddler here has gone and gotten a crush on me, and has told Miss 16-year-old bitch about it, who's then spun the story and riled Yin up to spite me. Screw her, man. She has it coming. Wanting to text you the second he'd figured it out, he pulled his phone out and discreetly sent you the message, telling you that he had figured out what had happened and he'd explain it all when he picked you up tonight. He put his phone back in his pocket and saw Omoe was watching him. He felt repulsed. Slowly, the lesson ticked by, and eventually it was time for him to go. He couldn't wait to leave. He just suddenly felt so uncomfortable being there, but as he left he heard Omoe call out for him. Oh, for hell's sake, he groaned internally, turning slowly to face her. What? He asked bluntly, sounding far harsher than he had meant to sound. Sorry to bother you, but thank you for your hard work today. I really appreciate everything you've done for me, and... Omoe, I need to ask you something, he said sternly, his tone making her worry immediately. Yes? She asked. Me walking you home. Has anyone asked you about that? He asked pointedly, wanting to see if she'd mentioned the other girl. No, Omoe said, confused. What do you mean? Has anyone made comment about me walking you home? He pressed. Omoe suddenly remembered that the boys on her block thought she was dating Dabi, and she panicked, thinking one of them had said something to Dabi and he'd found out. She went bright red and looked down at the ground. What's being said? He asked her. I'm sorry, I should have corrected them, she whispered in fear. For some reason, I just didn't think that you already had someone, but... Corrected who? He asked. About what? About you being my boyfriend. Your what? I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I really look up to you, and I really like you. You're so nice to me, and you took the time to train me, and I love you, Dabi. I really do, she admitted, tears gathering at the corners of her eyes. Dabi was shocked to hear it come from her mouth and just froze, staring at her and trying to work out what to say next. So you told people we were dating? He asked, baffled by this revelation. No, not exactly. I didn't correct them. I liked the thought of you being mine. You protected me, and You know I have a girlfriend, right? You know I love her more than life itself, right? That stung poor Omoe's heart. But I love you too, she said in a quivering yet bold voice, standing up for herself. If you give me a chance, I can... You're 14 years old, he snapped angrily, trying to keep it gentle but losing his cool very quickly. 14, you don't even have pubic hair. This comment shocked her, and he realised how very Dabi that line was and quickly backtracked. I don't want to know, he said quickly, closing his eyes and shaking his head. I'm just trying to point out that you're far too young. The tears that had gathered at the corners of her eyes now grew too many in number and spilled down her cheeks as the realisation of her rejection by the guy that she was crushing hard on smacked her between the eyes. Who else knows about you not correcting the boyfriend thing? She sniffed, half sobbing as she wiped the tears away. Our server. Dabi's face darkened terrifyingly, and Omoe thought he was going to explode, but he just turned and walked away a few steps before turning around. Let it be known, I'm not your boyfriend. I've never been your boyfriend, and I love my girl more than anything else in the world, he stated loudly, making her cry even harder. He knew he should have been more gentle with her, but he was so pissed that at that point his anger blinkered him to every other emotion. Storming off, he didn't hear her run up behind him until she had thrown herself against his back, clinging to him. Please don't go. Please don't go. I need you. Let me go, he said darkly. You're a child. The next bit was a blur as he fought her off and left, not looking back as she collapsed onto the ground and cried. Some of her teammates witnessed the whole thing from the door of the hall, with mixed feelings, but they all had to admit that he had made himself clear with where he stood in regards to his relationship with you and his very not relationship with Omoe. A little later, while Omoe was being consoled by some of the girls, the 16-year-old who caused this mess just so happened to show up. Oh, what happened? She asked with overly fake concern as she approached one of the girls out of earshot of the sobbing Omoe. Dabi, he said some mean stuff to Omoe. I don't know everything, but it sounds like Omoe wanted to be with him and he turned her down pretty harshly. Oh, the 16-year-old hummed, glancing past the teammate to Omoe. That's so horrible. Maybe we should talk to Coach Tankata to fire him. The teammate hummed hesitantly. Well, I don't know everything, so, No, I think he should be fired, she said sternly. I'm going to get my dad to talk to the coach. And with that, she turned and strolled away, a giant grin on her face. Dabi fumed his way home to get the car, and then drove angrily to your work to wait for you to finish so he could take you home, but he turned up an hour and a half early and just sat in the car scowling at the brick wall outside your work. You had seen his car turn up and you tried to look out the window to see him better, but the place he had chosen to park in was just outside of your line of sight, and you grunted with frustration. Why is he so early? What's happened? Why hasn't he come in yet? Being at work, you hadn't checked your phone, so his message to you was still sitting unread in your inbox. After an hour, he finally hopped out and stormed inside. Oi, he greeted you tersely. Did you get my message? I'm at work. You pointed to your uniform and rolled your eyes sarcastically. I have to leave my phone in my locker. Since when did you play by the rules, Miss Goody Two-Shoes? He asked, half playing, half annoyed. Why are you here so early? You asked, crossing your arms across your chest. Hell, man, he snapped, turning and fake punching at the wall. Bro, could you not do that on camera? They're going to think you're going to rob the place again. What happened? Where do I start? He groaned and turned to the counter, slumping his hands and arms down onto it. You placed a hand on the back of his head and rubbed it gently. What happened? You asked, a little softer this time. Okay, first of all, he said, looking up into your eyes, I've never freaking cheated on you, so I don't know what the hell this bitch said to you. I just found out today that a freaking child has a crush on me, and she's been telling everyone I'm her boyfriend. Okay, well, not telling everyone, but somehow people thought I was her boyfriend, and she just didn't correct them. So that's where the rumours started. What's worse, she's the worst on the team. So yes, I've been paying a little more professional attention to her to pick up her skills, because the team is only as strong as its weakest player. So, hey, it's okay. I've had time to calm down now, and I trust you 100%, yeah? I know you wouldn't cheat on me, you said honestly. She's freaking 14. Dabi held up a hand as if to say, what the hell? I'm sorry, what? Yeah. I thought they were all 16. Not that it makes it any better. No, she's 14 and made a really hard pass at me, but I sat her ass down. When? Today, when I was leaving. That's when I found out about all this. You know what, though? It's all that 16-year-old bitch is doing. I bet she's freaking run to your boss right now to tattle on you and spin the story to get you fired. Oh, my frackin' waffle-ass bitch, she'd better not. Your voice trailed off as you ran for the staff room and then raced through, grabbing your phone and then running back. I'm not letting you get fired over this. She's going to see a whole other universe when I slap her. She better pray I don't slap her back to her previous motherfrickin' life. After opening your phone to contacts, you looked up at Dabi. What's your boss's number? I'm going to call him. He pulled his phone out and scrolled down to Tonkata's number and then read it out so you could put it into your phone. Angrily, you punched it in and hit call and then shoved the phone up to your ear and waited. Tonkata answered curiously, as it was an unknown number that wasn't saved in his phone, and you greeted him quickly and told him who you were. Listen, you said, cutting right to the chase. I don't know if rumours have hit your ears, but I just wanted to get in first and explain things before it got out of hand. Does this have something to do with your boyfriend Dabi and Omoe, a girl on the team? Yes, it does. Has your 16-year-old server been in your ears? You asked, trying to hold back your sass. Well, yes, she came to be quite concerned. Okay, now let me tell you the real story, you said, not bothering to cover the annoyance in your voice now. Your 16-year-old server has never liked Dabi. Oh, yes, that's true. And so she's trying to mar his name. He's never dated nor made a pass at Omoe, but Omoe has developed feelings for him. Ah, Tonkata hummed. Okay, that makes more sense. And in all honesty, I thought, well, I was more worried that something like this might happen. Dabi's very good with the girls, and I've seen the looks that they give him. Well, he's always been professional. He's never done anything inappropriate to any of them, you said sternly. Yes, I was a little alarmed at the accusations, Tonkata mused. And I assume she demanded that you fire Dabi, you asked. Yes, Tonkata confirmed. Well, there you have it. She has a bone to pick with him, and she wanted him gone, so she's lying through her teeth to get him booted out. I see, Tonkata said. Is Dabi with you now? May I have a word with him? You looked at Dabi and handed him your phone. He wants to chat. Take my phone. I don't have much longer to go, and then my shift ends, so I'll start closing up. Dabi nodded and took your phone. Boss, he said as he put the phone to his ear. There was a pause as Tonkata said something to him, and your man nodded as he turned for the shop doors, talking as he went. Yeah, I figured. You sighed as he walked out. I don't want this bitch to win. It's not fair for her to say crap like this and get away with it, you thought. I know what's been said, Dabi said to Tonkata as he walked over to his car and leaned up against it with the phone still to his ears. Although I've only become aware of the extent of it today. What happened? Tonkata asked. I'd like to hear your side of the story before I deal with the other side. I was at the hall training the girls, as usual. Then my girlfriend showed up and blew up to me about dating someone on the team, which shocked me, because this is news to me. Who the hell am I supposed to be dating that I don't know about? And then she told me that a girl had approached her at the mall and had told her I was seeing someone. She didn't say who the girl was. She didn't ask for her name. Tonkata hummed. So I described the team server to her, and my girlfriend said yes, that it matched the description of the girl who'd come up to her. I'm not surprised, because I know she doesn't like me, but I don't know her accusations had some truth to them. I see, Tonkata added in. After the lesson, I go to leave, and Omoe chases me and asks me to help her practice, and when I said no, she, through a short conversation, revealed that people think her and I are dating, and that she hadn't corrected them. Then she gets adamant that we're meant to be together and starts going on about crap she shouldn't even be entertaining the idea of, he said, getting more and more angry as the story unfolded. I told her very clearly, no, we're not dating, and no, I'm not interested in you, to which she had a meltdown. I don't know any more because I left at that point. Tonkata hummed thoughtfully. Well, I was on my way in when the team server stopped me at the gate and said she was concerned for her teammate because you had allegedly said some hurtful stuff to her, and she was concerned that it was because Omoe had refused to do unsavoury acts for you because you and Omoe had been dating in secret and now you were wanting more from the relationship. It was at that point Dabi was glad that he had your phone in hand, because had he been holding his own, he feared he would have thrown it across the car park and smashed it into a million pieces. What she's doing is a crime, Dabi seethed. She could get jailed for saying crap like this. Very true, Tonkata agreed, siding with Dabi immediately. Don't concern yourself too much with her. I will see to it that she is properly disciplined. But what would you like to do? Dabi grunted and looked down at the ground, his brow scrunching as he warred with his options. I enjoy my job, he said after a while. I really do. Volleyball's a big part of my life. But Yes? Tonkata asked regretfully, knowing there was going to be a catch. I can't stay if this is going to be a recurring theme. I'm not trying to blow my own horn, but if these children keep getting crushes on me, then it's going to make things very not fun. He desperately wanted to swear again, but he thought he could possibly have used up all of his swear allowance with his boss, so toned it down. What do you suggest then? Tonkata offered gently. He knew where this was going, and he didn't want to push Dabi in either direction, so he waited for the Ravenette male to say it by himself, unprompted. As much as I feel like this has been a defeat on my part, Dabi started, I don't want to have any more rumours hanging over my head. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to decline working with you and the team. I had a feeling it might come to this, Tonkata sighed unhappily. You've been most valuable to the team. Is there any way that I could have you reconsider? Dabi thought for a moment, but that sheer relief that he felt when he said that he was going to quit pushed him towards the exit, and he shook his head and then spoke into the phone again. No, I'm sorry. This is my resignation. Tonkata crunched his jaw together, but nodded into the phone as well, knowing it would probably be for the best for him not to have any more younger male assistants, as this hadn't been the first time that it had happened to him. I will see that the girl involved is properly reprimanded, he said. Yeah, I'd appreciate that, Dabi replied. Tonkata thanked Dabi for all of his help over the very short months together, and the pair said a brief goodbye to each other and then hung up. And that was it. That was the end of Dabi's job. He put your phone back in his pocket and walked back into the store to return your phone and tell you about his resignation. You saw the look on his face and knew immediately that things hadn't gone well, except that you thought Tonkata had fired him. He better not have fired you, otherwise I'm going to turn up and punch him in the face, you threatened. No, I quit, Dabi said. Wait, are you okay with that? You asked, pausing your refilling of plastic cups in the drink dispenser. Yeah, actually, he replied, pulling your phone out of his pocket to return it to you, before pushing his hands back in there and looking down. No, you're not. You crossed your arms. You still want to work there. Listen, he said, in a mildly annoyed tone. I did enjoy it, because I enjoy volleyball, and I know this is a prick dick thing to say, but I'm freaking good at it, and I love to tell others what to do. So yeah, I loved what I did. But when toddlers try and crack onto me, and it comes between me and my wife, girlfriend, you're my freaking wife, okay? I've called you my girlfriend enough times it feels weird. You're my wife. Anyway, when it comes between us, I know it's time to reevaluate things. You smiled softly at him. He was doing his best. Well, what now then? You asked. Am I the breadwinner again? Not for long. I'll get a friggin' job somewhere. I don't know, stacking boxes, I guess. You knew he hated to say that sentence. He really wanted to do something revolving around volleyball. Go and coach a male volleyball team then, you offered. And have male fetuses latch onto me? He snorted. No thanks. I love how each time we speak about younger team players, they just get younger and younger. Sperm, Dabi commented. You burst out laughing. Your laugh could always make him feel better, no matter what. Okay, let me finish up here and then we can go out and just get absolutely blotted, you said. Anything to make you smile again. Hey, also, we'll try out for this guy's team and win it. That'll be good money, I'm sure. Then we can be a little bit ahead. Yeah, he said blandly. You knew he was still a little upset over the whole job thing, but you also knew that he was relieved to be done. You were still brooding over Omoe and the 16-year-old setter, though. You hadn't quite forgiven them for their antics. After college the next day, you told Dabi you needed to drop by work, but instead of going to work, you went to the hall that the girls practiced in. A quick peek in the window was enough to tell you that both Omoe and the setter were there, so you sat down outside in the cool evening air to wait for them to finish. You texted Dabi a few times, claiming that you'd kept your phone on you for the shift. Meanwhile, Dabi, who was sitting on the lounge at home, was starting to get restless and decided to go and harass you at work. He got there, and when he didn't see you inside, he knew exactly where you had gone, and so texted you again to see if you would reply. He figured that if you had your hands on your phone, then you weren't smashing faces in. As it turned out, he turned up at the hall shortly after the girls had started to leave, and came around the corner to find the 16-year-old setter in a headlock by you, and the other teammates looking on with confusion. Tonkata heard the scuffle outside and had also pushed past the watching girls and was making his way over to you and the setter. Tonkata, Dabi called as he ran towards the brawl. Dabi! Omoe called with excitement when she saw him. He didn't even look at her and dove straight into the fight, grabbing you and forcing you to look up at him. Babe, it's okay. Let her go. He tried to calmly soothe you, but you had seen red and you were out for blood. Her lips are turning blue! Someone yelled, and Dabi grabbed your wrist and worked to pry your hands off her neck. Finally, he got you separated and dragged you back, while the 16-year-old collapsed dramatically onto the ground. Tonkata and the girls ran to her aid while you screamed at Dabi to let you go. Please, Onway suddenly called, running over and dropping down in front of you on hands and knees. This is my fault. Please don't hurt her anymore. I shouldn't have done what I did. Dabi's been so good to me, and there's no question about my being in love with him, but he loves you more. I don't freaking care about that, you barked. This bitch is bad news. You threw daggered glares towards the setter. No, if it hadn't been for her telling people, then things may have gotten worse. Dabi would never have cheated on you, but I... She bowed and touched her head to the ground. I'm sorry, but if things continued, I may have tried to do some things. I love him. Your anger at the 16-year-old abated slightly and redirected towards Onway and her bold words. But despite wanting to strike her, you also appreciated her straightforwardness. At that point, the 16-year-old had sat up and started fake crying, to which some of the girls on the team told her to shut up. They knew what she had done, and she was just digging her own grave now. I suggest you stop now, Tonkata said harshly to her. You're already in a lot of trouble. She shut up immediately, and Tonkata turned his attention to Dabi, but neither of them needed to speak, and just nodded at each other before you were being dragged away by your man. He didn't say anything as he took you back home, a death grip on your hand, like he was scared you were going to pull free and run back to continue what you had started back there. Your mind was in turmoil. Had you won? You weren't sure. Your inner hatred frothed at the mouth, baring its teeth first at Onway and then the 16-year-old setter. Dabi could feel your anger coursing through your hand and into his, and suddenly he stopped and spun around, planting his lips smack to yours. Surprised, your mind finally blanked and was drawn back to Dabi as he held you in an extended kiss. Do you get it? He asked gruffly as he pulled back and turned to continue walking with your hand in his. That's all that matters, okay? Tell the voices to shut up. Slowly a smile spread over your face and you sighed as he looked down at the pavement. Yeah, I won, you thought, doing one little jogging step to catch up and walk beside him. With that now behind you, you and Dabi prepared for tryouts, and before you knew it, the day had come and you waited excitedly beside him in the gym. Guys were running back and forth everywhere, practicing serving balls, receiving them, spiking them, setting them up. Suddenly you felt quite conscious of yourself and wondered if this was really a good idea, but one good jab in the ribs from Dabi was all it took to snap you out of it. Come on, G, he cajoled. Let's practice. Taking your hat and outer jumper off, you followed him to the end of the court and caught the ball that he tossed to you. You hadn't played for a while, and for a second it was a little rusty getting your feet under you again, but in a matter of seconds you'd gotten your act together and you were well and truly warmed up. Okay, teams! An authoritative voice called to everyone. You, Dabi, and a good number of other players walked over to where the male who was organising this thing stood. He took a few moments to introduce himself and talk about what he was looking for in the teams today. We want our opponents to tremble when they hear the name Kapuru, he said with raw pride. We will have a strong, unbeatable team. A few guys clapped and added their sounds of approval, and then you were split into pairs and were set up to verse each other to see the teams that would come out on top. We can do this, Dabi butted to you with your libero skills and my everything else. We're going to nail this. You're awfully sure of yourself, aren't you? You teased him. I'm going to carry this team, he replied with a smirk. You just jump around, let me stare at your ass, and I'll win us all the points. That's pretty gay, isn't it? Since I'm a dude, you teased again. It's not gay if you keep your socks on. That only applies to the bedroom, you quipped, following him to the side of the court to line up and watch the first two teams play. The first two were pretty average, if you're being honest, and when the winning team won, you chuckled and threw Dabi a glance. This is going to be simple, you thought as you stepped out onto the side of the court and bowed to the officiators and then took your place on court. Because there were a number of teams versing each other, it was best of 5, so you only needed to win 3 games out of the 5 and you'd be on to the next round. Let's have a good game, Dabi called from behind you to the opposing team, and the 2 guys on the other side of the net grinned at him. Your man was serving, and you kept low as he jumped up and served swiftly to a hard-to-return spot on the opposite side of the court. The guy in the front jumped up to grab it, but accidentally knocked it out of bounds, giving you and Dabi 1 point already for not even doing anything. Everyone reset, and Dabi served again, having the ball returned by the opposing team's back player right into your hands, where you set it up neatly, and Dabi smacked the ball down right in front of the second player on their side. That's 2G, Dabi said with a smirk as he stretched his hand out to slap yours. In the bag, baby, you replied smartly. Dabi was given the ball again and served again, another service ace. The whistle blew with your and Dabi's easy win, and you grinned and stepped forwards to bow to the other team before stepping back and waiting to be paired up with the next team. There was a 10-minute break for you to go and get a drink and stretch, and then you were called onto court again. Are these guys hard? You whispered to Dabi as you walked over to the court. Nah, Dabi replied, just as one of them fumbled the ball. I see, you said, withholding your smirk as you lined up to bow before the commencing of the next round. This team was much the same as the last team that you had versed, and within 20 minutes you had cleared them and you were on to the next round. There was another short break, and then you lined up again. The next team was a little harder, and by the end of the match you had broken into a light sweat, but you and Dabi had still won, which was what you had planned, so you were both happy with yourselves. How many more teams are there? You asked Dabi as you walked off court to get another drink and stretch again. 5 more, I think. He replied, I don't know, let's just smash them all and get onto the official team. Yeah, sounds good to me, you shrugged. If the rest of the teams are like these guys, then we're sure to win. You raised your bottle of water to take a drink. Dabi was about to agree with you, then he spotted someone behind you in the crowd and his face fell for a second. Who is it? You asked, at seeing the look on his face, looking back over your shoulder to see who it was. I swear to God, we'd better not be up against him, Dabi said lowly. Who? What? Oikawa. What? Is he here? Yeah, and he's with someone too. Oh, hell. They better not be the pair we're up against, Dabi said. We could totally beat them, you snorted. What are you worried about? Dabi didn't reply, instead pursed his lips together and scowled as Oikawa and his partner walked through the crowds towards you. Come on, he said after a few seconds. Let's go. We've got another match soon. Round after round, you and Dabi slowly made your way up the ladder of success, until finally you only had 2 more teams to beat and you'd be standing on the winner's podium. We're almost there, Dabi, you said, stopping yourself from saying baby. Nice save, G, Dabi teased, nudging you with his elbow. Shut up. We've only got a few more to go and then we can get out of here, you said. This binder is so hot. You know what else is hot? Dabi leered. Don't even start, Dabi. Any further comments from you are going to be hella gay because I'm a dude. I'm manifesting my dudism. Look at me. I am dude, you said, holding your arms out, palms up, then gently wafting the universe's positivity towards you. Oh, hey, I still got to peg you. The hell? Dabi asked with surprise when you changed subjects so quickly. Yeah. No. Yeah. Do I have to? Yeah, well, I'm not going to forcefully take you, so it has to be consensual, you said. I'm a cool dude. Can you stop saying dude? Would you prefer I dab instead? You wiggled your drawn-on, bushier eyebrows at him. Friggin' don't. I will. I'll do it, you threatened, shaking out your limbs in preparation for the dab. Swear to God, G, I'm going to cut you off, he warned. Next teams, report to the centre court, a voice called loudly over the intercom, interrupting a potentially physical altercation between you and Dabi. That's us, you said brightly, turning and walking away without dabbing. Dabi snorted with amusement and then followed you through the crowds to the court that you would both be playing at, stopping to eye off the team on the other side. If we beat these frick sticks, then we're in the finals. I wonder if Oikawa is on the final team yet to play, Dabi thought. He didn't have much more time to contemplate because just then you were called forwards to start the match, and after shaking the other team's hand under the net, you were underway. This team was a little bit harder to beat, and it was clear that they had played many times together. They were very in sync and they had you running all over the court, but no matter how hard they pushed you, you were still able to keep up. Dabi could see that they were targeting you, so he kept your morale up with plenty of positive comments, jumping in to help where he could, and finally, amazingly, you won, dropping to your knees the second it was announced that you had beaten the other team. Finals! We're in the finals! You panted, putting your hand out for Dabi to help you up off the court. Who is it? Which team? You asked. Who are you versing? I don't know. The scoreboard hasn't updated yet, Dabi replied, wiping sweat from his brow. You looked up and waited for the board to update, and finally it announced who you would be versing. Ugh. Dabi grunted when he saw the name pop up on the board. Oh crap, it's him, isn't it? You said in a dead voice when you saw Oikawa's name. But who's that other name? Iwazumi Hajime, Dabi said darkly. I don't know what the rules say about bringing your underclassmen to help win. Underclassmate? You asked. Did they go to school together? Yeah. I think Iwazumi's in his final year now. Did the rules say anything about the age of the players? I can't remember, to be honest, you said sadly. Are these guys good together? Are they good together? Dabi scoffed. Do I fit you like a glove? You hissed with embarrassment and slapped a hand to his mouth, inadvertently slapping him in the face, knocking him back a bit with the force of your hand. Teammates not getting along? Or is this a lover's quarrel? Oikawa's teasing voice asked from behind you. Oh crap, does he know? You spun around to face him, an odd look on your face. Shut up, Shirikawa. Iwazumi sighed from slightly behind him. Save your energy for the game. Sorry about him. He then apologized to you. Oh, but they're such a cute male couple, Oikawa continued. Oh, thank God he thinks I'm a dude. You sighed internally with relief. Well, if you swing that way, maybe turn around when I service ace you so the ball can smack you in the ass like the good bottom bitch you are. Dabi replied calmly to the clearly overconfident Oikawa. Iwazumi had to look the other way to hide the smirk as Oikawa pulled the most horrified expression you'd ever seen anyone pull. Save it for the courts, ladies, he said with a dismissive hand wave. We'll see who tops. Iwazumi smirked and put his hand out for you to shake it. I like the way you think. See you out there, he said before dragging the protesting Oikawa away. We're screwed. Dabi deadpanned. What? You have no faith in us, you replied indignantly. I have played against him, Dabi said again, and he's good. Annoyingly, frustratingly good. It's unlike you to give such a compliment, you said with surprise, a dreaded feeling rising in the pit of your stomach and settling like a lead ball in your gut. Slowly you moved to the court that you would be versing Oikawa on and waited for the cue to start. Spectators and other competitors gathered around to watch, and an air of excitement hung over the volleyball court, with whispers and comments flying back and forth between the onlookers as you, Dabi, Oikawa and Iwazumi took your places. Naturally, Oikawa was set in the back line, with Iwazumi in front, and as the coin was flipped, both he and Dabi called their choices. Heads, Dabi called out. Tails, Oikawa replied. The coin landed in the umpire's right hand, and he placed it onto the back of his left hand, and then removed his right hand and looked down. Tails, he called, pointing to Oikawa. Well, that's a bit crap then, you thought to yourself as the ball was handed to Oikawa. The way he smirked at you and the way Iwazumi was just casually standing side onto the net had you all kinds of worried. And when Oikawa hit the ball, that's when you understood what Dabi had said. How the heck, you thought as the ball left Oikawa's hand and in the same moment slammed down on the court beside you, almost flattening the whole sphere out before it ricocheted off the ground and flew to the back wall. Slowly you looked back over your shoulder to follow the ball's path with your eyes, suddenly meeting Dabi's defeated eyes in the process. No, we can't give up. Not now. Your distraught scream echoed in your brain. The gym was completely silent as you slowly turned to face Dabi, shaking your head a little and willing him to pick his courage bag back up and place it on his shoulders. You couldn't bear to turn around and look at the opposing team. You already knew what kind of smug look both of them would be wearing on their faces, and it pissed you off even though you hadn't even looked at them yet. Dabi turned and caught the ball that was thrown to him by one of the onlookers, and then he tossed it over the net back to Oikawa. Let's go! You suddenly called loudly, throwing your head in the air and giving Dabi a stern look before turning back to face the opposing team and crouching in readiness again. Oikawa calmly rolled the ball in between his hands. Then when the whistle blew, he threw it up and took a few running steps to gather the momentum that he would later turn into a swing to mash the ball into the ground on the opposing side of the court again. This time, you moved in the right direction, but your body refused to jump in front of that ball for fear that you would break every single bone in your body if you did so. So you missed saving the ball again. Holy frick, that's a fast ball, you thought with horror as the ball careered off course and thwacked into the back wall. Dabi again hadn't even moved, and that despair in your gut gathered the small droplets of despondency and pulled them in to make the feeling even stronger. Dabi, you suddenly snapped at him. Look at me. He did, and you scowled. Balls. Steel balls, you said in the most serious voice you could muster. You weren't really sure if the message you were trying to get across to him actually got across to him, but you felt a slight shift in his energy and his eyes hooded a little and a small smirk pulled at the corner of his lips. Hoping that he understood, you nodded and then reset for the next ball. Oikawa was serving once again and you braced. Up the ball went, and as you figured out his trajectory, you moved, closing your eyes and jumping right into the path of the incoming ball. Through your years of being a libero, your body moved on instinct, and even though you had your eyes closed, you could feel where the ball was going to go, and so tilted your arms to receive it. The next thing you felt was similar to the feeling of being shot in the forearms. A stinging pain suddenly shot through you. Your eyes flew open just in time to see the ball that you had received fly up into the nets that divided the two sides of the court, and then you looked down at your arm. That was definitely going to bruise. The whistle blew and the game ended with you and Dabi on stone motherless 0 and Oikawa and Iwazumi on 3 whole points, almost all ace points. Interestingly though, you felt like you had won. You'd managed to receive Oikawa's ball, so that was a good start, and you stood there with one limp arm as Dabi came up behind you and placed a hand on your shoulder. Yeah, that was definitely a still balls move, he said softly while squeezing your shoulder. But we lost, you said sadly. We lost at championship level, he added. We beat all these other suckers to get this point. You looked around at the spectators clapping and then smiled back at Dabi. Yeah, I guess you're right, you said with a resigned sigh. Suddenly the announcer took the microphone and called the attention of the crowd. Excuse me, if I may have the attention of the crowd. Firstly, we would like to congratulate Oikawa Toru and Iwazumi Hajime on being the technical winners of today's match. Technical? You asked no one in particular. Unfortunately, the announcer continued, Iwazumi is not an attendant of this college, so cannot accept the first prize or money, and therefore Oikawa will not receive these either. There was a sudden lot of chatter amongst everybody there, and you looked at Dabi and he looked at you. So, if you could please put your hands together for our second place winners. Wait, what? You screeched with excitement, your jaw falling open as your head whipped from side to side, looking at Dabi and then looking at the announcer. Dabi Todoroki and G Spotbanger. You did not put that down as my last name, you deadpanned at Dabi as he fell apart laughing. I'm going to kill you, I will. I'll murder you right now, you asshole. It's the perfect name. He cackled, sidestepping away from you so that you couldn't punch him. So if our 2 runners-up winners could come to the stands, the announcer beamed with pride as you both walked over. I can't believe it, you said with excitement as you approached him, still trying to half-hit Dabi. By the time you got your medals and checked for the prize money, Oikawa and Iwazumi were nowhere to be seen, and after following the formalities, you and Dabi excused yourselves to go home. You waited until you got into the car before bursting into laughter and ripping your shirt off to take the binder off and then hollering with joy that you had successfully won as you slipped the shirt back on. I don't care that we went against the rules. Girls are just as good as guys. I proved that today, you said proudly as you rolled your sleeve up to check your arm. There was already a bruise starting to form. So you actually did connect with it, Dabi said as he looked over while driving out of the college grounds. Yeah, it would have been the perfect receive had it not been going so flippin' fast. Oh my god, so unnecessary. You sassily pulled your sleeve back down and waved your hand in all manner of audacities. Well, balls of steel. We did it. We won. A few days passed and you were at college one afternoon when Dabi was called to the head office over the loudspeaker. What did you do? You asked him as he stood up from beside you and started walking to the office. I don't know. That's what I'm going there to find out. As far as I know, I've done nothing wrong, he said. I've got nothing to hide. Did you try and log into an adult site on the college computer? You teased him. Nah, don't need an adult site. I have you, he said back, a little too loudly. You hung your head with embarrassment and covered your face so that no one could see you while you were praying for the ground to swallow you up. Dabi disappeared off down the hall towards the principal's office and stopped at the door when he got there. Yes, the receptionist asked as she curiously opened the door to him. Got called to see the principal, he said curiously. Name, please. Dabi Todoroki. One moment, please, she said, closing the door and talking to someone else before opening it again. Please come in, Mr. Todoroki. Dabi cringed at his formal name. He entered and was ushered into the principal's room where an older man was waiting for him. Come in, Mr. Todoroki, or do you prefer first name? First name, Dabi said quickly. What am I in for? He then asked, wanting to cut to the chase as quickly as possible. Well, Dabi, I'd like to ask you a few questions regarding the tournaments that you and your partner just won recently. It certainly appears that we have your name on our records, but we can't find a Mr. G Spotbanger, unfortunately. Oh, Dabi asked curiously, biting the inside of his mouth to stop from grinning or laughing. Yes, you see, we can't give you the prize money unless we can verify that both you and your partner are students here, and it appears that G Spotbanger is a fake name. Could you please tell me the real name of your partner? So there's no G Spotbanger on your students list? Dabi asked again, stalling for time. Yes, I'm sure we've checked multiple times, and each time we have not been able to locate that name. Would you like to meet G? He's here on campus. Dabi said, I can bring him in. Oh? The principal asked with surprise. Yes, if he's here, then I'd definitely like to meet him. Give me a sec. Dabi replied, turning and leaving the office. He smirked to himself as he left and held his head high as he walked back to where he'd left you. Oi, G-spot banger. He called to you just as you took another sip of your drink and immediately choked on it. Oh, can you not? You shot at him after swallowing quickly, only just managing to not wear the drink. Principal wants to meet G-spot banger. Did you say no? I said yes. Why? Because if I don't bring you in, then we don't get the prize money. He replied calmly. Oh, what the hell? Well, I can't go in there like this. It's pretty damn obvious that I'm not a dude. You stood up and looked around as if trying to visibly look for a reason to not go into the principal's office instead. So what do you want to do? He asked calmly again. We don't get the prize money unless you get dressed up and go in. But even then, they might interrogate you and it'll come out that eventually that you're you and not G-spot bang. Okay! You snapped. You know what? Screw it. I'm going to go in there and tell them off. They can't stop women from playing. That's sexist. And with that boost of confidence, you marched past him and down to the principal's office with him following behind you with an amused smirk on his face. You were well and truly fired up as you knocked on the door and the receptionist asked the reason for your visit, so you gave her a very brief and vague answer, then waited for the principal to call you in. Sir, you said abruptly as you entered his office once you'd been allowed to enter, I want to talk to you about the sexist tournament that you're running. I'm sorry? The principal asked. The male-only teams for the volleyball tournament. May I ask why this concerns you? He asked. Well, I'm actually Dabi's partner. I played in that tournament, but I didn't think it was fair that it had to be male partners only. You? Masqueraded as Dabi's male partner? G-spot back? Yes, him. Can we not say the name out loud ever again? You said with firm irritation. Young lady, you have breached the rules of the game, and so you and Dabi will be disqualified, he said sternly. But you didn't even let females play. That's so not fair, you replied with furrowed brows. Next month we're having the women's only place, the principal replied. We have not yet received funds to have a mixed team, but we do plan to have that in the future as well. So if you had been patient and read the message board for future events, you would have seen that the women on this campus would have their turn at tryouts very soon. If you could have been non-existent right there and then that would have been just wonderful. But unfortunately, you weren't so lucky and had to wear your embarrassment out in the open while the principal gave you and Dabi a dressing down about cheating and all the disciplinary actions that it would be costing you, and by the end of the hour you were ready to skip class and call it a day, but skipping class now would end in termination of your college attendance, so you had no choice but to attend. On the way home after class, you apologised to Dabi. Hey, you said softly. I'm sorry for all the trouble I've caused you. I can't do anything right. Yeah, you've screwed up a lot, he replied, looking ahead down the road as he drove. You felt almost sick to your stomach and tears slipped down your cheeks as you hung your head. First, you turned up, screwed up my job, he started, making you feel even worse. But then you also got me out of a stupid situation. You looked at him and wiped your eyes. Then we kicked ass on court. I don't care that we didn't get the money. We're a bomb-ass team. He smirked across at you and reached over to wipe your cheek free of your tears. But we really could have done with that money, you said in a broken voice, more tears falling. I don't give two flying birds, Dabi replied confidently. We're fine. You smiled through the tears and reached across the middle console to hug him, wiping your eyes and nose on his sleeve. Ugh, I can feel that through my shirt, he grunted, trying to pull his arm away. No, you wailed. This is my comfort sleeve. Give me my comfort sleeve back. Ew, that's not... Oh my freaking god. You did not just wipe your snotty ass nose on my sleeve. You've been blessed with my snot. Shut up, you cried playfully. A playful half wrestle ensued as Dabi pulled into the driveway and you got out of the car and chased him up to the house. That following week at college, Dabi seemed on edge, looking over his shoulder many times while in the halls. Wait, you good? You checked over your shoulder as he glanced back again for the millionth time. That guy's stalking me, Dabi grunted, jerking his head back over his shoulder again. Who? You asked, looking back into the crowd of people. Dude in the white shirt with sunglasses. You looked back again and waited for some of the students in the hall to clear, only just catching a glimpse of the guy in the white shirt before he disappeared back into the crowd. Do you know him? You asked. No. What does he want? Wants to look up my asshole. How the hell am I supposed to know? He grunted with unease. It's fine. I'm sure it's fine, you said, getting a little riled up due to Dabi's discomfort at being watched. Throughout the day you kept catching glimpses of this guy as well, through classroom windows, disappearing behind the corners of the hallway. Dabi was less than impressed about all of this, but he was too creeped out to actually approach this guy, so he let it slide. It was getting to the end of the day now, and you and Dabi were getting ready to go home. You were walking towards the college doors when ahead you saw the stalker guy from earlier just leaning up against the front doors. Dabi stiffened as he walked towards him, but he didn't falter as he got level with the guy, intending to ignore him and walk straight past. "Yeah, you've noticed me," the guy suddenly said with a coy smirk on his face. The coy smirk was knocked from his face instantly, though, when Dabi had him slammed up against the wall back first. "I'm about to notice your face all over this wall," Dabi growled. The guy let out a low chuckle and composed himself despite still being pressed to the wall, and then boldly stared Dabi down. "What do you want?" Dabi snarled menacingly. The guy let out a small huff of amusement through his nose and took a small business card from his pocket and held it up between his and Dabi's face. "This?" he said. Dabi looked at it and then took it roughly from the guy's hand. "Blue flames?" he asked. Gingerly and curiously you stepped up beside your man and looked at the card. "Call the number on it," the guy said as he suddenly shoved Dabi off him. "And if I don't?" Dabi asked as he stepped back. "Then you don't play," the guy replied as he fixed his glasses and pushed his hands into his pockets. You took the card from Dabi and looked it over as your man and this guy stared each other down. Then the guy turned and left, and Dabi scowled at him. "Blue flames?" you gasped. "The V-League?" "Yeah," Dabi grunted. "Oh my freaking goodness, they want you to play for the team?" "Yeah, probably." "That is so freaking awesome." "Yeah." "Why aren't you excited? This is the opportunity of a lifetime." "That asshole has ruined my mood, but I'm stoked. I'm stoked but pissed. Angry happy." "Stissed?" you offered, mashing two words, stroked and pissed together. "Yeah," Dabi said again, in an angry voice. "Call the number you need to call," you urged him, grabbing his arm and shaking it. He grunted with acknowledgement, but still didn't move or take the card from you, and you shook him harder. "I'll do it in my own time," he snapped. "Whoa, calm down," you replied. "He's gone now, okay, down boy, we need to go home." You managed to drag Dabi home, and after pestering him for hours, he finally rang the number, but unfortunately he insisted on taking the call away from you, so you had to wait on tender hooks until he came back. "I got tryouts on Wednesday," he said gruffly when he walked back into the lounge room. "That's awesome," you scored. "Can I come and watch?" "No." "Oh, why?" You pouted. "I want to see you play." "No, let me do this on my own. You can come to a game if I get into the team." "You'll get in, I know you will," you said confidently. "Who was that guy, did you ask?" "Yeah, one of the team members. What a dick." "This is going to be interesting then," you chuckled. "Good luck on Wednesday." Quick side note, Hunter is made up, so don't fall in love with him. I'm kidding. Wednesday evening, you waited nervously at home for Dabi to appear. "Oh, he's taking so long. I hope that's a good thing," you thought, looking out the window for the 20th time. Finally, the car headlights appeared down the road and pulled into your driveway, and you raced out to meet him at the car. As he hopped out, you saw he had the Blue Flames league clothes on, and you screamed with excitement. "You did it! You did it! Did you get onto the team? You have the uniform on!" "Yeah," he chuckled, obviously happy that he had successfully made it onto the team. "What about that guy? Did you see him?" "Yeah, he's a freaking good player, arsehole," Dabi grunted, making you laugh again. "I'm so happy you made it onto the team, that's awesome," you said with a smile as you kept your arms around his middle and grinned up at him. "You're a professional player now." "I haven't even played a game yet," he said. "I don't care, you're still a professional in my eyes," you replied. "You're a simp," he snorted with amusement, bending his head down to kiss your lips. "Let's go out for dinner to celebrate," you said excitedly, letting go of him and turning to run back inside. "I can think of something better than for going out for dinner," he smirked, grabbing at your ass as you ran away from him. "No, not now! I need something in my belly," you replied, smacking his hand away. "What if I rail you hard enough it'll hit you in your belly?" He smirked. "No, I pledge my allegiance to chicken nuggets. Get away from me, Satan." "Harsh, but fair." He shrugged, giving up and pushing his hands into his pockets of his new gym pants. As you'd expect, the uniform was all black, sporting electric blue panels down the side with electric blue stitching and the number 2 on the back in white with blue edging. "Number 2!" you squealed when you saw the number on his shirt. "It's caused a bit of a stir," he said. "That guy wasn't happy about it." "What's his name?" you asked. "Fueji," Dabi replied. "Hunter Fueji. Been on the team for a while, but hasn't really gotten anywhere. I heard he had tried out for the MSBY Black Jackal team because his friends are on the team, but he didn't get a place." "Who are his friends?" you asked curiously. You knew some of the players on the team, but only by face and name, not personally. The Mia twins, Dabi replied. They're relatively well known. Yeah, I've heard of them, he replied. Well, hopefully he can swallow his pride for a bit. Too bad they didn't get to wear number 2. He was low-key pissed, but I'll show him that I'm better than him anyway, Dabi said with a shrug, pulling his shirt up and off to change before going out for dinner. The scarring across his back drew your attention, and you took a second to admire him, your eyes lidding with your bottom lip between your teeth as you watched his back muscles flex while he changed. He quickly pulled his new top on, and then turned around with a hand sliding through his hair to ruffle it a bit. Then, with a crooked smile, he jerked his head towards the door. You ready? He asked. Let's go, he said with a smile. Over the next few weeks, Dabi got acquainted with the team, and you got promoted to manager of the corner store. Your boss was getting older, and he was looking for someone to take on a little more work, as he was finding it hard to keep up with everything. So, seeing as you were the oldest of his employees, he decided to ask you first. You said yes. Along with the manager position, you got a pay rise, and then you also had to do stock take, organising, and deal with complaints, so that was a little more work, but you had been working there for almost a year now, and you knew what to do, most of the time, so it was fine. On the weekends, you'd go and watch Dabi practice. It was really good to see him balls deep in volleyball again. You could tell he loved it, and he seemed to have planted himself into the team really well. One afternoon, you turned up just in time to see the team members pulling names out of a hat to practice with each other. Dabi and Fuji, the coach called. The look on Dabi's face said it all, and Fuji could feel the tension from where he was standing down the line a bit. Lucky me, I get to practice with the great ace. I wonder what His Highness will teach me today, he asked sarcastically to no one in particular, as he swept his light grey hair back with his fingers as he smirked at Dabi. Maybe today I'll teach you to beg and roll over like the good dog that you are, Dabi replied dryly, making a few of the teammates smirk. This made Fuji prickle with annoyance, and his golden green eyes narrowed a bit. It didn't matter how many insults he threw at Dabi, the spiky-haired ravenet always had a comeback. Play nice, the coach warned to the 2 alpha boys, sending them further down the court to practice overhead passes to each other. Dabi was practicing his height and direction when passing, whereas Fuji was supposed to be practicing the same, but was sending the ball everywhere else, on purpose just to make Dabi run to get under it. Can you fix your frickin' aim, asshole? Dabi snapped after a while. Fuji seemed pleased that he had managed to upset Dabi and grinned as he hit the ball back. Your leg's getting tired, baby, he teased. No, Dabi replied, but your stomach is. Huh? Fuji asked, taking his eyes off the ball just as Dabi got under it to receive it, but instead of sending it up, he spiked it directly at Fuji's torso, forcing the grey-haired player to grunt loudly and double over with the force. What's wrong? Dabi asked with zero concern, picking the ball up as it rolled back to him. Need a break? Yeah, me too. You're annoying, and I can do so much better practicing with a brick wall. And with that, he walked off with the ball under his arm, leaving Fuji to hold his stomach and groan. You had witnessed all of this, and got up from your seat to follow Dabi and have a talk with him. As much as you found Fuji annoying, you could see just how similar the two were, and somewhere deep down you just felt like Fuji was trying to get accepted by Dabi, but his way of trying to get Dabi's attention was just annoying, unfortunately. Hey, you called to Dabi as he stepped out. What? Dabi snapped, turning to look at you. Hey, calm down, it's just me, you said with your arms raised in surrender. Sorry, that Fuji dick has really got under my skin. I love being on a pro team, but he really rubs me the wrong way. Dabi growled, throwing the volleyball at the wall and catching the fast rebound. Have you even tried to give him a chance? You asked gently. I think he just wants you to accept him. That's the feeling that I get, because I've seen him... Give him a chance? Give him a chance? Have you even heard the guy? Just straight up embarrasses himself with his idiotic comments. Screw him. I'm not giving him any chances. The hell. Baby, he said gently with a sympathetic smile. I know he's annoying. I've seen him in action. But you know what? I do actually see a lot of him in you, and vice versa. You're pretty similar. Take offence to that. Dabi grunted with a pissed look on his face. We're nothing alike. He's a giant dick, and I have a giant dick. I can literally hear him saying something like that, he chuckled, gently placing a hand on Dabi's arm. Dabi threw the ball against the wall again, and then grunted with annoyance. I can see your point, he said tersely, like he didn't want to admit it. I don't know how, but if you let him in a little bit, he might get better. I don't know how you would do that with your pride still intact, you hummed, patting his arm again and then turning back to the gym. Anyway, I'm going back in. You'll have to explain to the coach why you walked out on practice. Dabi grunted again but didn't follow you. He was already thinking over what you'd said. As you walked back inside, you looked around for Fuji. He was still where Dabi had left him, and although he was trying to hide it, he looked very dejected, tossing the ball sullenly up against the wall. Ugh, I don't get guys. Why do they act so childish at times? Why are guys considered tough and crap? They're nothing but toddlers in men's clothing. You shook your head and went and sat back down on the bench seat. A few minutes later, Dabi came in, and Fueji saw him, and immediately his whole form lifted. His aim became better and his movements more fluid, but Dabi didn't even acknowledge his existence as he headed across the court. Instead of going back to practice, Dabi walked over to the coach and had a chat, and then got his bag and left. Fueji looked crestfallen again, and watched the irked Ravenette leave, and then walk over to another guy on the team and ask to join them. That's when you left as well and caught up to Dabi at the car. Couldn't handle the heat? You asked as you hopped into the passenger seat. I just want to go home. He grunted. Okay, he shrugged. Dabi didn't try and initiate anything with Fueji over the next few practice sessions. It was quite opposite, in fact. He ignored him altogether, not even reacting to his annoying comments or quips. The next time he attended a practice session, Fueji was very much subdued. He didn't have his usual spark and his plays were off. So much so that the coach pulled him from the practice match and benched him. After the game, Dabi walked off to get his drink bottle and was midway through gulping the water down when Fueji called out to him. Bet you think you're better than me, because you played a full game, he shouted at the unaware Dabi. Dabi calmly finished his drink and threw the empty bottle into his gym bag before slinging the bag up over a sweaty shoulder and then calmly turning to look Fueji in the eye. There was silence as everyone watched to see what Dabi would say, but he just let the silence hang, making the embarrassment weigh heavier over Fueji's head. When Dabi didn't say anything, Fueji tried to taunt him into retaliating. You too good to talk to me? He asked condescendingly, stretching back on the seat with his arms up behind his head to make himself appear bigger. Dabi just snorted, and then turned and left without saying a word, and you got up and followed him out, still wondering what the heck was up Fueji's ass and why he was acting this way. Dude, what's your deal? You heard another player ask Fueji as you left. What? Fueji shot back. He thinks he's so good because he's the captain of the Nekoma team. So what? Bro, he plays well, and he's never even tried to use his past successes to gain leverage. You're just jealous that he got ace status immediately and you didn't, the player rebutted. You smiled to yourself. At least the other players can see that Fueji's a dick and Dabi's not. Did you hear the guys standing up for you? You asked Dabi as you jogged to catch up to him. I'm going to leave the team, Dabi stated. What? No, why? Don't leave, you love volleyball. This is the best thing for you, you begged. Yeah, I love volleyball. I don't love guys who are full of themselves and make stupid comments 24/7, he replied angrily, yanking his car door open as he got in and threw his bag at the back. Please, don't leave, you begged again, hopping into the passenger side. Screw him, Dabi grunted. I'm out. You sighed unhappily, but didn't fight him on it. You had seen how Fueji had treated Dabi, and you couldn't blame him for not wanting to be around that. The next day you gave Dabi a kiss before he left for practice, and then you got ready for work and headed in. You had only just gotten behind the counter when none other than Fueji walked in. Oh, fancy seeing you here, you said with a half-pissed look on your face. He looked at you and then looked down at the floor and froze. Dabi here? He asked. No, of course not, he's at practice. But because of you, he's decided to leave the team. He... what? Fueji asked, looking up at you, eyes wide with concern. No, he can't leave the team. Well, he is. Why are you such a dick to him? Honestly, what has he done to you? Nothing, Fueji said, looking back down again and pushing his hands into his pockets while looking off to the side. He's done nothing. Then why are you like this? Don't even try and deny how you treat him. I heard the guys telling you off last night as well, he said angrily. I know, he said with annoyance. I know, okay? Then stop, you said with exasperation. Listen, Fueji snapped. He's frickin' amazing, okay? I've seen him play. I saw him play when he was at Nekoma, and hell, it's not fair. If I could play half as good as him, I'd be laughing. So you're jealous then? You're admitting you're jealous? Yeah, so? He snapped defensively. I frickin' admire him as well. He's like no other player I've ever seen before. He looked up into your eyes and suddenly you understood all of his frustration. I can't believe I get to be on the same team as him. This is like some kind of childhood dream come true. But I don't know what to do with that excitement. It's okay, you said to him, stopping him so that he didn't have to admit it all to you. But why aren't you practicing tonight then? Why don't you tell him all this? Tell him? He roared, laughing. You're insane. I'd never tell him any of this. I look pathetic enough. It's not pathetic to tell someone you admire them. What is pathetic is what you're doing now, you said, crossing your arms with annoyance. And then, as if by magic or the powers of fanfiction, Dabi walked in. You looked past Fueji and saw Dabi and then panicked immediately. Oh no, this is not good timing at all, you screamed internally. Fueji saw the look on your face and turned around, freezing the second that he saw his teammate. Dabi stopped as well, and there was a heavy standoff between the two. "Don't say anything stupid, don't say anything stupid," you begged internally to Fueji. And thankfully, by some stroke of luck, or again the powers of fanfiction, he didn't say anything this time, but just put his head down and walked out the door past Dabi. "What are you doing here?" you asked Dabi. "You're supposed to be on the team, practicing." "I left," he said. "I told you I was going to." "Babe, you can't. I just spoke with Fueji." "Yeah, I saw that. What the hell's he doing here?" "Can you just breathe for a second and let me speak?" you snapped. "I get that you worked up, but I have information for you." "Okay, what?" he asked gruffly, walking over and reaching across the counter to pull you forward so he could kiss you. You caved and let him have a quick tongue kiss, and then told him about what Fueji had said. "Doesn't change that he's a dick," Dabi replied. "I don't care what his reasons are. I don't like him. I don't like working around him, so I left. I'm not putting up with that bull crap." "Yeah, well, he wasn't there today because he didn't want to annoy you," you replied. "Again? I don't give a flying duck," Dabi said. "I can go home now. Did you need me to pick you up tonight?" "Yeah, on closing, if you could," he said with a soft smile. "I'm sorry you quit." "I'm not," he replied, turning and leaving the store. You sighed as you watched him go, and then got to work while pondering over the afternoon's happenings. Dabi got home and had a shower, angrily scrubbing his hair under the flow of water while he thought about what had happened with the coach at the centre. As much as he didn't want to admit it, he was super bummed that he wasn't going to be able to play professionally, and he'd been looking forward to his first game that was coming up soon. Things just aren't going my way at the moment, he thought with a scowl on his face as he washed the rest of himself and then got out and slung a towel around his waist, water still dripping from his downward spikes of hair and racing down his steaming physique. As he walked out into the bedroom, he heard his phone ding, alerting him to the fact that he had missed a call, so curiously he walked over and looked at it. It was a missed call from his coach, as well as a message asking Dabi to call him back when he got a chance. Curiously, he rang the coach back and pressed the phone to his ear. When the coach picked up, Dabi greeted him and waited to hear why he had received a call. "Listen," the coach said, "I don't know what's going on between you and Fueji, but he just came in here and told me that if you agreed to come back onto the team, then he would quit. He said the team needs you, and if it means he has to go, then so be it." "So, what?" Dabi asked. "I'm asking if you'll reconsider coming back into the team if he leaves," the coach asked. "You're a good player, and you work well with everyone. Would you consider it?" Dabi thought for a moment, all of your words flashing through his mind in a hot minute, and he groaned and pinched the bridge of his nose as he warred with his options. "Okay, you know what? Put him back on, but don't drop Fueji. Give us a week, and I'll talk to you again at the end of the week," he said. "Yeah, okay," the coach replied. "I'll tell him." "Cool. See you tomorrow," Dabi said, a weight lifting from his shoulders at the thought of being back on the team. "You'll be happy to hear about this," he thought with a smirk as he dried himself off and then put clothes on. He was still looking forward to seeing you in extreme happy mode. That was his favourite of your different emotional settings. It reminded him of a puppy. A few hours later, he was standing, back first, against his car, and when you left the store, you smiled as you approached. Then you saw the look on his face, and you gave him a dubious look. "You look happy. Why do you look happy? Did you kill someone?" "Oh God, you didn't. He's in a ditch somewhere, isn't he? Do we need to leave the country?" "Are you done?" Dabi teased. "I haven't murdered anyone. I'm back on the team again." "What?" you gasped with excitement, your face glowing with delight. "Seriously? What happened? How?" "Apparently Fueji said to the coach that if I come back on the team, he'll leave. But I told the coach not to drop him just yet. I'll give him a week. I figure this is a good enough rap over the knuckles that he might just pull his head in and stop being a dickwad," Dabi replied, trying not to grin as you squealed and bounced around with excitement. I'm so happy, you screeched, jumping up and down on the spot. "You're such a good man. You didn't make Fueji leave. I'm so proud of you for that," you gushed, hugging him around the middle. He placed a hand on your head and smirked down at you as you looked up at him lovingly. "Yeah, I'm pretty amazing," Dabi said boastfully, which made you laugh with delight. "Anyway, I'm just glad you're back doing what you love and that you're good at, so let's head home. I want to eat that packet of chips that's been in the cupboard staring at me since yesterday," you said, pushing off him and walking around the other side of the car. Dabi unlocked the doors and you both got in, had a quick kiss, and then headed home. "Only time will tell if Dickwad decides to act right," Dabi commented on the drive home. "If he still acts up, then I'll tell the coach to drop him. It was his idea after all." "I think he'll be okay now. He knows his ass is on the line," you replied, reaching across to put a hand on Dabi's knee. Fueji was on his best behaviour, as you suspected, but Dabi still wouldn't talk to him. And Fueji certainly didn't try and make conversation with the black-haired ace either, so the two were just at a stalemate. Time ticked on and the game was quickly approaching. You were excited to see Dabi in action on centre stage and booked your tickets as soon as you could. The morning of, you kissed Dabi goodbye and watched him go, then got ready and made your way to the bus stop to catch the bus in. The local stadium was a hive of activities. You got off and you quickly entered the building, locating your seat, and then sat down to watch. Because you had booked so early, you got front row seats on the balcony and so draped yourself over the rails and called to Dabi below. "Smash 'em, ace!" You cupped your hands to your mouth to amplify your words. Dabi heard you and looked up into the stands. "Well, look, my lucky charm's here," he said loudly with a smirk up at you. "Sit tight, baby. I'll bring this game to a win, and I'll be up to get my kiss." You giggled and shook your head. He always said the same thing each game, but you loved that he called you his lucky charm. Warm-ups began, and you watched him spike perfectly each time. "Man, he's really on the ball today," you thought with pride, then looked at Fueji, who was placidly throwing a ball up by himself and receiving it. I wish those two would just talk it out. Your face fell. After a while, the opposing team entered and started to warm up as well. They looked tough, but Dabi didn't seem fazed, so you didn't let it rattle you either. The game began, and it was Blue Flames who were serving first. It was obvious that they had been practicing their plays because the first round went so smoothly it looked like the other team didn't even get a chance to put anything in play before the ball was on the court on their side. Dabi put one finger up to indicate that that was the first win, and it wasn't going to go backwards from there. Over and over, Dabi spiked beautifully. Straight shots, cross shots, any shots you wanted, he delivered. The opposing team was starting to get frustrated and upset by this, and so were getting desperate, and it was during one of these duels at the net that Dabi jumped to spike, but the guy on the other side put a hand over the net and blocked his swing, which wasn't allowed, and he got a foul for it. But something wasn't right with Dabi's hand. Concerned, you watched as Dabi held his hand out of sight of his fellow players, but kept it close to his body. Did their hands collide? Is Dabi okay? It looks like he's having trouble straightening his fingers. You couldn't call out to him to ask if he was okay, so just had to watch and see what would happen. Would Dabi sub out? You didn't think he would. The game started up again and Dabi started spiking with his other hand. He was naturally right-handed, but would sometimes opt for his left when things weren't working out like he originally planned. Yeah, he's hurt his hand, you thought, as you watched him spike another straight with his left. This change of hand of spiking was really throwing the opposing team and giving the Blue Flames a steep advantage, but that didn't take away from the fact that he had gotten injured and he hadn't said anything. A timeout was called by the other team and Blue Flames gathered around to have a debrief. During their huddle, you saw Fueji walk around to Dabi and tap him on the shoulder. The pair stepped away from the rest of the team and spoke before Dabi showed Fueji his injured hand. Fueji nodded and they spoke again, and then he gave him a small smile and they joined the rest of the team again. Over on the other side, the guy who had been fouled had seen that Dabi had switched hands and knew his reach across the net had resulted in Dabi's injury, so whispered to his teammates to gang up on Dabi. There was a debate as to whether or not that would be a good idea, but the more seasoned of the team knew that Dabi couldn't maintain the strength and stamina in his left hand to the same effect that he could with his right, and figured if they wore him down, it would put him out of the game entirely, which is what they wanted. Back to the court, both teams went at it again, and it was the opposing team's turn to serve. The server threw the ball up and took 2 running steps and then put his whole being into the serve, arching back and then flinging his body forwards to channel as much of his body's momentum into the swing, aiming the ball straight at Dabi. But before Dabi could try and receive it, Fueji jumped in and did a magnificent receive, sending it high for the setter to get under it. "On your left," Dabi called, waiting a few beats before starting his run. The blockers on the other team moved into position, 3 abreast, and jumped just as Dabi did, but all of a sudden the ball shot to the right and was given to another hitter, who easily evaded the block and put the ball down neatly in the middle of the court on the other side. Dabi sniggered at the blockers, who all gave him a death stare for tricking them, and then everything reset. Every time they tried to get Dabi, Fueji was right there messing up their plans, and so after a few very futile attempts, they switched to targeting Fueji. This threw the grey-haired player a bit, and the Blue Flames lost a few opportunities to score, but it didn't take them long to get their feet back under them again, and as the numbers on the scoreboard climbed, so too did your hopes that the Blue Flames would hold their lead and win. At one point, Fueji checked in with Dabi and asked him something, to which Dabi shook his head and showed the player his hand, which had turned purple and swollen. The look of pure rage on Fueji's face matched yours, and you cursed every single one of the opposing team players for hurting your man, but thankfully, Fueji was there to serve justice on your behalf. Like a man possessed, Fueji really stepped up to the plate, and as the final few seconds of the game played out, the opposing team once again targeted Dabi. Fueji, unable to get across the court in time to block the serve, had to watch as Dabi took the ball on an overhead receive, his face scrunching up as the ball came in contact with his badly bruised fingers. "Fueji, take it home!" Dabi shouted as he pushed the ball skywards. The grey-haired player ran forwards and squatted under the ball, getting a nice deep receive in and shouting back to his raven-haired teammate. "Yours!" he shouted. "Ace this mother trucker!" Dabi grinned and cast his eyes over the net, quickly calculating all of the options that he had. The opposing team were all on edge now, but their captain urged them to get in close, as by now it was obvious that Dabi had little to zero power left in both ends, so they ran forwards to cover the front of the court. "Screw 'em up, Dabi!" Fuji shouted as your man ran forwards and jumped up, his left hand reared back. Two of the blockers at the front paused, and then jumped, shifting across a little to block his left hand. But at the last second, Dabi rotated his body and smacked the ball with his right hand that seemed to come up out of nowhere, sending the ball neatly past the blockers and down onto the floor in an effortless win. The scream from the crowd was deafening. Or wait, no, that was you, screaming so loud you almost burst your own eardrums. The Blue Flames team ran to Dabi and hoisted him up, jumping and shouting with praise. "Fueji!" Dabi shouted, reaching his good hand out to the grey-haired player and grabbed him by the hand and then hoisted him up onto the shoulders of the players as well so they could share in the accolades. The pair shouted a few things at each other, laughed together with the team as they still bounced around with glee. The game was won, and so too had ended the fight between Dabi and Fueji, as the pair shook hands and embraced. As the cheering died down, you ran down the stairs to check on your man and burst through the back doors to find him. "Dabi, your hand!" you hissed when you got to him. "Shh, I'm fine," he lied. You grabbed his wrist and looked at his pinky finger and ring finger. They were both swollen badly. "You're not fine, they're broken. Look at the swelling. What happened?" Our hands collided. He jerked his head towards the guy who had reached across the net. "I guess it was just a bad angle." "That arsehole, I'm going to rip him a new one," you seethed. "That's fine. He got fouled." Dabi replied calmly. "You're way too calm about this," you growled. "I know, right?" Fueji commented as he stepped up beside you. "I want to go and punch his head so far up his arse that his lips become his new arsehole." "That's a good one. I like that one," Dabi said. "I swear you two are the same person, just with a different hair colour," you deadpanned, doing your best to hide the smile that so desperately wanted to appear on your face. "You good?" Fueji asked Dabi, looking at the Ravenette's hand. "Yeah, I'll ice it." "No, you won't. You'll come with me to the doctor's," you demanded. "Sorry, but I'm going to agree with you, girl. You'd better go get it checked. We need that hand." "Don't reply to that, Dabi, I swear to God," you said quickly, when you could feel the intent from him to make some lurid comment about needing a hand come forth. "And don't you say anything either," you quickly snapped at Fueji when you heard him inhale to say something. "Blocked." "Blocked," Dabi and Fueji said at the same time, then looked at each other and smirked. "Oh my God," you whispered underneath your breath. "Okay, go and do your ceremony thing and I'll see you after," you said, dropping Dabi's hand and turning away. "Hey," Dabi said to Fueji once you had left. "Thanks." "Don't thank me," Fueji said, turning around to walk away. "We won. That's all that matters." Dabi smirked as the teammate walked off, and then the announcer called for everyone to come to the foreground so the award ceremony could commence. After the ceremony, you walked with Dabi to the car, and then you both got in. Unfortunately, you hadn't been bothered to get your licence yet, so you couldn't drive, so Dabi had to drive, which was painful for his hand, but he didn't complain. The next morning you both skipped class to go to the doctor's, and the x-rays showed that Dabi had a fracture line in his pinky finger. It wasn't displaced, so he wouldn't need surgery, but the doctor heavily bandaged it and told him not to move it too much for the next 6 to 8 weeks, with a rebooking in 5 weeks. "Looks like you'll have to help me out." Dabi sighed as you both got back into the car after the appointment. "I already do," you snorted. "Plus, you could sort yourself out with your other hand." "I can't with that hand." "You've tried?" "Well," he shrugged, making you laugh. "I don't want to know," you chuckled. The next 6 to 8 weeks flew by, and Dabi and Fueji became closer and closer, and on most days now they'd both come home together and hang out for a bit before Dabi would drive him home. This was all good and well, except for the fact that the end of year exams were coming up and their raucous noise in the lounge room was very distracting while you studied upstairs. "Are you ever going to study?" you asked Dabi as you stormed down the stairs after he had seen Fueji off at the door. "Nah," he replied with a smirk. "I don't need to. I have a profession, I have a wife, she makes some money, and I'm the king." "You're a crap king. Get on your knees so I can step on your head," you said, clicking your fingers to make him get down on the floor. This awoke some kind of alpha instinct within Dabi, and he lunged at you, pinning you to the wall as his teeth and tongue traced and nibbled down your neck. "Down," you giggled. "Down, Dabi." No one tells this king what to do, he rasped in your ear. I don't care, you replied in a strained voice, trying to struggle out from between him and the wall. But after wrestling for a bit, you caved in and made out with him against the wall. A few more weeks passed by, exams came and went, and you passed, decently. Not amazingly, but enough. And Dabi was on exam probation, and had to complete make-up classes during the break. Fueji and Dabi had become best friends now, and the grey-haired hottie basically slept at your place on most nights. They had just arrived home one night when Dabi called out to you. Babe, you home? Yep, you shouted back. Got some people coming over soon, he called again. Who? You shouted back. Friends of friends. Mia twins, of MBSY. Ugh, hell, you grunted, looking down at Dabi's oversized shirt that you had on. You were in his shirt and just panties. Guess I've got to change now. You got up and walked to the wardrobe. Okay, you shouted back down to him. You want me to order pizza? Yeah, if you could, he called back. Okay, the usual, you shouted. Yeah, Hunter will share with me, Dabi called. Oh, we're on first name basis now? You thought with a smirk as you whipped Dabi's shirt off and got some of your own clothes on. In another 20 minutes there was a knock at the door and Dabi answered. You were in the kitchen getting drinks ready when you heard the voices of the twins greet Dabi and Fueji. Osamu, the grey-haired twin, was the first to enter the kitchen, and you gave him a polite smile. Hey, you greeted. Hi, is there food here? He asked. You and your frickin' food, Sumu said in a low-key pissed voice as he walked in behind his brother. It's coming yet? Oh, hey, you greeted the blonde twin. Ah, the girlfriend, Atsumu said with a lidded-eyed smirk. Good to see you in your right place. And what's that supposed to mean? You snapped back at him, not sure what he meant by that comment because of the smug look on his face. You're in the kitchen. It's where the food is. Well, where it's gonna be. He looked back out the door to the lounge and shouted for Dabi. When's the food coming? Soon, man. Keep your balls cool, Dabi shouted back. He doesn't have any, Osamu commented dryly. Shut your face, Atsumu grunted, giving Osamu the middle finger, which didn't faze the latter one bit. Pizza's here, Fueji called, opening the door and walking out onto the porch to meet the driver who was dropping them off. He took the boxes and brought them inside, then handed them to you while the boys went into the lounge area and set up the volleyball tapes to watch. You played host for the night, bringing food for them, watching some of the plays as well. You play? Atsumu asked you when he saw you pause to watch one of the highlights. Yeah, libero, you replied. Good position, he replied, taking a swig of his drink. She plays like a guy, Fueji said cheekily. If she were a guy, I'd call her G spot banger. How that? Dabi, did you tell him? You exploded with embarrassment. I was there, Fueji cackled. G spot banger. He doubled over on the lounge laughing. Shut up, it was Dabi's idea. He came up with the name, you replied, embarrassed, but also enjoying the attention of 4 hot guys. Each guy had a good laugh at the name and made comments to Dabi, and you pretended to pout, standing there with a fake scowl on your face. So what were you even doing there, Fueji? You asked in an accusing tone. Coach sent me to scout and I saw Dabi. And then he wanted to screw me, Dabi said proudly, throwing a chicken ball in his mouth. Yeah, up the arse, Fueji added before continuing. Anyway, recognised Dabi, went and told the coach, and then he sent me back to get him, and then we screwed. Dabi added again. Yeah, in the hall, Fueji said, raising his fist to bump Dabi's. You two done? Atsumu asked as he bit into another slice of pizza. Nah, haven't finished yet, Dabi said, eating some more food himself. Osamu, how do you deal with these guys? You asked the only seemingly sane one of the bunch. He just eats all the time, Atsumu replied for his twin through a mouthful. Shut up. I can answer for myself, Osamu replied to his twin dully. Then answer, you dick, Atsumu snorted, earning himself an elbow in the side of the head from Osamu. Ah! He yelled loudly, smacking his brother back. Okay, I'll leave the orgy to you guys then. Bye, you said, exiting while the twins were getting each other in a headlock and Dabi and Fueji were telling dirty jokes. Ugh, so immature, you sighed to yourself as you walked back to the kitchen and tidied up a little. Oh, hey, Osamu suddenly said from behind you. Sorry about them. Nah, it's fine, he replied flippantly. Okay, you got any more drinks out here? He then asked. Fridge. You gestured towards it. It was 3 a.m. by the time the boys left. You'd gone to bed at 1 a.m, but then woke again when Dabi came in. Wedgie's on the couch. I gave him a blanket. He's staying here tonight. Okay, you mumbled. Is he okay? Parent trouble. I get it, so I'm letting him stay, he said as he fell into bed beside you. You hummed, rolling over to snuggle into him. With the end of that year done, the days then flew by and quickly turned into months, and before you knew it, you were halfway through that next year, your final year of college, and then you'd be graduated with a bachelor degree in sports training, specialising in volleyball. Dabi, you called out one morning from the bedroom. Let's go out for breakfast, I can't be bothered to cook. Who cooks? Just have cereal, he called back from downstairs. No, take me for breakfast, you whined playfully. Fine, you spoilt brat. Go and get your clothes on, we'll go. I don't want to put pants on though. Okay, don't put pants on. This means I get to screw you in public, bend you over the table at the cafe and rail you into the scrambled eggs. Okay, fine, I'll put pants on, you moaned grumpily, dragging yourself to the cupboard to get some decent clothes out. In about 5 seconds flat, you were ready to roll and walked downstairs to meet Dabi. Okay, let's go, sexy, he said, smacking you on the arse as he followed you to the door. You went to your usual favourite cafe, and as you sat down at the table, you looked across and saw a baby in a pram at the adjacent table. The little one had the biggest brown eyes you'd ever seen, and you smiled at it. Surprisingly, it smiled back and then babbled and put its arms out to you. Oh, you exclaimed excitedly, pushing your chair back and turning your body towards it. The mother had seen her little one showing keen interest in you, and she smiled at you. Did you want to hold him? She asked. The baby boy was leaning towards you now, straining at the straps over his shoulders to get to you, and you nodded at her. Yeah, can I hold him? What's his name? Yun, she said with a smile. Yun, you said as you unclipped him from his pram seat and lifted him out. Hey, little man. He babbled and giggled, and then buried his head into your neck as you cuddled him, and your heart nearly exploded. Having an instant spike of baby fever, you looked across at Dabi with big, watery eyes as you cuddled the little one close. Babe, you sang at him. No, he warned. But babe, look at him, you wailed with love. No, put the baby down, he warned again. But look at him, he's so cute. Please, I want one, you sobbed, squishing the baby's face to yours when he pulled back from giving you a cuddle. Dabi exhaled through his nostrils and stayed silent while you fawned over the little boy and then asked the mum some questions. I think it's getting close to when we could have kids, Dabi thought, trying to mentally grasp the timeline. We'll be done with college in 6 months. It takes 9 months to grow a baby, so we could start trying now, I guess. He watched you playing with the boy and smirked to himself. Yeah, she looks good with a baby. Finally, you handed the little one back to his mum and said goodbye as they left, and then sighed dreamily and looked across at Dabi, who by now had a very carnal look in his eye. Hey, you said, catching that look. What's that for? Have you changed your mind now? Are we going to make a baby? He smirked and sat back and crossed his arms across his chest, while dropping his head and giving you an alpha seductive stare. If you want it, then come ride it, he said in a raspy low voice across the table to you. Now? You asked cheekily. I'm not shy, he replied boldly. Yeah, I know you're not, you said with an eye roll. Okay, so when we get home, are we actually going to try? Are you ready to be a dad? I've been ready since high school. He reached a hand out to his hair and then tousled it. If you're ready, then let's start making babies. I mean, we could. We only have 6 months left to go this year, you pondered. That's what I was thinking, he said with another smirk. See, we're on the same page. You couldn't help but half stand up and high-five him over the table. So you did, and then sat back down and looked at your menu to order. After breakfast, you headed home, wanting to start the baby-making process, but also knowing you had to get ready for work. But Dabi, however, had other ideas, and before you knew it, you were between the sheets, and then after that you went to work. For some reason, every person that came in that day either had a baby with them, or they were heavily pregnant, and it was just consuming your mind. So when the shop got a little quieter, you pulled your phone out to do some research on how to fall pregnant. One site led to another, and next minute you were looking up positions that would be most likely to give you either a baby girl or a baby boy. I really do think that Dabi would look cute with a baby girl in his arms, you thought as you read through some of the article. 5 seconds later you're on Pinterest, pinning baby decorations and crib setups for your future board, and that's when you got a message from Dabi. What the hell? Was all it read, and you clicked it open to ask what the heck he had said what the hell for. What? You sent back. The hell are you doing? You literally just pinned 50 pictures of baby crap to your board. It wasn't that many, you replied with an eye roll emoji. So Dabi sent a screenshot proving to you that he had just recently uploaded 50 pictures to a new board. Oh, you sent. Listen, you need to get home right now. You're not well. He replied. I feel fine, you texted back to him. No, I have a thermometer here to take your temperature. They say rectal thermometers give you the most accurate reading. I'm not letting you... You paused mid-writing as a picture came through of Dabi lying on the bed with something else that he was holding in his hand. This is the thermometer. He added to the picture. If you stick that up my ass, I'm not going to get pregnant, you sent back. We'll come home, we can compromise. He replied with a smirk face. You didn't know what it was, but seeing pictures like that from Dabi always got you hot and bothered, so you sent him a quick suggestive reply and then closed the chat and started wrapping up for the night. Close to an hour later, you were back home. You had decided to run home instead of having Dabi come and get you, as you couldn't wait any longer than necessary, and you burst through the front door to the house and shouted up the stairs to him. Come and get me, you coward, you bellowed. The hell? You heard him say, scuffling sounds following as he rolled himself out of bed and poked his head out the door to look at you. Fight me naked, you shouted, stripping off at the front door. He looked equal parts confused and elated and imitated you by dropping his pants and taking his top off. Ha! I bought my longsword, he yelled, running down the stairs with everything hanging out, jiggling around from side to side. On guard. 2 weeks later, you got your period. To say you were disappointed was an understatement. You thought for sure that you'd fall pregnant after all. You'd fallen quickly once before. The following month after that, you got your period again. A tear slipped from your eye when you saw that you, again, hadn't fallen pregnant. 3 more months went by, and each month you got your period. You'd almost given up hope then, and even Dabi was starting to get a little bit worried. Should we see a doctor? He asked one afternoon after you'd come back from the bathroom. No, I'm fine, you snapped with bitter disappointment as you threw another negative pregnancy test in the bin. You really couldn't handle it in your emotional state. Okay, just asking. He shrugged. You hung your head and sighed. Why can't I fall pregnant? You asked in a broken voice. You will. We will. We'll have a baby. Just you wait. I'm going to keep going until you're so full you'll have 6 kids, he said confidently. His overly dramatic reply made you feel a little bit better, and you sniffed and gave him a small smile. Okay, he replied sadly, giving him a hug. Final exams were coming up fast, so you abandoned the idea of kids and pregnancy to focus on passing at least. You certainly didn't want to have to repeat any of the classes that year. You just wanted that slip of paper that had your name and degree on it, and that would be perfect. Thank you very much. You and Dabi did do it a few more times those last 2 months, but nothing worth noting. Your life in that department had always been good, but nothing really stood out for you in those last few months. The week of exams commenced and you were under the pump. Dabi had done the bare minimum of study, as usual, and was just hanging in there with the questions that he was being asked on the paper. Man, what the hell was question 10? He asked you as you left the hall on the second day. The one about laws? You asked. Yeah, that one. The fact that it was about laws and you had no idea really fits the picture for you as a person, Dabi, you teased. You don't even listen to the laws that you do understand, so how are you expected to know about the laws you haven't read up on? Who needs laws? Who needs rules? Not me, he replied, puffing his chest up and marching proudly beside you. You chuckled and shook your head, walking with him out to his car. Once at home, you went and studied for the final test while Dabi watched volleyball on the TV. Babe, he shouted after a few minutes, you want pizza for dinner? We've been living off junk food, you shouted back. I need to get some fruit and veggies into me. Everything aches. You stretched your arms and back and then flopped your head from side to side, still sitting in the chair in the study. Let's go shopping and I'll cook a stir-fry. Stir-fry? He moaned. With vegetables and crap. Yes, health, you replied as you got up and walked out of the bedroom and along the landing, talking over the banister as you headed for the stairs. You know, the stuff we need in our bodies to survive. I don't want to eat rabbit food, Dabi grumbled. If it's green, keep it away from me. Carrots, cauliflower, corn? If it's any colour of the rainbow, grew in the ground or on a tree, I don't want to know it, he replied. You do realise that they put this stuff on pizza too, you said as you walked into the lounge room. I just want meat on my pizza. Base, sauce, meat and cheese, he said, listing the foods on his fingers. Why do I want a child when I have the biggest child right here, you said teasingly, walking over to cuddle his head from over the back of the lounge. Okay, I'll go and get the food and you stay here and I'll be back. Okay, he pouted. You smiled and then went and got your wallet and phone and left to go down to the corner store. They always had cheap veggies at the store, and plus you worked there, so staff discounts, right? You got all you needed and then headed back home to cook. Final exam tomorrow, you commented to Dabi a half hour later as you were just starting to fry the beef for the stir-fry while he sat at the table to talk to you while you cooked. Yep, then what you going to do? He asked. I'll probably stick with the shop, you replied, scraping the onions into the wok and stepping back as they hissed and crackled in the hot oil. You should look for a job teaching somewhere at least. There might be some schools in the area that need a female coach. Yeah, you hummed, chucking the veggies in and swirling them around, adding some soy sauce. I know, I'm just comfy at the shop. Well, we've got another game this weekend, and if we win, we get prize money, so that'll help, Dabi said with a grin. Oh yeah, I'm coming to that one, you said, pushing the food around in the wok with a wooden spoon. Then I might go to the doctors and, I don't know, see if I can take something to help me, fall pregnant. Don't feel like you have to, just for my sake, Dabi said in an uncharacteristically soft voice. Even if we don't have kids of our own, we could adopt. You thought silently and then just nodded, not really wanting to get into too much of a discussion at that point. Dabi got up and walked around behind you and scooped his arms around your middle, head resting on your shoulder. I love you, okay? You're being so soft, Dabi, you hummed, taking your eyes off the cooking for a second to kiss his lips. The minute your lips touched his, something poked you in the backside and you groaned. Seriously, now? He's happy to see you, Dabi replied with a smirk as he pushed up against you. Ugh, you're the worst, you said with an amused chuckle. The next day dragged on, but then finally it came to a close, and you were done. End of college. Finished. Completed. You were a free woman, and you screamed loudly with sheer relief as you ran out to the car park to wait for Dabi. He had a different exam that day, so you had to wait for a half hour before you could head home together, and you squealed loudly again when you saw him walking towards you through the parked cars, and grinned from ear to ear as he put his arms out for you to run and jump into. Dropping your bag to the ground, you sprinted forwards to him and jumped into his arms. Done, we're done, you screeched while he laughed happily. College life was no more. That weekend was a blur of activity, and you supported Dabi at his game, and then after he'd won, you and he went to the doctors together to talk about fertility. So, what can I help you with today? The woman doctor asked. Well, my boyfriend and I have been wanting to have a baby, but nothing seems to be working, you said sadly. I see, she said, both hands on her keyboard as she jotted down some professional notes. I know this might come as a stupid question, but I need to ask it. Are you practicing intercourse in the traditional sense? No, we only ever go through the back end, Dabi cut in a loud voice. Oh my god, please ignore him, you said quickly, shooting an arm out across his chest to stop him. Yes, we're doing it the right way, you replied quickly. I just need to rule that out, the doctor said with a polite smile. Now, how long have you been trying to conceive for? You looked at Dabi for his help. Years, he said. No, you stopped him, as in actually trying. Oh, few months. I think 6. You looked from him to her. 6 months. I know it's technically not a long time, but still. I've been able to fall pregnant once before, but then I lost the baby. I'm sorry to hear that, the doctor said, still typing away. Sometimes after a miscarriage it's a little harder to fall pregnant, but please don't be too concerned at this point. How often are you having intercourse? Lots, Dabi said. One time we did it 5 times a day. God, you groaned softly with embarrassment. I'm sorry, please ignore him, you said to the doctor, who seemed completely unfazed by Dabi's brash comments. Okay, she said, finishing up her typing. When was your last period? I'm due to have my next one next week or something, you said. Okay, well I'm just going to give you this cup and I would like for you to go to the bathroom and try and get a urine sample if you can. I just need to rule out anything that could be in your system that could be preventing pregnancy, like an infection of any kind. Oh, right. You took the cup from her and left to get a sample. 10 minutes later you returned with the small cup filled with urine. Great, the doctor said, taking it from you and getting out a dipstick that would tell her if there was anything amiss. She placed the cup down on the counter and undid the lid and then put one stick in and retrieved another one to test something else. She waited for a while and then pulled the first stick out and compared its colour to a colour chart, and the second stick out and compared it to something else. Then she stopped. This sample that you have given me has shown something, she said as she checked and double-checked her markers. What's that? You asked nervously, thinking that you might have an infection of some kind. According to this, it says you're pregnant. Sorry, what? Shit, seriously? Dabi asked, grabbing the arm of the chair and leaning forward expectantly. Yes, the doctor confirmed. You're pregnant. Oh my God, Dabi exclaimed as he looked at you and you looked at him. We did it. We did it, you said numbly, staring into his eyes as the realization hit you. You're going to be a dad. He turned in his chair and engulfed you in a hug as you burst into tears of relief and shock. The doctor finished up her tests and sat down and then wrote something down and handed you a piece of paper. You will need to have a blood test to confirm your pregnancy, she said with a smile. We have a lab on site here, so you're welcome to have the blood test today, and they'll have the results to you in a few days. You were still in a daze and thanked her, and then took the paper, and you and Dabi left. The ride home after the blood test was filled with chatter, tears, and disbelief, and that night you fell asleep thinking about your new life ahead as a mum while you snuggled into Dabi's side. The next chapter of your life had begun. The results of your blood test came back a few days later and confirmed that yes, you were pregnant, and you broke down in happy tears again. It was surreal, really. Also, that same day you got an email outlining the graduation ceremony that would be held next month, so there was a lot going on. Babe, you called down the stairs a week or so later as you made your way down to him. I'm going to go buy some baby clothes. You want to come? Do we even know what we're having? He shouted from the kitchen. No, but according to the day that we had sex, they said that it was a 50% chance of it being a boy. They? Who's they? Dabi cackled. What would they know about this? I got it from a website, okay? You said defensively, annoyed by Dabi's laughter at you as you entered the kitchen. He saw that he had put you in a mood and apologised quickly. Sorry, I just... He burst out laughing again. Shut up! Okay, that's it, I'm out, you said with a scowl, turning and marching back up the stairs. Baby, he called, still laughing. Come back. But you were on a mission to get away from him as quickly as possible and stomped up the stairs quicker. Come on, he chuckled, chasing you and grabbing you gently from behind. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry. Sorry doesn't cut it, you said in a quivering voice, early pregnancy hormones starting to get to you already. Hey, he asked with confusion. Why are you crying? What's wrong? You're what's wrong, you snapped sadly, tears watering up your vision. You're making fun of me. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. You're making fun of me looking up the potential gender of our baby and laughing at me. What's wrong with me looking up stuff? You're just being an ass. Leave me alone. I'm sorry, okay? I didn't know you were going to get so upset about this. It's really not that much of a deal, he replied, trying to use logic to calm you down. But all it did was get you angrier. Can you just stop? You barked, pushing his hands off you and storming into the room and then slamming the door closed. Whoa. What the hell? He thought with surprise and a little annoyance at you being unreasonable. Okay, whatever. And off he turned to go back downstairs. His backside had just hit the seat when you came sobbing into the room and he stood up in confusion. What is it? He asked, giving you a worried look. You don't love me anymore, you wailed. What the hell? How'd you come by that? Of course I still love you. You just walked away. You didn't come and snuggle me when I slammed the bedroom door on you. You sobbed. But you slammed the door on me and told me to go away, he rebutted. But you're supposed to chase me and cuddle me, you sobbed. What the hell? Okay, I'll chase you and I'll cuddle you. You run. He pointed out the door, still super confused by all this. No, I don't want to run, you moaned, still in tears. What do you want? I want my favourite food, you suddenly said, stopping mid-cry and wiping your eyes. I want some. I'm going to get some. Are you coming with? Wait, what? I thought you wanted to... Okay, never mind. Yeah, I'm coming. I'm not letting you out of my sight, you weirdo. You're so emotional right now. God. I still want food. I don't care if you're going to stop me. I'll fight you. No, hell no, I'm not stopping you. Let's go, quick, he said, ducking past you to get the keys for the car. I'll drive. And that's what it was like for the first few months of pregnancy for you. You then had your graduation ceremony, and you continued on at the store while Dabi played volleyball professionally, and your little belly grew and grew. By 5 months of pregnancy, you were starting to show a little bit, but if you wore baggy clothes, you could still hide it pretty well, and so you would switch it up, sometimes wearing tight clothes to show off your bump, and other times wearing baggy-ass clothes to conceal everything. Your parents were excited for you and Dabi. You suspected that they were mostly relieved that you had waited until you had at least finished your studies, and Ray was delighted to know that she had a grandchild on the way. Are we going to find out the gender? You asked Dabi as he drove you to the 20-week scan. Yeah, if you want to, he replied. I'm easy. I want to know so that I can plan ahead with names and clothes and stuff, he replied. I already have some names picked out. Oh, yeah? He asked idly, putting his indicator on to turn right at the lights. Yeah, so if it's a girl, you lifted up your hand and started curling fingers down as you listed them one by one. Koemi, Zuimu, Nagi... Whoa, hey, wait, Dabi said as he followed the car in front around the corner and straightened up on the road. What if I like a few names? Okay, well, what names do you like? They better be serious names, you warned. Oh, boy names. Are they legitimate names? I have names. Dabi. Richard Fungus. Oh, for the love of God. What the hell is... Shortened to Dick Fungus. It was then that you burst out laughing and spent the rest of the car ride there wiping your eyes from tears of laughter. Unfortunately, every time you'd look at Dabi, you'd remember Dick Fungus and burst out laughing again. And by the time you made it to the office, you were exhausted from the fits of giggles that you had just had. Dabi helped you out of the car and walked you to the door of the building and then opened the door for you to enter first. Look at you being chivalrous, you commented slyly to him. He was on his best behaviour that day, but not best enough to spank you on the backside as you walked past him up to the desk. Hi, you said to the lady at the desk, trying to act like you hadn't just been smacked on the ass in public. We've got an appointment today for Richard Fungus. Dabi cut in, making you wheeze with laughter again while he stood there looking at the receptionist with a goofy grin on his face. I'm sorry, we don't have a... I'm missing, he then announced. It's Yunlin for the 2 p.m. appointment. Oh, yes, thank you. Please take a seat and you'll be called when the doctor's ready, she said, giving you a side glance while you tried to compose yourself. Go on, Mrs. Fungus, let's go, Dabi said to you, taking your arm to walk you off to the side. You wheezed another laugh out while he took you and sat you down, and then you both waited to be called in. The doctor was on time, surprisingly, and so you were in within the next few minutes and set up on the ultrasound table so you could take some scans of your little bub. How have you been, Miss Lyd? He asked as he placed the probe on your belly. Good, you replied. No issues. Bub moves a lot? He asked, looking at the screen as your little one wriggled and rolled inside your tummy. Yes, I feel a lot of little kicks and bumps, he said with a smile. Dabi had gone very quiet and was just sitting there with his intense blue eyes staring at the screen while the doctor did his job. Now, today we're counting fingers and toes and basically checking into that everything is in working order, but would you also like to find out the gender of Bub? Yes, please. Your enthusiasm made him smile. Okay, we have a good opportunity to look now as baby has their legs wide open. Like Daddy, Dabi commented from the chair. Sits like a boss. And it looks like a little girl, the doctor said. Oh, a girl, you gasped, looking excitedly at Dabi, who had gone very quiet again and had bitten his teeth together, which you could tell by the way his jaw muscles had flexed and popped out. He didn't look at you, and you got worried for a second as he became hard to read. Babe, you whispered to him. He looked at you. You okay? You mouthed. He nodded rapidly, and you gave him a quizzical look. This wasn't like him. Was he really okay? The rest of the consult with the doctor was basically you and him talking, while Dabi sat quietly and watched, and a few times you pointed questions towards him, but he didn't engage, so you carried the conversation instead. At the end of the scan, and with a clean bill of health for you and Bub, you left, still concerned about Dabi's quietness. You showed much constraint and didn't ask him any more questions until you'd gotten into the car, and then as you put your belt on and he turned the car on, you reached out a hand and placed it on his arm. Babe, you asked, your voice full of compassion. What's wrong? He clenched his jaw again and stared straight ahead, refusing to look at you. Babe, you asked again, worry rising in your voice. I'm fine, he croaked out, gritting his teeth together. No, you're not. You've been on edge this whole time, ever since the doctor announced the gender. Is that an issue? No. I'm so damn excited. I feel like I'm going to cry. Ugh, he exclaimed, slamming his open palm against the steering wheel. Really? So you're okay? Yes. It's all I've ever dreamed of. You, me, and a daughter. I'm going to show her what a real dad's like. A dad who cares and treats her well and doesn't. His voice trailed off, and you squeezed his arm as tears welled in your eyes. You're going to be an amazing dad. I know it, you said as you tried to reach across to hug him, which proved quite difficult because of your moderate belly in the way, but somehow you managed to give him an awkward hug, and you felt his body shaking with emotion. He managed to compose himself after a few minutes, and you pulled back as his quivering subsided. Then you headed home. You tried not to look at him on the drive home, because occasionally he would sniff and wipe his eyes, and you wanted him to feel like he at least had his dignity intact if you didn't watch, and then you both went back into the house to have some lunch. Time ticked on, and you started to decorate the other room for baby, slowly filling it with the essentials. Babe, you shouted downstairs one day. Should I get the soft swing ultra comfort rocking chair with recliner? Or should I get the Mumaway rock solid deluxe with built-in footrest and back warmer? First of all, what the hell are these names? He called back. Why the hell aren't they just called rocking chairs? They are, but they all have other things added. Just tell me which one, you called. Which one's cheaper? He asked, walking out of the foyer area. The ultra comfort is $800 and the rock solid's $850. I don't frickin' know, they're both insanely priced, he replied. Which one do you want? I don't know, you wailed. I think they're both good, that's why I'm asking you. Okay, rock, paper, scissors, he replied, walking up the stairs to meet you halfway. If you win, you get the ultra blah blah one. If I win, then it's the other one that has the name so long it should be the title of a manga. Okay, he replied, readying your fist. Okay, you ready? Scissors, paper, rock. He flicked his fist up and down and then threw out a flat hand and you threw out a rock. Okay, I win. You get the second one, something about a hard cock. Solid rock, you replied. But I don't know if I want that one. You whined. Friggin' get the other one then, he replied. Doesn't mean to be this hard. But I don't like the shape of the recliner knob, you pouted. Oh my frickin' goodness, he whispered under his breath. You can't be serious. Okay, you know what? This is an intervention. I'm going to randomly order one of them, and when it turns up, that's the one you're going to get, okay? But what if you order the wrong one? You asked with absolute grave concern. What? He just stared at you for the longest time. No, I'm not doing this. He then added after he had mentally tried to figure out what the hell you were on before taking the pamphlet that you had in your hand. No, what are you doing? You wailed, following him downstairs as he marched to the computer and typed something in and covered the screen so you couldn't see. Guess which one I purchased? He asked over his shoulder. It's the soft swing ultra comfort, isn't it? I hope it is, you said hopefully, yet fearfully. Correct, he said, quickly sliding the pointer over to the purchase button and buying that one. Dabi, in his wisdom, hadn't bought either of them yet. He was just waiting to see if you'd subconsciously pick one over the other, and then he'd buy that one, and his plan had worked perfectly. Thank you so much, you squealed, throwing yourself at him and pushing your 6-month pregnant belly into him as you draped your arms over his shoulders. You're welcome, you weirdo. Now go and take a nap, he said, pulling your arms off his shoulders and turning you around to face up the stairs with a little pat to your backside. I'll be up to tuck you in a second. I'll just finish up payment here. Thank you, Daddy, you said as you happily waddled off back up the stairs to go and have an afternoon nap. That night, after a very relaxing afternoon in front of the TV, you were lying in bed together. You, in a multitude of pillows, and Dabi on the outside just chatting about random things when suddenly a pressing question entered your mind as you were drifting off to sleep. Dabi, would you love me if I lost an arm? You asked in the most serious voice you could muster. Yes, he replied without hesitation. What about both arms? You then challenged. Yes, he replied, a little more cautiously. You're not even thinking about these, you're just saying yes to shut me up, you pouted. Yes, he said confidently. See, you don't actually love me. You burst into tears, absolutely distraught by this self-decided conclusion. What the heck? Listen, you could be a frickin' amoeba for all I care, and I'd still love you, he said, confused by your sudden teary state. You're not taking me seriously, you said in an annoyed tone, still crying. I can't deal with this. The room fell silent, and Dabi was just about to drift off to sleep when you spoke again. Where are the potato chips? You suddenly asked. What in the hell is this? Dabi asked loudly. Yin, it's frickin' 4 a.m. Even Richard Fungus is asleep, and you're crying about being an amoeba and wanting potato chips. But, you half sobbed, half laughed at the Dick Fungus joke he'd made. But chips. Stay here, I'll get you chips. He got out of bed in a huff and marched down the stairs to get them for you. You were still awake, amazingly, when Dabi arrived back in the bedroom, and he handed you the open packet before falling back into bed beside you. He fell asleep to the sound of you crunching away on the chips, and in the morning woke to find you out to it with crumbs all around your mouth and the packet of chips on the floor, with the contents spilled everywhere. This beautiful mess. What the hell am I going to do with you? He leaned down and gently kissed your cheek before walking silently out of the room. He had volleyball practice early that day and arrived with an elaborate handshake to Fueji. Sup? Fueji greeted brightly. Man, I don't know if you have a girl yet, but don't get her knocked up. Mine's a mental case. Bro, she decided to settle with you. She was a mental case before you pumped her up. Shut up, Dabi chuckled, heading into the gym with him. She was asking me stupid hypothetical questions at 4 a.m, then fell asleep eating chips like a friggin' 3-year-old in a high chair. Fueji cackled. Yeah, I think I'll stay single. Wise, Dabi replied, picking up a volleyball from the floor and dropping his gym bag on the side of the court before lobbing the ball up and jumping up to spike it. All of that confusion about your outburst, concerns for the future and lack of sleep angst melted away as his hand connected with the ball. It's almost as good as bending my girl over and railing her from behind, he said in a relieved voice as he watched the ball rebound heavily off the back wall. It's like that, is it? Reggie asked with a smirk. Don't get me wrong, I'm stoked about becoming a dad, but crap's hard at the moment, he sighed, accepting another ball from Fueji's hand. How much longer have you got to go? Reggie asked, watching Dabi smack the ball across the net again. We're over halfway, Dabi replied, opening and closing his hand to enjoy the sting of where he had whacked the ball. Hang in there, bro. You're doing a good job, Reggie said sympathetically, passing him another ball. Make this one hit the back wall like it's trying to escape through it. You got it, Dabi replied with a smirk, taking the ball and jumping it up to hit it with all his might. The ball went up, down, and was shot across the net faster than it ever had before, and Dabi sighed again with relief. Yeah, thanks, Hunter, Dabi said gratefully to his friend. Any time, the grey-haired teammate replied. Time clicked onwards, and everything was going smoothly. You were now close to the 35-week mark and starting to feel the pressure in your lower back while working. Oh, you grunted as you bent down and picked up a packet that had fallen into the aisle. You shouldn't be bending over when you're so heavily pregnant, an older lady gasped as she waddled over to help you. Oh, thank you, but I'm okay, you replied with a smile. No, I won't have it. You're definitely having a girl. I can see by the way you're carrying, and girls will always strain your back, she said knowingly. When you get home, make yourself a milk drink with cinnamon in it, and after each mouthful, breathe deeply and let your breath go with a loud sigh. This will cleanse your body of the tension. Okay, you hummed, pressing your hands into your lower back and pushing on your spine to straighten yourself. Thank you, I'll give that a try. And so, when you finished work that day, and Dabi had picked you up and brought you home, you went straight to the fridge and poured yourself a glass of milk and grabbed a cinnamon stick from the spice rack and sat it in the milk and then placed it in the microwave. What do you want for dinner, baby? Dabi asked, walking into the kitchen with his phone in hand. He paused when he heard the microwave running and looked up at you. Oh, you cooking noodles or something? No, I just heated up a glass of milk with a cinnamon stick in it, you said sheepishly. Just then the microwave finished and beeped loudly. So you turned your attention to it and opened the door and then removed the glass and glanced at Dabi while he watched you quietly. Yeah, this lady said it was good for stuff, you said vaguely, turning to the sink to grab a spoon from the drawer and swirl the cinnamon stick around before removing it. Dabi was still watching with confusion as you removed the stick and sniffed at the glass of hot milk before tasting it gingerly. Hot, you commented to him before taking another sip. Dabi was still looking at you, and you gave him a side glance before you exhaled sharply with your mouth open. This sudden exhale made him jump, and he stepped back a bit with one arm up, ready to fight if something went wild. You took another sip and then swallowed and let out another loud exhale, and he stepped back even further, which made you laugh. What are you doing? You laughed. What in the tribal voodoo shit is this? He asked as he fearfully watched you take another sip and repeat the exhale. I'm cleansing of tension, you said, and did it again. You're going to exhale your soul if you're not careful, he said, well and truly spooked by your performance. Can you just go and leave me be? You asked with a chuckle. I'm doing my thing here. Okay, I'm going to order pizza, and if you and your spirits want to come and join me, I'll be in the lounge room. Yes, Daddy, you replied nonchalantly as you took another sip. Dabi shook his head and left to order pizza while you drank your milk and exhaled into the sink. You did feel better, weirdly enough, but didn't make a habit of doing your weird milk drink breathing into the sink thing when Dabi was around to watch, as he seemed completely weirded out by it. Time continued on, and all too soon the due date for your little one was coming up. Pregnancy hadn't been too bad, but your lower legs were starting to get a little swollen and everything hurt, so you were looking forward to having her. Due tomorrow, Dabi commented from beside you on the lounge. Don't forget to have the baby. Piss off, you grunted with annoyance. You would have loved to have had the baby already, but unfortunately you didn't get much of a say in it, as babies had a habit of coming out whenever they chose. Dabi chuckled and leaned over to give you a kiss, but got your hand in his face the closer his lips got to your personal bubble. Oh, he pouted against your hand. No kiss. Not with that attitude, you replied. Making fun of a pregnant woman isn't going to get you any brownie points. The best thing is, I can very easily outrun you, because all I have to do is walk, he said with a cheeky grin, making sure he had leaned back out of strike range when he said it. Die in a hole, Dabi, you seethed. Pregnancy was no longer fun for you. Although Dabi was being an arse deep down, he was concerned for you, but didn't quite know how to show his feelings and so buried them underneath cheekiness and arseholery, which was how he dealt with a lot of things. 2 days later, you had an appointment with your obstetrician and waddled into his surgery looking very tired and just done with everybody and everything. Please get this baby out, you begged at him as you dropped yourself into the chair. I would like to, he replied as he put the stethoscope around his neck and walked around the desk to you. He listened to Bub's heart and then yours and then took your blood pressure. Have you been feeling okay? He asked. No, I'm tired, everything aches, I feel too heavy, you admitted, looking sullenly down at your swollen belly. Your blood pressure is a little high, and while I'm not immediately concerned about that, I do think that we should look into getting this little one out as quickly as possible. Yep, listen, at this point, if you could just take a chainsaw to my stomach. You gestured to your belly and where he could make the incision while making the sound of a chainsaw. You know what's funny? All of my clients say the exact same thing at this stage in pregnancy, he said with an amused look on his face. I'm going to go ahead and call the hospital and book you in. Then I'd like for you to make your way over there and we'll induce you. You nodded. I'll just call my man in. He's in the car, hoping that I'll come out with a baby in arms, you said as you grunted at getting up. The doctor nodded and let you go and get Dabi while he booked you into the hospital. Hey, we're going to the hospital, you said to Dabi as he pulled his driver's side window down to talk to you. Are you in labour? Is that it? Are you going to have the baby now? He asked nervously. Well, I sure hope it is. I'm so sick of being pregnant. Sounds like the doctor's going to make it happen, so let's get ready to roll. Oh, hell. I'm not ready. Dabi panicked. I'm not ready. I sure as hell am. I'll check and make sure the doctor has booked me in, and then we'll go. You turned and waddled slowly, leaning back a little with one hand under your belly to hold the baby weight as you headed back into the doctor's surgery. In another short 10 minutes, you waddled back out to the car and got in, then pointed ahead. To the hospital, you announced. I can't go straight ahead. I'll drive through into the building. It's a good thing I'm in charge of directions here, Dabi said as he put the car in reverse and placed a hand on your headrest as he looked over his shoulder to reverse backwards. As you pulled into the hospital driveway, you felt a little bit faint and rested your head back against the headrest for a second. Dabi saw and scrunched his face with concern. Babe, you good? Yeah, I just feel a little faint, you admitted. Oh, that's not a good thing, Dabi thought as he found a parking spot and stopped the car. He very quickly got out and came around to your side and opened the door for you, but you didn't move. Babe, come on, you got to get out, he said with fear rising in his voice when you seemed to be getting more and more sleepy. He reached for your hand and it felt a little clammy and he started to panic more. Come on, he said more urgently. Get up, get up. He reached in and undid your belt and pulled your body into his. The shift in weight brought you around again and you turned your head to look at him. Massive headache, he mumbled. We've got to get you to the hospital. Come on, stay with me, he grunted as he helped you out of the car seat. With a lot of struggling, he managed to get you out of the car and off to the hospital. As soon as he got inside, he called for the nurse's attention. Hey, a little help, Dabi called loudly. 2 nurses at the closest station looked up and came running to help you, as your legs had started to collapse again, and while they held you up, one called for a wheelchair. You were promptly wheeled into the closest birthing unit and helped up onto the bed, while one nurse took your blood pressure. It's really high, she announced to the other nurse there. I'm pretty sure this is the one the doctor called about a half hour ago. Yeah, it is, Dabi said, still worried about your well-being. Just then a senior nurse came in with some equipment and got her other nurses into work mode, all of them milling around you and getting you ready for something. Dabi stepped back and watched as they tottled around you, fixing your lines and injecting you with other things. As they moved away a little, Dabi came back to the head of the table and held your hand in his. You weren't exactly with it and only vaguely remembered this part. The next thing you remembered was excruciating pain and a voice calling your name from the end of the hospital bed. You let out a loud, pain-filled cry and opened your eyes. Yen, you need to push, honey, the voice said. Big push for me. Another round of excruciating pain and you hollered out again and pushed. That's it, well done, love. Again if you can, we just need 2 more pushes and you'll be done. Come on now, the voice encouraged. Just then Dabi's voice interrupted. Holy crap, is that the head? Is that the head? Oh crap. Can someone please get him out of here? The first voice asked, and you heard Dabi's voice getting a little distant as he was swiftly removed from the end of the bed so he couldn't make comments on your little one being birthed. Dabi! you groaned, before wailing again as the next round of searing pain shot through you. Help her! Help her! Dabi called to the nurses as one held him back. Hun, we're doing our best. Everything's fine, the nurse at the end of the bed said to Dabi in a calm yet firm voice. Just then your little one's head crowned, and in the next push the rest of the little body followed. And with it, a groan of relief from you, and the excited gasps of the nurses as they mingled around to attend to the newly born bub. Yun! Yun! Dabi called as he forced his way past the nurse and grabbed for you over the rails of the hospital bed. Babe, you did it. You did it. She's out. Then he looked up and over at the nurse who was weighing your baby. She's a girl, isn't she? He asked. Yes, the nurse who was weighing the baby said with a smile. A little girl, 3.5 kilo. She's a good size. Is she okay? You asked feebly, shaking from the post-delivery hormones. She's just fine, dear. You did a great job, the nurse said sweetly, as she lifted your little baby up and then brought her over for some skin-to-skin contact. You opened your quivering arms and took her in, and then rested her between your breasts and held her to yourself like this was the last day you'd ever hold her. You weren't exactly sure why, but at that moment you were overcome with emotion and burst into tears. Dabi, too, was fighting the emotion and just kept saying, Hey, you did it, don't cry. But that only made you cry more. While you and Dabi and your little girl got acquainted, the nurses still milled around the room, checking leads and cords and giving you injections of different types and checking things between your thighs. Finally, after a lot of protocol, you were discharged from the birthing ward and into the maternity unit and given a bed to sleep in. The hospital stay was okay, food was crap, so Dabi would smuggle food into the room for you, which you greatly appreciated. Your little girl was a perfect sleeper and would just doze off anywhere, anytime. Most of the time, it was either on your or Dabi's chest, but you were so tired that you didn't care and would let her sleep on you for just a few more minutes of sleep. The morning of your discharge, the registrar came in to see if you had a name for your little girl, and you looked at Dabi to see if he had any names in mind that he liked. Koemi, he replied when he saw you waiting on him to decide. I like Koemi. Okay, the registrar said as she pulled out a pen to write the name down. Dabi Todoroki. I love it, he said softly with a smile to Dabi as he reached into the plastic hospital crib on wheels and lifted the sleeping bundle out. Yeah, he whispered softly, looking down at her with softness in his eyes that you hadn't seen before. My little smile. The registrar smiled and turned her attention to you. Okay, Yin, you'll be able to head home this afternoon, so I'll go and get everything ready for your discharge. I'll be back when you're ready to leave. Congratulations again on your little bundle. Thank you, you said softly as she left. We'll be heading home soon, Dabi said to his baby girl as she remained sleeping in his arms. Yeah, just the three of us, you said with a smile at him. He grinned and walked over to give you a kiss on the forehead. I don't give out compliments much, but you did an amazing job, he said to you. If you don't want any more kids, I completely understand. That birthing crap is off the charts, man. I saw everything, he said with a traumatized look on his face while a shiver ran down his spine. You seem more traumatized than I do, you chuckled. We'll see how we go with this little miss. I'll let you know about the other kids, possibly in the future. Yeah, okay, he said as he looked back down at Koemi. She's perfect, he mumbled lovingly. As promised, you were released from hospital that afternoon, and so, with baby Kay safely tucked in her car seat, you drove home and prepared to set up her room. She had slept the whole car ride home, and then woke briefly for a feed and then went back down for another snooze, so you just put her in a new cot in her own big room and then tiptoed out. That room seems so big with her in there by herself, you said to Dabi as you slowly walked to the kitchen. You are still a little tender down there, and the swelling hadn't quite gone down yet, so your movements were a little more slow and calculated than usual. She's sleeping just fine, Dabi replied, eyes glued to the baby monitor that he had in hand. That's such a good monitor, you said, resting your head on his shoulder as you both stood there and watched her sleep. 20 minutes passed and you were both still standing there just watching her on the monitor. Are we going to eat, or are we just going to stand here and watch her sleep? You asked with a chuckle, when you realised you were literally doing nothing. Oh, yeah, food. What do you want? He asked, handing the monitor to you and turning to rummage through the cupboards. I'm easy, you replied, eyes still glued to the screen. He pulled out some noodles and then went to the fridge to get some eggs and started to make some food while you watched your little girl sleep. Tomorrow, we've got to go to the births registry and register her, you said idly. Would you mind driving us in? Yeah, sure, he replied. Need to get some more nappies too. But we have 5 packets. We need more, he replied. She goes through like 10 a day. What, really? You counted? You asked. Yeah, he replied, like it was a normal thing to count how many nappies she went through. Oh, okay. You looked back down at the monitor. Okay, food's ready, he announced, pulling the food off the stovetop and pulling 2 plates out. Hang on, I think she's woken up. I'll go and feed her and I'll be back, he said, sitting the monitor down on the bench as he left to attend the awake and wriggling little Koemi. Dabi dished out your food and then waited a little while, but when it looked like that you weren't going to come back anytime soon, he ate. 1 hour later, you wandered into the room, one titty still hanging out as you blinked in the bright light. She asleep again? Dabi asked. Yeah, I checked her nappy before putting her down and she hasn't done a poo. There was a little bit of wee in there, but she'll be okay, you replied, yawning as you walked over to sit down. Can I have a suck? Dabi asked, gesturing to your tit. Huh? Oh! You exclaimed, looking down and seeing that you were exposed. Damn, these have a mind of their own. You picked up a utensil to start eating, but the first mouthful winded up being cold, so you got up to heat the food up in the microwave. The timer had just gone off when you heard a little grunt from the monitor and walked over to have a look. I think she's done a poo, you said in a defeated voice, watching her face scrunch slightly as she pushed it out in her sleep. The microwave beeped again to let you know that it was ready, and you looked at it and then back to the monitor. Oh man, I just want to eat, you groaned sadly. You sit down. I'll clean her up, Dabi said as he stood up from the table. Thanks, Daddy, you said with relief as he took the food from the microwave and sat down to eat. No problems, Mama, he replied as he passed you with a kiss to your temple. You sat down and hooked into the food, slurping the noodles down like they were the last food you'd ever get to eat in your entire life. Mama, Dabi called over the monitor. You got up and grabbed it and then sat back down. Yeah, Daddy, you asked into it, holding the button down to talk. I think she's hungry again. Are you serious? I just fed her, you lamented, hearing her making her hungry, snuffling noises over the speaker. Okay, I'm coming. Sadly, you left your half-eaten food on the table as you waddled your way back up to the room to feed her. Dabi handed little Koemi over to you, and you sat down in the rocking chair and got your titty out again to feed. You thought that he might leave straight away, but instead he just stood there watching you feed, his eyes glued to your bulging breast. You good? You asked in a dun voice as he stared you down. Yep, he replied. You're hopeless, you sighed with a shake of your head. He grinned and reached out to cop a feel, but you smacked his hand away and scowled at him. Not yours, these are Koemi's now. No fair, he pouted playfully. I saw them first, they're mine. Leave me in peace, and I'll let you touch them later, you promised. He resigned and left you to feed, so you sat there holding your little girl in arms while she fed deeply. After finally getting her off you and back down in the cot, you went back down to the kitchen to finish your food and found Dabi asleep on the lounge. You smirked and shook your head, then you got him a blanket and gently put it over him before heading upstairs to the bed to sleep. It was 4 a.m. when you woke next to the sound of baby Kay calling out for you, and you dragged yourself out of bed and met Dabi as he came stumbling up the stairs to get her. What's wrong? Why is she crying? Oh, she's probably hungry again, you mumbled sleepily. Okay. Anything I can do to help? He asked through a yawn. Nah, it's okay. You go back to sleep. I'll call if I need you, you replied as you got to her bedroom. You picked her out of her little cot and soothed her as you got ready to feed, and then sat down in the rocking chair and settled back. You drifted off to sleep a few times, and every time you looked down at her, she was fast asleep as well. But when you moved, she'd move her head around with her mouth open searching for your nipple, so you'd give it to her again, and she'd settle immediately. Oh, I really want to lie down, you lamented as you tried to shift her back to her cot, but she refused to go down and would only settle if you had her in arms with your boob in her mouth. It was now 7 a.m. and the sun was up, and you hadn't been able to detach yourself from her successfully, so you were getting to the end of your tether. Dabi, you called in a tired voice. Can you please take her so I can sleep? He mumbled, with the sounds of him getting out of bed and wandering down the hallway to the bedroom, followed by his mumbled sound. She just wants to be in my arms all the time, and I'm exhausted, you said, yawning with tears in your eyes. Yeah, he mumbled, as he took Koemi from your arms. I'll hold her. You sleep. Little Koemi was happy to transfer to Daddy, and snuggled in as he carried her gently to the rocking chair and sat down in it. Hey, this is comfy, he said as he settled back against the backrest and flicked the leg support and footstool up. You grunted in agreement, but then left as soon as possible to go and have a sleep. You only got an hour and a half sleep before Koemi needed to feed again, and you woke to the feeling of your milk letting down when you heard her little cry. Is she hungry? You called as you dragged yourself out of bed. I think so, Dabi called back. Hey, not there. I don't have any nipples, you heard him say to your hungry little one. You walked into the room in time to see her nuzzling into his shirt and then took her from him and sat down in the rocking chair. As you lifted your shirt up, your stomach growled and you gave Dabi a pitiful look. Can I please have some food? I'm starving, you said sadly. He nodded and walked off. I'm going to get Uber Eats. What do you want? In another half an hour, the food delivery had arrived and you'd just finished feeding Comey, but she needed changing and had her beautiful grey eyes open, so you were well and truly occupied with her beautiful little face. Food's here, Dabi called upstairs. Yup, you shouted back as you grabbed a new nappy to change your awake little bub. Okay, let's change you, and then Mummy can go and eat, and maybe Daddy can hold you, huh? You chatted to Koemi as you lay her down on the change table. You opened her nappy, and it was just damp, so you quickly got a new one and switched the old nappy out and the new one in, but as soon as you did that, she let out a little grunt, and a yellowish, breastfed baby poop squirted everywhere. Oh! You gasped, then stepped back with surprise. You didn't quite know what to do for a second, and then grabbed for the wipes and tried to clean her up. But as you wiped her little bottom, more came out and got all over your hand. Ah! You cried, unable to do anything because you were holding her little legs up with your other hand. You dropped the soiled wipes onto the change table and grabbed some more, but unbeknownst to you, you had feces on your hand and got it on the side of the wet wipes packet as you grabbed for some more. As you pulled your hand back, you saw what had happened and gasped loudly, then screamed when little Ko let loose another round of poop. Your loud noise gave her a fright and she cried out, letting her little wailing cry ring out around the room as you tried to tidy her up while hushing her. What's happened? Dabi called as he ran in. She's crapped everywhere and it's on everything. There's poo on my hand and... You burst into tears. I can't do this anymore, you sobbed. He muttered when he saw the absolute arse-ham carnage that had happened in his absence. Let me help. Where can I... He paused, trying to work out where to start first. He got some wipes and wiped your hand up temporarily, then helped get a clean nappy onto Koemi, and then picked her up and calmed her down while you wiped up all the other mess. Man, you grunted, pulling out a 20th wipe to wipe up yet some more poop. I had no idea it would get everywhere like this. How could so much come out of such a small little butt? Finally, after wiping and cleaning and spraying the change table down, you packed everything away and turned to Dabi, who had been holding Koemi in his arms. Okay, is she asleep? I'm starving. Yeah, she is. You go and eat, and I'll be down once I put her in the cot. Dabi replied softly. What if she doesn't go down nicely in the cot and wakes up? Could you please hold her for just another 20 minutes while I eat, and that way if she wakes up, at least I've had some food. Okay, he replied, turning and walking over to the blinds to put them down while you went downstairs to eat. You ate your fill and had just rested back against the seat when you heard a little noise on the monitor and looked over to check it. Dabi was very gently putting Koemi down in the cot and had managed to put her down without any fuss, and you smiled as he came down the stairs and grinned at you. I'm amazing, he said with a wide arm gesture, as if that you should drop to your knees and praise him right there and then. Okay, I'll concede. You are amazing, you said with a smirk and an eye roll as you got up and walked over to give him a hug. Have you got practice tonight? You asked. Nah, I've taken a few weeks off to help you with Ko, and I'm glad I did. Because who would have thought that such a small baby could be so much work? I know, right? All she does is eat, sleep and poop, but I still don't get a break, you lamented. She's pretty chilled out though, so that's a good thing. If she was hard to handle, it would make it far worse. Just then a little squeaking cry rang out through the monitor, and you looked over at it. Is she hungry again? You wailed. Her cry was followed by a loud fart, and your and Dabi's eyebrows flew up in surprise. Cool crap, he said with surprise. She farts loud. I think she's pooping again. Oh my god, Poopy Monster should be her nickname. You let Dabi go and walked past him to the stairs. PM, Poopy Monster, or Prime Minister. Queen Pooper Scoops, you replied, as you walked up the stairs to her room and pushed the door open. Yes, my queen, what ails thee? Her little cry, followed by another fart, made you let out a little whine of sympathy. Aw, what is it, my little bundle? You asked as you picked her up. She obviously had a lot of gas and needed help moving it, so you and Dabi took turns holding her and Googling ways to help get the gas out of her tummy. All in all, even though the first 4 months of life with a newborn were full-on and tiring, it went by all too quickly, and your little one was starting to develop a little personality of her own. She loved being naked and taking baths, but hated loud noises and the pink butterflies on her wall, which he told Dabi to take down when he realised that was what was setting her off. You attended Dabi's games regularly with her in the baby carrier, and if she wasn't awake, she was napping peacefully amongst the din of the volleyball court. For some reason, these noises calmed her down. "She's growing so fast," Fueji commented after one game when he came down to see Dabi. "I know, right? She'll be 5 months old in a week and a bit," you said, turning side on so he could see the sleepy little head. "She's going to be a looker, I can just tell," he said. "Yeah, that's because I'm her daddy," Dabi piped up as he walked over. "She gets her looks from me." "Nah, I think she looks more like Yin," Fueji said, "especially the hair." "Yeah, but the eyes are like mine. You can get anything you want with those killer eyes," he said knowingly. You grinned. "Either way, Daddy, you'll need to keep your gun handy because the boys will be lining up," you said with warning. "Ha, bring it on," he said, bending his head down to kiss sleeping little Ko on the head. Another 4 months flew by, and it became apparent that Koemi loved to watch volleyball. Whenever Dabi was watching practice tapes or reruns, your little girl would crawl over to him and beg to sit on his lap so that she could watch as well. Your camera roll was filled with videos and images of the two of them just watching volleyball together, and just to prove that it wasn't the TV that had your little girl's attention, you'd put on a kids' show while she was playing in the kitchen at your feet, and then you would get Dabi to change the channel to a sports one, and as soon as she heard the telltale squeak of shoes on the volleyball court, she would just drop whatever she was holding and crawl as fast as she could towards the lounge room. You thought it was the funniest and cutest thing ever, but neither you nor Dabi could blame her, since you both shared a passion for volleyball. Koemi's first birthday was coming up, and you had your parents, Ray, and the V-League team, and some of your work friends around to celebrate the day. There were people going everywhere, and at one point you realised you hadn't seen the birthday girl for a while. Mum, have you seen Koemi? I haven't seen her for a while," you asked your mum. I saw her with Dabi a few minutes ago," your mum replied. "Oh, okay, thanks." And off you went to look for Dabi, hoping that he had his daughter with him. You found him and his team watching volleyball on the TV, and right in the middle of all the guys was your little birthday girl with her large grey eyes glued to the screen and her chubby cheeks hanging out a little. "Oh," you sighed to yourself as you pulled your phone out of your pocket to take a video to add to the growing collection. "How cute." Once you'd taken the picture of the unsuspecting group, you called for Dabi's attention. "Babe, it's time to cut the cake," you said. "Huh? Oh, yep," he said, reaching for the remote to pause it. No sooner had he paused it, Koemi put her little chubby hands out and did the grabbing motion towards the TV, while whining urgently for Dabi to put the TV back on again. "We've got to cut your cake, baby girl," he announced to her as he slung her over his shoulder, while she arched her back and started wailing at being taken away from the TV. "She's got her priorities, right?" Fueji laughed as he followed behind Dabi and tried to cheer Ko up, but to no avail. That year's birthday picture had everyone's smiling faces and little Kate absolutely bawling her eyes out while sitting in her high chair with a birthday cake within arm's reach. Your girl had always been calm and quiet as a baby, but the older that she was getting, the more her little personality was shining through, and she had a stubborn side to her, which didn't surprise you. And at 14 months of age, she suddenly found her words and was working tirelessly at stringing them together. Her first word was dada, closely followed by mama, and very close third was volleyball, which you came to realise was volleyball, but she couldn't quite wrap her little tongue around the V letter with the L's in there, so it became volleyball. Volleyball was life. Volleyball was what got her up in the morning, and volleyball was what put her to sleep each night. When she was having an unsettled night and was whingy and clingy and finding it hard to sleep, the only thing that would settle her down was if Daddy put her to sleep and played the sounds of his teammates running around during practice earlier that evening. Fueji, as you probably suspected, cottoned on to what Dabi was doing, pressing record on his phone and then leaving it sitting in his gym bag, and he would get down and whisper messages to Dabi so that your man would get them later that night while he was putting Koemi to sleep. Amid the squeaking shoes and sounds of the volleyball being smacked, such messages as "Dabi loves cock" and "Harder Daddy Dabi" were regular favourited, whispered messages that never failed to make Dabi chuckle deeply as he was carrying an almost asleep Koemi around her darkened room over one shoulder. "I'm going to frickin' bitch slap him next time I see him," Dabi grunted as he walked downstairs after putting Koemi to sleep. "Who? Why?" you asked, with only mild concern, as you were sitting at the kitchen table doing stock take for the corner store that year. "Hunter, he keeps whispering crap into the mic during practice." "You totally do the same, don't even try and lie," you smirked at him over the top of the laptop. "Yeah, true," he replied with a devious chuckle. You shook your head and went back to typing, and Dabi walked around to see what you were doing. "Hey, You going to do this for the rest of your life? He asked. What's that supposed to mean? You asked, a little defensively. I just mean you're a qualified coach. You're not even coaching. He said, so I'm bringing money in. Does it matter? Okay. If that's what you really love doing, then do it. But if you want to teach volleyball, then now's the time to take action. He said, before pushing off the table and kissing you on the top of the head and then heading for the lounge room. Keep the volume down, you warned, calling out after him. If Ko hears volleyball on the TV, she'll climb out of her cot and beg to watch it with you. This was a real threat. You weren't even playing, as she'd done it last week. All you heard was her little voice call out, Volleyball! And then a soft thump, and then the pitter-patter of little feet as she toddled from the room and ran to the baby gate at the top of the stairs, calling for Daddy to come and get her. Dabi grunted in acknowledgement and left, leaving you to think about what he had said. I just don't want to go through the hassle of finding some team to coach, and then what if I don't even like the players? I've already seen what happened with Dabi and his team, and that left a bad taste in my mouth. Mind you, it'll be a girls' team I'm working with. I wouldn't want to work with a boys' team. You pondered on things while continuing stocktake, and then as it neared 10 p.m, you turned in for the night so that you wouldn't be too tired when Comey called out for you to get up to her at 6 a.m. the next morning. The following day, Dabi left early for practice, and you and Comey saw him off at the front door, waving to him as he disappeared off down the road. Okay, Missy Pie, we need to get some food today because we are down to the last packet of corn chips, and you can't even eat them. You chatted to her as you got some breakfast ready for her, and then after she had finished, you cleaned up and then changed her clothes in preparation to go to the store. You needed to get a few extra things while you were out, so decided to go to the main shops that were a little further away, and you clipped Ko into the bike seat that you had purchased a while ago. Then off you pedalled to the shops that were about 20 minutes bike ride away. Once there, you put the bright-eyed little one in the trolley and did your shopping while she looked at all the lights and pointed to different things. Bear! She shouted when she saw a big stuffed teddy bear out the front of the toy store, and you grinned at her. Do you like the bear? Did you want to have a closer look? You asked, turning the trolley and walking closer so she could pat its face. She giggled and reached over the edge of the trolley, but something beyond the bear also caught her attention, and she screeched with excitement. Wowaball! Wowaball! She cried, her little legs flicking back and forth with exuberant excitement to expel some of that extreme delight out of her system. Where, baby? You asked, looking in past the bear to see the volleyball. There, in a sports ball bin, was a Mikasa volleyball, but miniature-sized, and you couldn't help but chuckle and awe at its cute size. Oh, I have to get you this one. I know you sleep with Daddy's one, but it's huge, so let me get your own Wowo ball, you said, pushing the trolley in so she could get the ball. The minute her chubby little hands wrapped around it, you knew it was going to be her favourite toy, and when she had a meltdown because the checkout lady had to take it to scan it, so that you could pay for it, you knew that the love had run deep already. Daddy will be excited to see this, you said to her, taking a picture of how she was clutching it protectively to her front. You sent the picture to Dabi with the caption, Look, Daddy, I have my own ball now, and smiled as you hit send. It's just so far away, you heard a lady say sadly from nearby, and you looked up to see what was going on. Yeah, a second lady lamented. Both my boys love volleyball, but there are no places that teach volleyball to young kids around here, and it's really upsetting. My 2-year-old's obsessed, the first lady continued. If only there were a place that would teach volleyball to kids under 3. Everywhere I've looked has been ages 3 and up, but surely there's a calling for kids under that age to start. If anywhere started up around here, I would definitely send my girl. Oh, same here. My twin boys would be signed up immediately. They're both 18 months. You continued slowly past the ladies and looked at Koemi again as she hugged her ball. Well, my Koemi is coming up to 18 months. What if I ran a mini players daycare volleyball training thing? You wondered. Those two mums sound really keen. And before you knew it, you had turned your trolley around and had walked back to the two mums chatting by the poster that they'd seen. Hi, sorry, excuse me, you said politely, catching the attention of the two mums. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation about the lack of volleyball training for under 3 in this area. Yes, the first mum said. Everything's so far away and I'm not going to travel into the next town for an hour's practice. I see your little one also loves volleyball, the second commented upon seeing the death grip Comey had on the miniature Picasso volleyball. Yeah, you chuckled. She comes by it naturally though. My boyfriend's on the V-League team and I played heavily in high school. Ooh, impressive, the first lady said with awe. Do you know of any places that would take under 3 years of age for volleyball around here? Well, unfortunately no, but I do have a degree in coaching, specifically volleyball, and I was wondering if I started up a class for 18 months to 3 years, would you be interested? And would you know of others who would be interested? Oh my, yes, the first exclaimed. I have 2 other friends with little ones who love volleyball. I'd definitely let them know. Can I have your contact details? The second asked you. Please let us know when you start. It would be wonderful to join. You swapped details with the ladies and then chatted a little more and then said goodbye before heading off to do the shopping. Well, looks like I'll be starting my own mini players training group, you said to Comey. Volleyball, she announced, holding up her little ball to show you. Yes, that's it. Volleyball toddler volleyball training, you said. I love the name. The rest of that day, you were distracted by thoughts of starting up your own kiddie team, and as soon as Dabi got back earlier that evening, you blurted it all out. He was super excited and eager to help you get started, so you looked up the process right away. Firstly, you got a business number and registered the volleyball name linked to your name so that it would be registered to you. Then you looked up the prices that you could charge and somewhere where you could rent a court and train for 2 hours a day. 2 hours is a long time, isn't it? Dabi asked. Well, we won't be throwing balls all that time. We'll be doing other stuff, you said, scrolling through potential places. There was a small place not far from you that claimed the court was in the backyard of someone's place, but it seemed nice and you thought that maybe you'd go and check it out. So the next day you left your little one at home with Dabi to watch volleyball and you went to scout out some of the places that you'd seen ads for the day before. The first place was the court in someone's backyard, and you knocked on the big iron gates of the estate and waited for someone to let you in. Yes? A voice asked through the peephole at the gate. I'm here to inquire about the volleyball court for rent, you replied, still half thinking this could have been a joke. Ah, yes, come in, the voice invited, and the gate cracked open with a groan. You poked your head through and saw an older man there with a very sun-worn face, but he seemed friendly enough and you stepped inside. Come with me, the man said, leading the way down the cobblestone path that was flanked by a very well-maintained vegetable garden. Fruit and vegetables of every kind were growing, and you marvelled as you passed them. This is a nice garden, you commented to him. Do you grow? He asked back over his shoulder as he walked ahead. No, unfortunately I can't grow anything. Even plastic plants would die in my care, you lamented sadly. Do you like these fruits and vegetables? He asked, gesturing to them. Yeah, actually, you said with surprise. I'm not very fussy with my fruit and veggies, but these will look good. He replied, gesturing with a crooked finger towards where all of his plants were. You looked them over. Wow, you have so many different types of foods here. He nodded, and you followed him up to the front steps, and then into the house, and then out the back, that was set up as a very old Japanese-style yarding with a very large veranda that skirted the house. You looked out and saw a dirt court with an old volleyball net set up. Well, this is cute, you said, walking out to look things over. What size is your team? He asked. Well, I don't actually have a team yet, you said sheepishly, toying with the tattered strings on the net. I was going to start up a coaching for littlies, 18 months to 3 years old. His eyes brightened. My grandson is 2 and loves volleyball, but I'm a little old to coach him. He'd love to join. Oh, really? You asked with delight. My little girl is 1.5 years and is obsessed. Her and her father are at home watching volleyball on the TV as we speak. The old man chuckled. It's a good thing. Do you play? Not so much anymore, you said with a slightly sad smile. But I played all through high school, and my boyfriend is on the Blue Flames V-League team. What position does he play? The man asked. He's the ace, you said proudly. Dabi Todoroki, the man said without missing a beat. Yeah, that's him. Oh wow, do you know the team then? You said with surprise. Oh, I follow them closely. They're a good team, he said with a smile as he stepped off the veranda and extended his hand. You held your hand out too and shook his. I'm Totoru, he said kindly. Yin, please call me Yin, he said. If you're interested in renting this place, I'll drop it cheap for you, 15 an hour, he said. Oh, that's very kind of you. The ad says 30. That's half of what you advertised. Are you sure that's okay? You asked. To have nice occupants teaching young kids volleyball, that's worth more than anything else, he said. I'll take it then, you said with a smile, still shaking his hand, and then placing your other hand over his gently. Much appreciated. After talking a little more, he gave you some favourite fruit and veg from the garden, and you left to go home and tell Dabi the good news. He was very excited for you and keen to meet Mr. Totoru. Well, once I start advertising, we can go meet him, you said with a smile. The following week you started hanging up flyers around town, and you also texted a picture of the flyer through to the women that you'd met at the shops. Within 20 minutes of the first few flies going up, you got calls. Everyone was keen to enroll their kids, and they were even happier to know that you were fully qualified and your boyfriend was on the Blue Flames team. Dabi came in to meet Mr. Todoroki that week, and you brought along little Ko as well. She still had her Volleyball with her and tried to start practicing the minute that she saw the volleyball net in the yard. I'm going to need to get a shorter net, you said to Dabi and Mr. Todoroki as they stood and watched Koemi toss the ball up into the air to try and get it over the net. We'll get one on the way home, Dabi said. Ian, Mr. Todoroki said to you as you were about to leave. My wife is in bed here, very frail and ill, but she loves kids and volleyball. Would I be able to wheel her out onto the veranda so that she can watch the practices? Oh, of course, he said. She's more than welcome to watch the lessons. Thank you, he said with a crooked smile. She'd love it. Because there had been so many inquiries, you had to run 2 training sessions, one at 10 a.m. and the other at 12:30 p.m, and the following morning at 10 a.m. sharp, the first of the children arrived. You were only allowing 5 kids in the class at a time, so you could keep up with everyone, and so the first little girl, aside from you and Koemi, arrived. Hi, you greeted her, getting down on her level. What's your name? The little one clung to her mum and stepped in behind her, peeking out at you shyly. Come on, say your name, the mother said down to her little shy one. Mio, the little girl whispered. Mio, and how old are you, Mio? This many, she said, holding up 2 fingers. We're going to have lots of fun today, Mio. Do you want to come and meet my little girl, Koemi? She nodded and left her mummy's side and then slowly walked over to your girl, who smiled brightly and held out her volleyball. Volleyball? Play volleyball? The little one asked her, holding out the ball. Mm-hmm, Mio replied, with a shy nod, reaching one hand out to take the ball from Koemi, but at the last minute your little one retracted her ball and clutched it to her chest. Mine, she said strongly. Get ball? She looked around and spotted the ball cart that you had purchased along with some of the volleyballs in it and toddled over to get a ball for Mio. You chuckled and watched them for a bit before talking to the mum. We'll be done by 12 p.m. You're welcome to stay if you like. Oh, it's okay. I'll go and then come back. She seems happy, so it's fine, she said before sneaking away. As she left, the next lady turned up with 18-month-old twin boys. They had no trouble leaving their mum and ran over as soon as they saw the volleyball cart and sent balls flying everywhere as they fought over a ball to have each. Energetic, aren't they? You said to the mum. If someone just did away with me right now, it would end all my pain and suffering, she said in a tired voice. Okay, you go and get some rest and I'll keep them entertained for 2 hours so you can have a break, you said sympathetically to her. Just quickly before you go, what are their names? Okay, the one in the blue is Goro and the one in the red shirt is Kyo, she said. If not, they'll answer to each other's names, so don't worry. Oh, right, you said, looking to where your cart had been upturned and the balls were rolling everywhere while the twin boys wrestled over one ball in particular. You were about to say something to the mum, but she'd already left, so you turned back to your small team. 1, Mio, 2, Komi, 3 and 4, Goro, Kyo, and 5? Just then a loud voice called happily, Volleyball, Mummy! You looked and there was this little girl who ran through the door larger than life and jumped from the veranda and down onto the ground. Hi, she announced loudly to your daughter. I'm Emmy. Volleyball, Koemi replied happily, showing off her volleyball. Emmy loves volleyball too. Emmy, wait, sweetheart, her mum called as she dragged herself through the door with bags falling off her arms, her ponytail pulled to one side with bits sticking out everywhere. Oh, hi, you greeted her. Emmy has already introduced herself to the others, you chuckled, and helped the lady with her bags. Okay, all right, I have a water, food, emergency contact numbers, change of clothes and some extra things in case you need them. It's at 10:30 a.m. and starts with strawberries in her pink container first. Then she can have a banana, but make sure she peels it open with 4 sections, otherwise it's uneven and it might fall out of her hand. The lady continued on with her very rigid schedule and tedious rituals, and then after you managed to calm her down, she left her bags and headed off. Okay, you sighed, turning around to see what the kids were doing. They were running everywhere. Goro and Kyo, the 2 boys, were chasing each other with the balls and trying to throw them at each other. Mio and your girl were carrying the volleyballs around while looking at the flowers along the garden fence, and Emmy was trying to punt the ball over the volleyball net. You hummed out loud. Okay, well, the others seem to be happy, so I'll work with Emmy now, and then once I have her set up and practicing, I'll call the kids into line. And so you headed over to Emmy. Hey, you said brightly. Do you want me to throw the ball to you and you receive? What's that? She asked curiously. I'll show you, you said happily. Hold out your arms like this, okay? You crouched in front of her and gently pulled her arms together so you could show her the correct way to receive a volleyball, and then got the smaller sized volleyball and gently bopped it on her arms. Okay, you asked her. Again, she said brightly. So you dropped to your knees and held the ball a little higher and dropped it directly down onto her outstretched arms. Okay, you asked. Don't let the ball fall though, that's it. Again, Emmy giggled. Me, Goro? One of the 18-month-old twins asked with conviction as he marched over and stood between Emmy and you, presented his ball to you for you to do the same for him. Okay, Goro, just a second, I'm going to show Emmy how to receive. Goro! He demanded, shoving the ball into your chest, as you were still kneeling on the ground. Okay, wait, you said sharply. Kyo turn, little Kyo said as he ran over and pressed the ball into your arm. Mummy, play? Comey asked, as she, with Mio toddling behind her, walked over to see what was going on. Okay, everyone line up, you called. Line, get in at... No, Mio, not over there. We're lining up over here now so that I can... Emmy, please don't hit Goro with the ball. Koemi, sweetheart, let's stand you next to Kyo. Goro, no, we don't hit each other. The place had fallen apart and you clutched your hands to your head and silently screamed as the kids melted down around you. Just then Mr. Totoro came out onto the veranda. Watermelon, he called invitingly. Come and get some. The kids all stopped immediately and turned and ran towards him, letting you catch your breath for 2 seconds. Oh my God, you thought with distress as you looked at the time and saw it was 10:45 a.m. already. Oh my gosh, I suck at this. We hardly got anything done. The look on your face must have said it all, and Mr. Totoro waited until all the kids were eating happily, and then he walked over to you. You've taken on a lot, he said knowingly. I thought things would be going differently, you said sadly as you looked at the ground. I think this has been a raving success, he said kindly. The first few lessons will just be introductory. The kids are getting used to you, and you're getting used to them, so give yourself some graces. Thanks, you said sadly. They'll get much better. They're only little, remember? You nodded and looked up at them all munching happily on their watermelon and sighed. You're halfway through the lesson already, he added. Only a little longer to go and you'll be done. Thank you. You don't need to be helping me like this. I'm sorry to have interrupted your day. You must be pulling my leg, he said with surprise. It's lovely to hear the happy sounds of children playing volleyball in my yard. This is a blessing. You smiled at him and then turned your attention back to the kids. Okay, I can do this. I'll have them trained well in no time. After watermelon and a drink of water, you lined the kids up along the veranda and practiced jumping off a few times to tire them out a little so that they would focus for 2 seconds and you could at least teach them the correct way to receive. Once they had tired their little legs out, you stood them up there again and got them to play Simon Says, except it was Yin Says, and you got them to copy some moves and then taught them squishy wrists, where they put their little wrists together in the proper receive formation. Yin Says, touch your nose, she said, pointing to your nose. All of them copied you. Yin Says, squishy wrists, you called, clapping when they all managed to push their little wrists together. Yay! Now hands on hips, you called. All except Emmy put their hands on their hips and you made a wrong buzzer noise to the rest of the class. I didn't say Yin Says, you chatted playfully. But that was good practice, okay. Let's play chasings. I'm going to chase you with the volleyball, and you have to run away, okay? Yeah! Emmy yelled with excitement. The others didn't quite get it, but they cottoned on soon enough when you started chasing Emmy with the volleyball, and she squealed with delight and ran away. So for the last 10 minutes of the lesson, you chased them all around, and they giggled and toddled around as you pretended to be the big scary volleyball. Then the mother of the twins turned up and took her boys, which neither of them wanted to leave. And then Emmy's mum came in and she burst into tears and she didn't want to leave, and last was Mio's mum. Little Mio was delighted to see Mummy and ran over to her excitedly, calling out for her to come onto the court. Hello, love. What did you learn today? Her mummy asked her. Squishy withs, Mio lisped. What? The mum asked with confusion. So Mio demonstrated, pushing her wrists together in a perfect receive formation. That's the correct way to receive, you said to the mum, stepping over to educate. She does the squishy wrists very well. Oh, well done, love, the mum praised, much to Mio's delight. Finally they left, and you had a chance to play with your little girl. Her and Mio had played a lot together that day, and you were stoked that she had made a friend so quickly. Just before your next class started, Dabi turned up to take Koemi home for her nap, and you mentally reset for the next group of kids. These kids were a little bit older than your morning kids. 3 2-year-old boys and 2 3-year-old girls. Yoshi turned up first, geared up in the Blue Flames merchandise, complete with volleyball knee pads. "Oh, Yoshi," you greeted him by name when his mum introduced him. "Do you like the Blue Flames volleyball team?" He nodded vigorously. "My boyfriend is the ace. Do you know the name of the players?" you asked him. He gave you a bit of a blank look, so you looked up at the mum. He loves the guy with the black hair and turquoise eyes with the piercings. I think his name's Todoroki." "You're not going to believe this, but that's my boyfriend," you said with a sheepish chuckle. "I'm not even joking." "No," she exclaimed. "Really? Would he be able to sign something for Yoshi? He would love that so much." "Oh, I'm sure. I'll get him to sign something next time for Yoshi," you said with a smirk to her, and then grinned at Yoshi, who still hadn't really clicked at what you and his mum were talking about. He said goodbye to his mum, and you gave him a ball to play with, which he tried to throw over the net the second that he got his hands on the ball. The next whirlwind to come flying through the door was Rin, who had bright blue eyes and blonde hair. "Volleyball! Volleyball! Volleyball!" he chanted as he barreled over to the cart and grabbed 2 balls out and then threw them in all directions. Rin's mum had just dropped him at the door and left without saying anything to you, so you only knew his name because she had pinned his name to his shirt, and all you could see was his name tag. The next boy was a very quiet and stoic child named Miru. He didn't look you in the eye at all and didn't speak a word, but liked the flowers along the fence line and wandered over to them to check them out while you chatted with the mum. Then the next lady arrived with Harima, a very pretty and tall 3-year-old who seemed very mature for her age and started practicing with the volleyball right away, bouncing it off her wrists with such ease and precision that you were having a hard time believing she was 3. And last was Aya, who walked in with a scowl on her face as her mum talked on her phone that was sandwiched between ear and shoulder. "Hi, Aya," you greeted the scowling 3-year-old girl while the mum talked business on the phone. She looked away. "Do you want to come play volleyball with me?" you asked. "No," she grunted. "Go and play, Aya. I'll see you soon." "No, I don't wanna," Aya pouted. "Sorry, she's being difficult today," her mum apologised to you while covering the speaker of the phone. Then she turned back to Aya. "If you go and play, I'll buy you the limited edition doll that you wanted this morning." "I want a pink one," Aya demanded. "Okay, I'll get you the pink one. Now go and be good and I'll see you at 2:30. "I want pink one," Aya snapped. "I'm going to go and get it now, okay?" "Now, Mummy," she demanded. Yes, I'm going, okay, I'm going," the mum said and quickly left. "Wow, okay, so I know who runs this family," you thought with surprise. "Okay, Aya, let's go and play." "No," she snapped at you. "Okay, you sit here then and don't play with us, and I'll tell your mummy when she comes back and she won't get you the pink doll," you bluffed. She looked at you in the eye, and you raised an eyebrow at her and stood your ground, and finally, after 3 agonising minutes, she stepped towards you and put her hand out. "Play," she grunted. "Yeah," you said brightly, "let's play." You turned around and called to Harima, who was still practising away. "Harima, let's practice together," you called. "Okay," she sang back with a smile. "Now, how am I going to do this?" you wondered as Harima trotted over and smiled at Aya. Aya just looked away and stared at the ground, so you took the ball from Harima and started bouncing it off your wrists and keeping your arms under it as much as possible. Because there was movement, that caught Aya's eyes, and she looked to see what you were doing. "Count for me, Harima," you said to the bright 3-year-old. 1, she counted as the ball hit your wrist. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You deliberately let the ball go off kilter and let it fall off your arms as you pretended to try and catch it to stop it falling to the ground, but failing. "Ah, drats," you clicked your fingers playfully. "How many did I do, Homer?" 7, she announced happily. "Do you think I can do more next time?" you asked as you picked the ball up. "Yeah, you can do 20, she announced. 20, is that 20? "Mm-hmm," Homer nodded enthusiastically. "What about you, Aya? Do you think I can do more than 7? "Do 10, she challenged, putting out the highest number that she could remember. "Alrighty, here we go. You have to count though, otherwise it won't work," you warned. "I can do more if you power me up with counting." By then the boys had stopped what they were doing and watched you as you started to bounce the ball on your wrist, with the 2 girls counting, and by the time they got to 2, Rin was under your feet screaming, "Volleyball! Volleyball!" "Yep," you said to him, keeping one eye on him as you tried not to step on him while moving around a bit. "Count for me, Rin." 4, he shouted, as the others got to 7 and then kept going. Good job, Harima chanted, clapping her hands excitedly. Even Aya seemed a lot more engaged, and Miru was watching intently from the flowers. As soon as Aya counted to 10, you fumbled the ball and let it fall to the ground, but pretended that you hadn't meant for it to do that. Well, you must have superpowers, Aya, you said to her as Rin grabbed the ball from the ground and picked it up and then tried to copy what you were doing. You got me to 10. She looked at you with wonder and then mouthed, wow, as you turned your attention to everyone. Okay, you called. Let me show you how I did that. All come and line up on the veranda. You managed to get them all standing in a line with the ends of their shoes just over the edge. Then you did a round of yin says, just like what you did with the first group, then showed them how to do squishy wrists. Yoshi was very zealous with his squishy wrists and even got into a squat position as well, just like what he'd seen his favourite player on the Blue Flames team do. Miru needed a little bit of help, and you found the best way for him to keep his wrists together was to place a dandelion flower in between them so he'd hold the position. It worked like a charm. After doing that, the kids all sat down for morning tea, and you let them eat their food and have a drink of water before Mr. Totoro walked out to see how everyone was going. This group's a little bit older than the last, you said to him. It makes it a lot easier too. I can see, he said with a smile. Since everyone's a little more settled, I'll wheel Mrs. Totoro out, if that's okay. Yes, please bring her out. We'll practice throwing the ball over the net after the kids have had their food, you said. He nodded and disappeared off to get her, while you set the volleyball net up a little lower. What doing? What doing? Me help? Rin asked as he ran over with his juice popper in hand. It's okay, Rin, I've got it, but thank you. We'll be practicing throwing balls soon, so finish your drink and then we can start. He nodded excitedly and then ran back to the other kids and jumped up on the veranda. Foul ball! He announced to the quiet Miru, who just looked at him and then looked back down to his apple and took another timid bite. Once they had finished up, you called them over to the nets and saw Mr. Totoro in the background wheel Mrs. Totoro out in the wheelchair and set up on the veranda to watch. Okay, you announced, everyone get a ball. You handed out the balls quickly and then stood back. Now, when I say go, you need to throw the balls over the net. Don't let it touch the net, okay? The net is lava. Rin gasped with astonishment and Yoshi's jaw fell open with surprise. Is it really lava? Aya asked sassily. It's not lava. It's pretend. But the volleyball monster will get you if you touch the net, so beware, you warned in a scary voice. All the kids took your warning to heart and clutched their balls closer to their chest as you readied them for the throw. Okay, 1, 2, 3, throw! All the balls went flying over the net except for Miru's that went straight square into the thatched string, and Rin screamed loudly. Monster! He hollered and turned and ran in the opposite direction. This set all the others off and poor Miru burst into tears. Hey, it's okay, Miru, the monster only eats loud kids who run away, you said, quickly crouching down in front of him so you could talk to him and calm him down. Is it going to eat me? He asked through sobs while he wiped his eyes. No, it won't eat you, but it might get Rin, because you looked up to where Rin was still screaming and running in circles like a mad thing, and you chuckled, because Rin is being so loud. Miru turned his head over his shoulder to see, and stopped sobbing when Rin ran straight into the side of the house and fell over. I'm okay, Rin called from where he was lying on the ground. A small, elderly chuckle wafted over from the veranda, and you looked to see both Mr. Totoro and Mrs. Totoro smiling and chuckling with amusement. Well, if nothing else, I've made their mornings, you thought, as you finally convinced the kids to line back up and try again. That second lesson flew by, and before you knew it, the mothers were all walking in to collect their kids. Thankfully, all of them were still practicing throwing the balls over the net, and even Miru was getting into it. Aya, her mum shouted, come on, we need to go. I have your toy in the car, pink, just as you asked. I've been really good and I played volleyball, so that's why you got it right, Mum? Aya asked, almost a completely different child to when she came in. Yes, now let's go. Say goodbye, the mum said before grabbing Aya's arm and marching her out the door. You waved goodbye to the somewhat sad Aya and called out that you'd see her tomorrow, which made her smile. Then Yoshi's mum walked in and he gave her a big smile and ran over to go home with her. Miru's mum arrived, and then he was still so engrossed in throwing the ball so he didn't even notice her until the last minute. Mummy, he said with delight when he finally saw her and ran over for a hug. Then lastly were Rin and Harima's parents. You saw Rin look over to the door and vaguely saw movement outside of it, and then he took off at a run and you had to call him back to get his lunch bag. Then he was off to his mum, who you still hadn't seen very well. Since Harima seemed to be the most volleyball savvy of the group, you decided to set for her to see if she could hit the ball over the net, and to your surprise she was quite good at that. "Harima, let's go," her mum called as she walked in. "Look, Mummy," she called, getting you to set the ball up so that she could hit it over the net. "Well done," the mum said with tears brimming in her eyes. While Harima was getting her lunch bag, you sidled up to the mum, who looked quite teary. "Is everything okay?" you asked her. "Yes, sorry, we lost my husband a few weeks ago to cancer, and he was a big volleyball fan. Harima takes after him, and she's been so lost without her dad to play with her. He used to set for her just like what you did. I'm really happy she found someone. It's a great group to play with as well. We didn't have anywhere that would take her on," the mum said gratefully. "You're doing a great job." I don't think I am," you replied honestly. "It's been a learning curve today, but as long as Harima is happy, then good." The mum smiled again and Harima walked over, ready to go. "Bye-bye," she said to you. "See you tomorrow." "Bye, Harima," you said with a smile. Mr. and Mrs. Totoro had been sitting very quietly at the other end of the veranda, and you walked over to at least introduce yourself to Mrs. Totoro. "Hello," you greeted her. "I'm Yin. Nice to meet you." She nodded, her chest rising and falling slowly and heavily as she took deep, ragged breaths in. "We had a lovely afternoon watching the kids," Mr. Totoro said to you. "Rin is really something, isn't he?" "He is," you chuckled. "When he ran to the side of your house I was worried for a second, but he was up and running again in no time." The elderly pair chuckled. "My grandson will be joining on Thursday, if that's okay. That's when he comes over here to play," Mr. Totoro said with a smile. "That's fine," you replied. "We'll have plenty of fun." "I just know you will," he grinned, an old man grin. You were utterly and completely exhausted when you got home, and Comey met you at the door with a bright grin on her face. "Mummy!" she squealed excitedly. "Yes, Mummy is alive," he said in a weary voice as you walked in. "You look like you've been trampled by 2-year-olds, Dabi said as you walked into the kitchen with Comey in your arms. "Please, why did I decide to do this?" you asked. "Today has been absolute madness. I'm glad I don't have work at the shop tonight." "You work tomorrow, don't you?" he asked. "Yeah, expect me to arrive home in a coffin," you said in a tired voice. He chuckled. "Okay, go and have a nap. I'll have food ready for you when you wake up," he said, walking over to give you a kiss on the lips while slipping one arm around your side to hug you while you held Comey on the other side. But first, I think you need a shower," he commented. "What did these kids do to you? Vomit on you?" Not quite, but Rin ran into me and squished a banana into my thigh." You pointed to the stain. "And Miru got upset because he thought there was a monster that was going to get him and cried on my shirt," you added. "And the rest is just dust getting kicked up. It's like a sports mosh pit," Dabi commented with amusement. "Well, go and clean up, and I'll put the volleyball on for Comey to watch." "Volleyball," she announced, swinging her legs happily when she recognised the word. You chuckled and handed her to Daddy. "I'm off," you said, as you wandered off out of the kitchen and up the stairs. The first week, juggling, teaching volleyball, and working at the corner shop was a bit of a nightmare. But the kids were really loving their lessons, and by the end of the first week, the younger group were able to receive the mini volleyballs if you dropped the ball directly onto their wrists, and the older group could receive, and if you set for them, they could hit the balls over the net. "The kids are getting really good," you commented to Dabi over dinner one night. "Even Missy K here is keeping up." "I'll take her to practice this weekend," Dabi said, "so you can rest. And then we'll be home in the afternoon." "Thank you," you said gratefully. "That would be lovely." And so that Saturday morning, Dabi packed himself and Koemi some food and other stuff, and then left to go to practice, which your little girl was most excited about, and insisted on bringing her Volleyball along as well. As soon as Dabi turned up at the hall and stepped through the door with little Koemi in arms, he was swamped by the boys on the team. "Oh, hey, she has her own volleyball," one of the guys commented. "It's called a Volleyball, you uncultured swine," Fueji cut in, pushing his way to the front of the group to see his favourite girl. "Anta," she greeted brightly, putting her arms out to go to him. Hey, baby girl, come back to Daddy. What is this?" Dabi asked as she eagerly held on to Fueji with one arm and her Volleyball in the other. "She's chosen the better-looking guy, haven't you?" Fueji asked her rhetorically, just to tease Dabi. "Come on, let's go." And with that, he turned and made his way out of the back of the crowd and headed over to the other side to put Koemi down on the ground. She was too fascinated with the place that she didn't get spooked at all, and her eyes lit up even more when she spotted a whole cart full of Volleyball. Dabi walked over to the cart and pulled a ball out, and then walked over to the court and tossed the ball high into the air a few times to get his arm in. Quirky sat down on the ground, and little Kay sat in his lap, watching her daddy eagerly. Dabi threw the ball up one last time, and then got under it, and as it came falling back down, he smacked it with all his might. "Hey!" Quirky cheered. "Bit sloppy though, Dabi. Your arm's getting a bit weaker each day." "Shut up," Dabi replied with a smirk. "Your arms are just getting stronger because you wank more than I do. My girl rides me like a pro, so I don't have to use hands." Quirky quickly covered Comey's ears so she wouldn't hear the obscene comments made by her daddy, and he pulled an offended face. "Not in front of my baby girl," he gasped playfully. "Don't listen to that man talking like that." Dabi smirked and went back to practicing, with the two watching on. As expected, Koemi had a wonderful morning and even got a chance to play with the team, which she greatly enjoyed, and let some of the other players pick her up to toss a ball over the net. And after a big morning, her and Dabi said their goodbyes and then headed home for her nap. Poor little thing was so tuckered out that she fell asleep just before Dabi got her home, and he carefully transferred her to her bed to continue her nap there. "How did you guys go this morning?" he whispered to him as he came back down the stairs after putting her down. "Good," he replied in a soft voice. "I'm ready for some mummy-daddy time, though." The twinkle in his eye made you smirk, and you reached up and wrapped your arms around his neck and planted your lips on his. While you made out slowly, he backed you into the lounge room and removed everything. Month after month ticked by, and you were getting more and more kids joining your coaching sessions, that finally the day came when you decided to give up working at the shop. "I've got so much on my plate," you said to Dabi a few nights before calling your boss. "I can't keep doing this. I'm doing 3 training sessions a day now for the whole week, and I just don't have time anymore." "Fair enough," he replied with a mouthful of food. "You do what you want to do." "Okay, thanks," you replied, feeling like a weight had been lifted from your shoulders. You rang your boss a few nights later and explained to him your predicament. He knew that you had started up a volleyball training group for little kids, and from what he had heard it was growing in popularity. "I just don't have time and energy anymore," you said sadly to him, "and this is my line of work. I went to college to do this, so I'm finally doing what I love." He nodded and sighed. "I didn't want to have to sell the shop, but looks like I'm going to have to, as I don't have the energy to maintain it either," he said. "Did you want me to help you sell the place? I can look after all the inquiries and keep you in the loop. I don't mind doing that," you said. "That would be really good of you," he replied gratefully. "If I could fetch a good price, then I can retire happily." "I'm sure you'll get a good price. The shop is well looked after, and many people come by each day," you said encouragingly. There was silence on the other end, and you felt a pang in your heart. You knew that he had hoped that you would keep the shop because he trusted you and knew you. He had told you so many times how his father had started the store up and how he had handed it on to him, and when his only son had been killed in a car accident, you had become like a daughter to him. He had watched you go through college and had reprimanded you on your antics with Dabi in the shop, but above all, he really liked you as a person and wanted to show his appreciation for all the work that you'd done for him by giving the shop to you. After the chat with him, you were a little quiet, and Dabi could tell something was wrong. "Hey, it's not like you to be so quiet," he said as he watched you start pulling things out in preparation for dinner. "Yeah," you sighed. "I just spoke to the boss about giving up work at the shop, and although he didn't say anything about it, I feel like I've let him down." "How?" Dabi asked. So you told him the story behind the shop and how it was all kind of like a family business thing, and you felt like you'd become a daughter to him. "Yeah, he'll be fine," Dabi said dismissively. "Don't be so heartless," you chided. "I've known the guy for, almost 4 years now? I worked in that shop the entirety of my college period and whole of pregnancy, and now Koemi is too, so yeah, about 4 years." Just then, as if on cue, Miss K toddled into the room with her Volleyball and saw the look on your face. "Mummy's sad?" she asked. "Yeah, Mummy's sad," you said to her, your eyes brimming with tears. "Feel better, Mummy," she said as she walked over and patted your leg and then held her Volleyball up for you to cuddle it. "Cuddle Volleyball?" You took the volleyball from her and cuddled it, while Dabi watched on with amusement. "Do you feel better now?" he asked cheekily. Yeah, I do actually," you chuckled. "Good. Now don't think about it anymore. Only think about it when it's absolutely necessary." You snorted with soft amusement at him. "Is that easy?" "Yep, that easy. Now make dinner. I'm hungry. Now, you didn't usually condone violence in the house, but just the absolute audacity of this man made you grab the wooden spoon and bonk him on the head with it. Ugh, he grunted, clutching his head. Bad mummy. Don't hit. Ah! He up and yelled again when you walloped him on the backside. No, mummy, Comey yelled with the most pissed off 2-year-old face she could muster and reached up to grab her Volleyball from your hand. No Volleyball for mummy. Now you gone and done it. You're in trouble. Dabi teased you. Your Volleyball cuddling privileges have been revoked. I am about to revoke your special daddy bedroom privileges if you're not careful, you warned him, pointing the wooden spoon at him. Anything but that, he gasped, picking up Comey, who was still defending him, and backed out of the kitchen. Good, now get going, you called after him as he left the room. The next morning, you and Comey were at Mr. Totoro's place nice and early and had just set up when he came walking out to see what you two were up to. He had very kindly given you a set of keys so you could come and go from his place as you pleased, and you commented to Dabi that old men just seemed to trust you considering your relationship with your elderly boss from the store. Your lessons are very popular, he said to you as he sat down and accepted the mini volleyball from Comey, then gently tossed it to her for her to receive, which she did quite well, and bounced it right back to him. Oh? You asked. I heard 2 ladies talking about Volleyball volleyball training at the fruit and vegetable shop in town, he said as he picked up the ball and tossed it to Comey again. Good things, I hope, you said with a chuckle. Yes, I think one was the mother of Miru, the shy boy. She was saying how much more confident he's become. Yeah, he's really come out of his shell in such a short space of time, you said with a smile. And as you know, I now have 3 sessions a day, which is why I'm going to have to quit at the store. My boss is very disappointed and told me that he'd have to sell because he can't maintain it himself. You sighed. Mr. Totoro could tell it was weighing heavily on your heart and he softened. Is it just due to old age that he can't maintain the place? He asked. You explained the whole backstory and Mr. Totoro listened while gently tossing the ball for Comey while you talked. I'll start advertising later this week, you said. First I'll make sure I'm up to date with everything. He nodded in silent thought, and then the first lesson started and Kyo and Goru came running in excitedly to start their training. Warm up first, boys, you called to them when they immediately started fighting over volleyball, even though you had a whole cart full. Kyo was the first to follow orders and turned away from his brother and then jogged to the back fence and turned around to wait for your next command. You very quickly lined up some volleyballs on the ground and then called to him and he came charging in and weaved his way through them and then came out the other side with a bright grin on his face, then went straight back to fighting with his brother. As you were trying to get them apart, Mio arrived and ran straight over to Koemi and the pair walked off together to throw volleyballs to one another and practice receiving, so that was a relief. Then Emi bounded through the door and nearly bowled Goro over, who managed to get the ball off his brother and was making a run for it. Play hot potato? Emi asked you, running over and tugging on your shirt. Yes, we'll play hot potato in a second, but just let me get everyone together. You called for the others to come over while Emi's mum was trying to talk order into her overzealous child who had run inside ahead of her. The boys were not in a good mood and were still quarrelling as you clapped your hands to try and get their attention. Then, to your surprise, Koemi walked over to them and gave them both a good smack on the cheek. Listen, she announced loudly and pointed to you. Both boys were so stunned they didn't know whether to cry or not and just looked at you. Oh gosh, you said quickly. Koemi, please don't hit the boys. They're not listening, Mummy. I know, sweetheart, but let Mummy be in charge, okay? You asked. Both boys meekly followed her over to you and stood quietly while Emi's mum finished up putting sunscreen on her wriggly bundle of happiness. Thankfully, she'd been so distracted by her own daughter that she hadn't seen you girls slap the boys into submission. And with everyone now ready to go, you started practice. Koemi seemed to be quite on it that day and was very good at keeping Kyo and Goro in line. Kyo was the more behaved of the two, but in a split second he could become a terror. But if he wasn't provoked, he was usually pretty good. First you did hot potato, getting the kids to bounce the balls off their wrists, and all of them were doing fantastically. Then after doing that for a while, you had them line up and run to the net to spike while you set for them. Emi had good form, and when she was focused on the task, she was 1000% focused, and nothing could break her concentration. Mr. and Mrs. Totoro had come out to watch, and you saw him nod a few times when the kids did a particularly good spike. Okay, let's show Mr. and Mrs. Totoro how we can do it with our other hand, you said with excitement. You'd been getting the kids to practice hitting with their non-dominant hands so that their little bodies didn't develop muscles unevenly. And, as little kids did, they took to it very easily and were damn near ambidextrous. Mr. Totoro grinned and clapped for each child as they managed to hit a ball over the net, and then once they had finished, then they got some morning tea. "They're all doing very well," he commented to you. "Emmy is especially good with her spikes." "Yes, she's very focused," you said in agreement, chatting a little more about Emmy. From where she was sipping on her juice popper, Comey listened in, a small pout pulling at her little lips. After eating time was over, you got them back into 2 lines to practice passing the balls to one another, and each child was assigned a colour and given that colour sticker to put on their shirt, including yourself, kneeling, of course, to make it fair. One at a time you called a colour, and whoever had the ball had to throw to the person with the same colour. "Okay, blue," you called brightly. Koemi had the ball and so tossed it to Kyo, who had the blue sticker on his shirt. "Now green," you called to Kyo, who tossed it to Emmy, who had the green sticker. "Now pink," you called, hoping she'd throw it to you because you had the pink sticker on, but instead she tossed it to Koemi, who had purple. "Oops," you called to Emmy. "I called for pink, but you threw it to Koemi and she's purple." "But I like purple," Emmy replied to you. "That's great, I'm glad you like purple, but you had to throw it to pink. Let's try again. Get your listening ears on for the colour I call, okay?" Emmy nodded and Koemi trotted out of line to hand the ball back to her, as Goro walked off. "Hey, come back, Goro, we're not done yet," you said. He looked up with surprise as if to say, "What, you're still here?" and then turned and got back into line. "Now to yellow," you called to Emmy, who threw it to Koemi again, because she's purple. "Oops, where's yellow?" you asked Emmy. She pointed to Goro. "So why did you toss it to Koemi if you know Goro is yellow?" you asked her. "Because she's purple, and I like purple," Emmy replied. You were about to fight it again, but decided that it wasn't worth the effort and called it quits on that game. "Can we do spiky?" Koemi asked you when you let everyone go and do their own thing. "Yes, good idea. Let's do that again. I'll call everyone." "No, just you and just Koemi and me," Koemi, she said in a firm yet pleading voice, and you smiled down at her. "Yes, okay, just Mummy and just you, baby K," you agreed, following her to the nets. "You throw it and Koemi hit it," she said, giving you a volleyball to set for her. "Okay," you said with a little amused look. She walked away a bit and then turned and got ready for her run. "You call," you encouraged her. "Okay," she called happily as she started to run. You waited for the right time and then gently tossed the ball, and she ran, jumped and gave it a good hit. "Oh, well done," you praised her. She beamed with pride. "Koemi focus?" she asked you. "Are you what, sweetheart?" you asked back, trying to work out what she had said. "Koemi focus?" "Focus?" you asked. "Koemi focus, like Emmy, where Emmy does jumping." Focus like Emmy. Oh, focused like Emmy. "Yeah, focus," she said with delight. "Oh, yeah, of course, you're very focused," you praised her. "I focus better," she announced firmly as she trotted off under the net and retrieved the ball and then handed it to you so you could set for her again. Oh, she must have overheard Mr. Totoro and I talking about Emmy being focused, and she got a little bit jealous, you wondered as you set her up for another spike. She was going all out with her hits and watching the ball right into her hand, so you made sure to praise her up big, and as the lesson wrapped up, you left her to see the other kids off. She went back to practicing receiving on her own, and Mr. Totoro walked over to give her a hand while you said goodbye to the others. "Your little one's coming a long way," he said to you when you came back to them. "She is, isn't she?" you praised her in front of him. "Very focused." She beamed with pride, and when Dabi came to get her a few minutes later, she proudly announced to him that she was focused and hitted the ball well. He was most excited to hear this and happily picked her up and swung her up onto his shoulders so that he could take her home for her nap. "See you later," he called to you as he left, and you waved them off before cleaning up and getting ready for the next lot. Mrs. Totoro was napping in the morning sun, so you sat down to rest in the silence beside her. Mr. Totoro had disappeared, but you didn't think much of it. He often went to tend his garden and would up and walk off at random times. So after that day's work, you went home to start preparing for the sale of the corner store, but before you had a chance to do anything, you had a missed call from your boss. Curiously, you rang him back. "Hello, Yint," he greeted you. "I got a call today from a private buyer who said he was interested in the corner store." "Oh? What? How did the buyer know the store was for sale? I haven't put anything up yet. Did you tell people?" "No, it wasn't me. The buyer said he knows you well and he wanted to buy the store because he could guarantee that it would be well looked after and that you had told him the story." "What?" you asked with surprise. "Who is it?" "A Mr. Totoro," your boss said. "Oh," you said with surprise. "He did? That's... wow. How much did he offer you?" "Far more than I ever expected," your boss said with a chuckle. "He seems very nice." "He is very nice. He's the landlord of the court I train the kids at. But what does he want it for, I wonder?" "I have no clue, but I'm inclined to sell it to him. I can retire happily with the amount he's offering," your boss said. Another weight lifted from your shoulders and you smiled into the receiver. "Then you sell it to him. I'll thank him tomorrow and organise the changeover with him," you said. "Thank you," your boss said gratefully. "I'll get the papers together on this end and have them to you by tomorrow." You chatted a little more and then hung up and called out for Dabi, who was bathing Comey. "Hey," you said as you walked into the bathroom. Comey had a mass of bubbles on her head that towered well above her, and Dabi had a bubble beard that she was gently packing onto his face, and you stopped for a second as they both looked over at you. What's going on here?" you asked with a chuckle. "Bubbles," Co announced with glee, the tip of her bubble hat wobbling with her head movements. "The bubble beard looks good on you, Daddy," you said to your man. "Yeah, thanks. I thought I'd change up my look a little." "Bubble eyebrows," Koemi then announced, and started placing the bubbles over Dabi's eyes, one by one, while you giggled with amusement. "This is very avant," Dabi said from under the copious amounts of bubbles that had suddenly found their way onto his face. "Daddy funny," Koemi giggled, screeching with laughter as he poked his bottom lip up and blew air up so that it would dissipate the bubbles from his eyes and blow them everywhere. Little Kay found this very entertaining and giggled her head off, that carefree child's laughter bouncing off the tiled bathroom walls and echoing in your heart. You stood and enjoyed the moment they were having before interrupting to tell Dabi the good news about Mr. Totoro buying the store. "Legend," Dabi said with a grin. "Always liked him. He's a good man." It was time to get Comey out of the bath, so you then helped Dabi pick her out and dry her up, and then you took her to her room to read stories and then go to bed. She had such a big day and was asleep before you could get out of the room. "Oh, she's growing so fast," you said to Dabi, telling him the story of how she'd gotten a little jealous over you and Mr. Totoro praising Emmy and not her, and how she'd really knuckled down to prove that she too could be Phosis. "She's got pride, like her old man," Dabi said with a proud grin. "She's a Todoroki after all, and we don't back down for nothing." Evidently," you mused. "She also bitch-slapped the twins to get them into line," you added. "She what?" Dabi laughed. "Yeah, that's my girl." "She's a tough little nugget," you said with a smile as you draped your arms over his neck. "Now, let's go and chill because I'm exhausted." The next day you went to Mr. Totoro's place extra early to talk to him about the sale of the store. You wanted to know why he'd bought it, as he was too old and obviously not able-bodied enough to run the place. "Mr. Totoro," you called as you entered the place. "Are you here?" "Good morning, Yin," he called from the garden, and you stopped to see what he was doing. I got a call from my boss yesterday," you said to him, as his broad-brimmed hat popped up over the cucumber hedge and he smiled. "Yes, I'd like to purchase the shop." "That's really nice of you, but I have so many questions," you said with a small chuckle. "Are you buying it for yourself?" "My son has fallen on hard times," he admitted, "and he's a good man, but he just needs to work somewhere that's less busy." "I see," you said. "Yes, so I figured a corner store would do well, and if it means that I can also help your boss out by paying his retirement, then that's an extra incentive for me. After all, if you hadn't started working here, then you'd still be at the store, correct?" Yeah, I guess so," he replied. "Then I owe him for taking you away," he said. "You don't need to feel responsible," you said to him. "It's not on you to pay him back for that reason." "No, but karma has a way of finding you if you don't show gratitude for everything that you have. And I've told you before what a blessing your presence is, along with the children. So this is a selfish act on my behalf to prevent karma from kicking me later on." He held a finger up in warning, and you conceded. I'll admit it's an odd way to think about it, but if it helps you sleep at night, then okay. You chuckled with a smile and a small headshake. Allow me just this one indulgence, he said with a small bow once he'd stood up behind the hedge. Okay, you replied again. The shop was pretty much in order, but you had to file the paperwork and make sure that you had the handover ready for Mr. Totoru while your old boss found all the papers on his end and organised a solicitor to write up the contracts of sale. While this was all going on, you were still teaching the kids volleyball, and on top of that, you were secretly arranging for all of your different sessions to come with you to watch Dabi play with his team at the annual tournament rounds, which you thought the kids would enjoy, especially Yoshi. Everything was set for 2 weeks' time. A lot happened in that time frame. Mr. Totoru bought the shop for a good price, and they settled very quickly. Then you organised for a minibus to take you and the kids to the games. All of the parents were aware of this trip, but it was a surprise for the kids, and you were excited to announce it to them on the morning. Bright and early, you and Comey were at Mr. Totoru's place as usual, and were practising happily while you waited for the twins, Mio and Emmy, to arrive. They all turned up around the same time, and the parents happily left them with a wink at you and a big "have fun" to their kids before they left. Okay, everyone, you called, clapping your hands to get the excited kids' attention. We're not playing volleyball today. Goro, put the ball back, please. I'm talking to you. Kyo, we're not playing today. Why? Goro's voice squeaked. Because, you started, ready to launch into your reveal, we're going to... But I want to play, wailed Kyo suddenly. Hey, whoa, listen now. Emmy wants to play too. Emmy's voice quivered with emotion. We're going to watch the Blue Flames play, you said quickly. The kids all burst into tears, and for a moment you were very confused. They were supposed to be super excited. This wasn't matching what you'd envisaged every night before you fell asleep in bed for the past month. Why are you crying? You asked them, looking from one tear-stained face to the next. Emmy wants to play volleyball, she wailed again, with the boys bringing in the backing vocals for good measure. But we're going to watch the Blue Flames volleyball team play, you said again, like you were hoping they would suddenly be excited the next time around. Daddy? Koemi suddenly announced, putting the two and two together. Yes, we're going to go see Daddy play volleyball today, you said excitedly to her. Yay! She suddenly screeched with excitement, making the other kids stop for a second. Your daddy plays volleyball? Emmy asked her. Uh-huh, she replied excitedly. Daddy is ace. I want to be ace, Goro suddenly announced, still passionate through his tears. I'm ace, Kyo cut in. No, me, Goro wailed. Okay, you know what, you said in a suddenly very tired voice. Let's get on the bus, okay? Come on, let's go. The kids were all still yelling and asking questions with intermittent crying while you led them to the minibus now parked out the front and helped to load them on and buckle them into their seats. Where are we going, Miss Yin? Emmy asked you as you buckled her in. To watch the Blue Flames win the annual tournament, you said to her, trying not to be too annoyed by all the hassle the morning had brought. Watch Daddy win, Comey announced from beside Emmy. Yes, you said to her. I see Blue Flames on TV, Kyo said. I like them, Goro said, suddenly ceasing with the tears. Okay, good, because that's where we're going, you said, holding your sigh-in until you were in the passenger seat of the bus. Okay, let's go, you sighed to the driver, who just gave you a sympathetic look. The kids were mostly quiet on the ride there, so you had a chance to recharge while you all headed in, and then you pulled up and got them all ready to hop off. Okay, we're going to hold hands going in, okay? Okay, Goro, Kyo. Holding hands, please. Yes, good. Now, Mio, Ko, and Emmy, hold hands, please. Thankfully, they were all happy to hold hands, and you led them off the bus by your little girl's hand, and into the stadium you all went. And thankfully again, you had pre-booked, and the door attendants knew who you were when they saw you approaching, with the kids in tow. You all got front row seats behind the lower stands, and you sat the kids down to watch the game. Thankfully, they were all mesmerised by the players and watched intently while they all warmed up. Little Koemi spotted her daddy right away and screamed out at him at the top of her lungs. He looked up and grinned across at you and the kids, kissing his fingertips and then throwing them up at you all. Hey boys, you heard him call to his team. My girl's here. Luck's on our side today. You grinned from ear to ear. He had always maintained that you were his good luck charm, and now it had been extended to Koemi, but you liked that. You got this, Daddy, you called to him. He winked at you and then tossed the ball up and served it across the net to practice. "Whoa!" the twin boys chorused, eyes locked on Dabi. "That's my daddy," Comey announced. "Your daddy's strong," Mio said quietly to her, as she had been otherwise mute this whole time. Soon the opposing team arrived and practice continued, then the game started. The kids were all mesmerised until Kyo and Goro needed to go to the bathroom. "Okay, come on, we're all going for a little walk," you announced to the kids, getting them to hold hands again as you led them out and down the hall to the disabled toilets for the boys to use. After getting them sorted, you went back in to watch some more of the game, and they all insisted on standing and peering over the little barrier that had been set up to stop things getting onto the court. All of them looked so cute standing on tippy toes, watching Dabi and the team smash their opponents. Things were going well for the Blue Flames team, and they were well in the lead. All the kids were transfixed by the ball flying back and forth across the net, and Kyo and Goro were really getting into it. "Yeah!" they both screamed when the ball slammed down on the opposite side of the net, giving the points to the Blue Flames. Then the opposing side retaliated in the next rally, but Dabi jumped and blocked it, causing another round of excited screaming from your group of now 2.5-year-olds and 3-year-olds. Suddenly the whistle blew and the umpire indicated that Dabi had touched the net, and so it was a point to the other side. "No!" Koemi yelled at the top of her lungs, understanding the volleyball signals. "Daddy didn't touch it!" "Okay, sweetheart, calm down. It's the umpire's call," you said in a low voice, trying to calm her down. "No, Mummy! He didn't touch it! He didn't touch it!" "Sweetheart, hush, please, don't yell so loud." "Daddy didn't touch the net! I saw it!" She up and screamed at the umpire, who was now looking over at his pint-sized opponent. "Shh!" you hushed her. "She's right." Kyo suddenly backed your girl and pointed at her. "He didn't touch it. It was the other guy." He then pointed to the opponent who had tried to spike the ball. "His fingers did like this." He then demonstrated how during the jump the spiker's hand had touched the net. Two officials walked over to you, intending to tell you off for letting the kids be so loud, but the fact that they were being so insistent had you wondering if maybe they had really seen what had happened. Can we get a second opinion?" you asked the men as they approached you. "The children don't get a say in the match," one guy scoffed, as if to say, "Do you really think we'd listen to a bunch of 2-year-olds? I think they did see what happened," you said again. "Listen," the other guy said sharply. "We'll have you and the children removed if they're not quiet." Just then a lady called from 2 rows back. "Sir, I have the play here on my recorder." Everyone stopped and looked at her. "Daddy didn't touch it," Comey said again emphatically, with the thickest scowl on her face. "May I see that, ma'am?" one of the officials asked as he stepped over the barrier near the kids and walked over to her. She nodded and showed it to him, replaying the moment on her camcorder. Because of where she had been sitting, she was right smack bang in the middle of the two teams and could clearly see down the net on either side, making it the perfect angle to see who had touched the net. The officials watched her back a few times, then nodded at each other and walked over to the umpire to explain what had happened, making motions with their hands. "It was that guy!" Kyo called, pointing to the player who he thought had touched the net. You quickly quietened him and the umpire stood up to announce the verdict. He blew his whistle and made a sign and your kids all screamed with excitement. The point was given to Blue Flames. Dabi hadn't touched the net. "Daddy didn't do it! I told you!" Comey cried with glee. You were proud as punch of your kids. They had keener eyes than the officials, and you shot the officials a smug look, which they did their best to ignore. After the game had been won by the Blue Flames, you took the kids back to the bus to head back to Mr. Totoro's, and not even 10 minutes into the drive they were all asleep. "That's one group down," you said softly to the driver. 2 more groups to go. The next 2 should be better. They're a little bit older." The driver nodded and glanced up in the rear-view mirror to the kids. "They had fun," he said. "They all look so peaceful. They'll sleep well knowing they helped the Blue Flames keep a point," you added with a proud grin. "These kids are the best." Once back at Mr. Totoro's, you gently got them off one by one. The parents were already there waiting for you, so you helped to ferry the kids to the corresponding cars and clip them into their seats. The twins didn't even stir as you transferred them, and neither did Mio, but Emi and Koemi woke up and hopped off the bus themselves, so that was helpful. You said goodbye to Emi and then sat with Koemi for a bit until the next group arrived. Because Dabi was playing volleyball all day, she was going to come with you to the courts again, and she was only too excited to do so. So as soon as your next 5 students turned up, you were off again. Yoshi, as expected, was beyond excited and couldn't sit still the whole ride there. Rin and Miru were also pretty excited, and Harima and Aya insisted on taking a ball each with them to the courts. Because this group were a little older, they understood what was happening, and this time around there were no tears. Once inside, you sat them all down and they waited for the match to begin. Koemi proudly pointed out her dad to the other kids, and he even came over to shake their hands. Poor Yoshi nearly fainted when his favourite player reached out his hand for a handshake. "I've been waiting for you to come, Yoshi," Dabi said to him as he shook his little hand. "You going to cheer loud for me?" Yoshi nodded his head emphatically, unable to speak in the presence of his idol. Once Dabi had let go of Yoshi's hand and left, the elated and still stunned Yoshi turned to you and said, "How did he know my name?" To which you chuckled and replied, "Oh, Dabi knows all the names of the people who support him." This really surprised Yoshi, and his awe for the raven-haired player grew even more. The game went smoothly this time, and your kids cheered loudly every time the Blue Flames won, and then once the team had successfully cleared that round, you took them back to Mr. Totoro's and prepared for the final group. Little Koemi had 3 naps that day, short ones in the van when you ferried the kids back after the match had finished, but overall she held up really well, and when you finally finished for the day and Dabi came to pick you all up, she had fallen asleep once more on the way home. "It's been a huge day for her," you said to Dabi, giving him a kiss on the cheek as you drove home. "It's been a big day for all of us," he said. "Oh, yeah, congratulations on getting to semi-finals. Finals tomorrow?" you added. "We'll cream 'em," he replied with a grin. Everyone was on their A-game, even Comey, who helped me get that point back. "Yeah, she's going to make a great umpire one day," you said with a smile as you looked back to the back seat at her sleeping form. Her head had lolled to the side and her hair was all messy over her face, and you chuckled to yourself and then looked back to Dabi lovingly and leaned across to give him a kiss while he did his best to stay focused on the road ahead. "We have the perfect life," you said dreamily, placing a hand on his thigh and squeezing it. He hummed thoughtfully, agreeing with you. "Who'd have thought we'd end up here, hey?" "Yeah," you said with a smile. "We should go out to celebrate tomorrow night after your win." "Yeah, we should. And then you and I should celebrate in the bed later," he added with a sly smirk. It never changes for you, does it?" you replied with a playful eye roll. "You just get hotter. Can't help myself," he flirted. "Your flirting will get you nowhere with me," you replied, taking your hand away and feigning airs of indifference. "Well, then I'll just have to take you by force," he replied, reaching across and grabbing a handful of your inner thigh that was far too close up to the side of your leg for your body to ignore it, and it had no choice but to react to his hand by pulsating hard. "I wish I could say that it did nothing for me," you sighed as you opened your legs wider for him to grab. "We'll continue this in a second," he said lowly as he pulled into the driveway. "First I just need to transfer this little one." He turned the car off and quietly got out of his side of the car and walked back to her side and gently clicked her door open. Unfortunately, the ride home had been just long enough for her to have a decent nap, and she woke as she was unbuckled from her seat, with you watching on. "Home?" she asked, her eyes wide as she leaned forwards against the seatbelt, staring out the front window. "You're still asleep," Dabi said to her, and she looked at him. "But I feel awake, Daddy," she replied. "Nope, you're asleep. Go back to sleep. Mummy and Daddy need some time alone," he replied, making you giggle at his desperate attempt to make her sleep so that he could jump your bones. But I'm awake. See?" She pointed to her eyes and blinked them at him. "They're moving." "Yep, it's all a dream," he said as he plucked her out of the car seat and flopped her over one shoulder. "Nighty night, off to bed," he joked. "Daddy!" she wailed, half playing, half not as she struggled to get his attention. "Time for bed," he said, and you hopped out and grabbed the bags before following them inside. "No! Daddy, it's in the daytime. Look, the sun's in the sky." "That's the moon," you heard him reply as he carried her to her room to change her clothes. "No, it's the sun," she replied emphatically. "Why is it the sun?" he asked. "How do you know it's not the moon?" "Because I can look at the moon and it doesn't make my eyes sore," she said sternly. "Oh, okay, I see. Good point. Okay, I'll believe you this once, that it's not nighttime," Dabi replied. "Good, Daddy, because I'm not even a bigger bit sleepy," she said, followed by the sounds of her little feet pattering down the stairs as she came down to see where you were. "Oh, hi, Mommy," she said brightly when she saw you in the kitchen. "Oh, hi, sweetheart," you replied in a voice that mimicked hers. "Did you have fun today?" "Mm-hmm," she hummed, running to her bag and crouching down to look in. She rummaged around a little bit and pulled some things out and then looked over at you. "Mummy, where's my Wawa ball?" "Oh, it's in the front zipper part," you said, and she quickly unzipped the front section and beamed with joy when she saw her precious Wawa ball. She picked it up and then hugged it and trotted off back to the lounge to watch some volleyball with Daddy. Unsurprisingly, the next day the Blue Flames team won the annual championships, and so after work you prepared to go out for dinner with the team to celebrate. Koemi was ecstatic when she heard Daddy had won, and you told her that you and her would be going out for dinner to celebrate with him. So as the night time rolled around, you got her and yourself ready while you waited for Dabi to get home, get changed, and then all of you would head back out to the restaurant together. "You ready, girls?" Dabi called out to you as you put her shoes on in her room. "Yup, coming," you called back to him. "Okay, let's go," you said to her, taking her little hand in yours and heading out of the bedroom. "Wait, I want to bring my Wawa ball," she suddenly announced. No, let's leave Wawa ball at home." "No, I want Wawa ball," she stated firmly, tugging on your hand to get you to let go of her so she could run back to her room. "We'll leave Wawa ball in the car, okay? You can bring Wawa ball in the car and then leave it in the car, and when we eat, then it will be there when you come for the ride home," you bargained. "I want Wawa ball to come inside to eat," she said, pulling her hand free and running back to her bed to get Wawa ball. "You guys coming?" Dabi called again from downstairs. "Yeah, coming," you called in a little bit of an exasperated voice to him, then turned your attention on your girl. "Just in the car, baby," you cautioned her. "Daddy," she called out. "Yeah, baby," he called back. "Can I bring Wawa ball to eat?" "Yeah, baby," he called again, leaving you no leg to stand on as she just asked Daddy and pulled the metaphorical rug right from underneath you. "Daddy," you shouted at him, "we need to be on the same page here." You rounded the corner and started heading down the stairs. "I told her she couldn't bring Wawa ball into the restaurant, just in the car." "Oh," he said with surprise. "Why can't you bring it to the restaurant?" He opened the front door for you and you all left and headed for the car, with Koemi skipping happily ahead with her Wawa ball in arms. "Because if she loses it, that'll be the day the world ends," you said, your sentence sounding dramatic, but both you and Dabi knew damn well that it would be the end of the world if you lost it. "As if she's going to lose it. She's permanently attached to that thing," he replied, gesturing to her and her vice-like grip on the Wawa ball. "If it gets lost, there'll be her arm attached to it." You scrunched your brows with dubiousness and concern. "Well, if it does get lost, it's on you, Daddy," you relinquished. "You won't lose your Wawa ball, will you, baby?" Dabi asked her as he opened the car door and she climbed in and hopped into her car seat. "No, Daddy," she said sweetly, giving you an almost sly look. "God, this child knows how to play the game, doesn't she?" you thought with a small shake of your head as you got into the passenger side of the car. It was a semi-decent long drive to the restaurant, and you all got out once you arrived and headed in through the doors. Most of the other players were there, and Koemi called out happily when she saw Fueji, letting go of Dabi's hand to run to him. "Hey!" the grey-haired player called happily, standing up from his chair and putting his arms out for her to jump into it. "There's my girl." "Your girl," Dabi scoffed. "Now, boys, don't fight over the girls," you chided playfully, taking Koemi from Fueji's arms and sitting her in the high chair that the staff had brought over. More of the team turned up and everyone was alive with laughter and chatter, and then the food came out. It was a lovely night, and you chatted and ate, while Koemi ate and got passed from lap to lap, sneaking chips and whatnot from any plate close enough to steal food from. It was around 9 p.m. when your girls started yawning pretty heavily, and you looked at Dabi. "Looks like we've got to get the girls back home," Dabi announced to a teammate once he'd deciphered your look. "Yeah," the teammate replied. "Looks like you're losing one already." Koemi's eyes were getting very heavy and glazed, and she yawned again and lay her head against Fueji's chest. "She can sleep here. I'll carry her to the car for you," he said. "Thank you," you said, "but I think we'd better start making tracks." You stood up from your chair. Missy K was fading fast, and you quickly packed the bags while Fueji stood up with her in arms and rocked her gently while Dabi took the bag from you. "Okay," he said. "Let's go. Thank you all." The team chorused their goodbyes, and you, Dabi and Fueji with Koemi in his arms, headed out the door to the car. "Thanks," you whispered to him as he placed her in her car seat and you buckled her in. You and Dabi got in the front seat, and then off you drove home with an asleep little Koemi in the back seat. Once at home, you quietly unbuckled her out of the seat and carried her to the front door, while Dabi opened it and jogged in ahead to get her room set up with a bed and blankets pulled back. You followed him and gently lay her in the bed and pulled the sheets up with a little smile on your face. She sighed and rolled onto her side and reached a hand out for her Volleyball, but it wasn't there. So she swished her hand back and forth on the bedsheets to try and locate it, but it wasn't anywhere within reach. She popped one tired eye open to look for it and sat up while you were still waiting by her bedside. "Where's Volleyball?" she asked in a weary voice. I think... You looked over at Dabi at the door. "It's in the bag. I'll get it," he replied in a low voice as he raced from the room. "Lie down, sweetheart. Daddy will be back with your Volleyball," you reassured her, helping her lay back down as you brushed your fingers through her hair. Dabi was taking longer than expected, and you started to get a little bit concerned, but then his shadow crossed the doorway and you smiled as he entered and held your hand out for the Volleyball, but his hand was empty. "Volleyball, Daddy?" Ko asked sleepily. He stalled nervously. "It's still at the restaurant, isn't it?" you hissed at him. "Where's Volleyball?" Koemi asked urgently. I want my Volleyball!" Koemi suddenly screamed in a panic, realizing that something had happened to it. "Daddy?" you asked urgently. I'm on it," he said quickly, before turning and running out the door while you tried to calm your frantic toddler down. "Volleyball! Volleyball!" she sobbed. "Volleyball!" "I know, sweetheart. Daddy's going to go get Volleyball now," you said, picking her out of the cot and giving her a cuddle. "We'll wait in the rocking chair while Daddy saves Volleyball." You sat down in the chair and held her close while rocking back and forth while she sobbed the name Volleyball over and over. Meanwhile, Dabi was desperately trying to call Fueji. Pick up, he hissed to himself as he sped back to the restaurant. Finally, after 3 missed calls, Fueji picked up, sounding drunk as hell. "Hey, sexy," he greeted Dabi in a very drunk voice. "Oh, hell. How drunk are you?" "I'm up to my frickin' balls," Fueji hiccuped. "Okay. Have you seen Comey's Volleyball?" "Oh, what?" "Volleyball. Jeez. Hunter, where is it? Have you seen it? Comey's Volleyball." Fueji sloshed. "Hey, look. Don't bother, frickin' useless piece of crap," Dabi said angrily. He wasn't exactly angry at Fueji's drunk ass, but it certainly wasn't helping the situation. "Whoa, talk dirty to me, Daddy," Fueji joked. Dabi was so pissed he just hung up and kept driving there. With squealing brakes and a heavy door slam, Dabi was out of the car and into the restaurant in an instant. "Where the hell is the Volleyball?" he yelled loudly to the team that was still there and very drunk. "Hey, Dabi!" one of the teammates called. "Grab a drink." "I'm not here to drink, you bastard. I'm here to find Koemi's Volleyball." "Oh, what?" "Ugh," Dabi grunted with annoyance, crouching down and looking under the table. "What you looking for?" another teammate asked, as his chair was pushed aside with him still sitting on it. "Your IQ," Dabi shot back with annoyance. "Have you checked your butthole?" another asked, making those that heard his comment fall apart laughing. Dabi growled with frustration but kept looking. Fighting the damn Volleyball was far more pressing than arguing with these half-baked idiots. It was a person on another table who finally came over to ask what Dabi was looking for, and he explained that he had a very distraught 2.5-year-old at home who had left her precious Volleyball behind at the restaurant and wasn't going to go to sleep without it. "It's all tattered and crap," Dabi said with frustration as he gestured to the size of it. "I don't even know if it's still in the restaurant, but I didn't see it on the way in, so I have no idea." "Is this it?" another patron asked, holding up the Volleyball. "Oh, you're a frickin' god," Dabi yelled with excitement, taking the Volleyball from the fellow restaurant goer. "You've saved my ass, thank you." "It's no trouble. I know what it's like when a child loses their favourite toy," the patron said knowingly. Dabi thanked them again and ran, flicking his teammates the middle finger as he ran for the restaurant door. As he jumped in the car, he rang you and you picked up immediately. "Did you find it?" "Yeah, it's here," Dabi panted. "I have it in my hand." "Daddy, do you have Volleyball?" Comey's very tired little voice right asked next to yours. "Yeah, baby, I got it," he replied, still panting. She let out a little hiccuping sob and smiled into the phone. "Can I have Volleyball, Daddy?" "Yeah, baby. I'm bringing Volleyball home now. I'll see you soon, yeah?" he said, then blew kisses through the phone and hung up. "Daddy will be home soon," you said to her as you put the phone away. She nodded and rested her head against your chest and promptly fell into a deep sleep, twitching away as she slipped into dreamland. Dabi was home in record time and raced into the house with the Volleyball in hand, but by the time he got up into the room, Missy K was completely passed out. So you and he got her back into bed and tucked the Volleyball into her hand and then left. Oh, man, what a night. Dabi grunted. Yes, you said in a stern voice, giving him a very unimpressed look. What? He said defensively. Who said that she could bring the Volleyball into the restaurant? You asked him accusingly. Then he remembered that he had gone over your head and said she could bring it with her inside, even though you had said it wasn't a good idea. Yes, you said sharply. If you had just listened to Mummy, you wouldn't have had to run back and get the Volleyball, and none of this would have happened. I'm sorry, Mama, Dabi said apologetically, ducking his head and tucking it under your chin and snuggling into you. We won't be doing that again, you chided, patting him on the back of his head. That wasn't a good experience. Yes, Mama, he replied into you. Yes, I like this. I'll have you answer all my questions and comments with yes, Mama, he said with a chuckle. Yes, Mama, he said, picking you up and carrying you back upstairs to the bedroom. Daddy, when we get to the bedroom, could you do some really nice things to me? You asked sweetly as he carried you. Yes, Mama. He chuckled deeply, kissing your neck. That next day, Dabi had the day off. He had earned it after all, so he spent the day with Comey while you went and trained the others. She had had a big late night, so you thought that would be best if she had the day off as well, to rest more if she needed it. Bye, you two, you said, giving each a kiss before leaving for the day. Okay, what are we doing today? Dabi asked Comey as she skipped ahead of him to the kitchen. Chocolate for breakfast? She announced proudly. Sure, he replied with a grin. I want chocolate for breakfast too. Let me see where Mama's hidden it. Comey giggled and grabbed onto his pant leg, hanging onto it and watching while Dabi pulled things aside in the pantry to find the chocolates. Okay, here, one for Co and one for Daddy, he said, handing her a chocolate bar. Tiki, she said brightly, before turning and skipping off to the lounge room. Where are you going? Dabi called after her. Watch Volleyball on TV, she said brightly. Are you allowed to sit on the lounge with chocolate? He asked her, feeling like he remembered you telling her she wasn't allowed to because she always wiped her grubby chocolate-covered fingers on the lounge. Can I, Daddy? She asked sweetly, looking up at him with pleading eyes. Did Mummy say you could? Mummy's not here, she replied. I thought you made the rules. Suddenly Dabi felt like he needed to assert his dominance and puffed his chest out. Well, yeah, I'm the boss, so yeah, I'd say you can eat on the lounge. He put his hands on his hips, and she smiled up big and jumped up onto the lounge with an excited squeal. Yay, Daddy, she said with another excited squeal, and settled down amongst the pillow cushions to watch TV with Daddy. The morning went by so quickly as they watched volleyball game after volleyball game, and as lunchtime rolled around, Comey started to get restless. I'm hungry, Daddy, she groaned in her dramatic 2-year-old voice. What do you want for lunch, baby? He asked, placing a hand on her head. Picnic, she gasped suddenly. What do you want as a picnic? He asked. Pizza and chocolate and bubbly drink and lollipops, she rattled off. Hey, wait now. Let's see what we have here. What if we make sandwiches? He asked. Can I have Nutella? She asked hopefully. Yeah, baby, he replied, walking back to the kitchen with her following. This is the bestest day ever, she gasped with excitement. I'm going to get all fixed on the picnic. Then you bring the food. Okay, Daddy? Okay? Okay, baby. You go do that, Dabi said a little dismissively as he started to rummage through the fridge for food items. Daddy? She asked. Yeah? He stopped and looked at her. You need to listen when I'm talking, she said in her most stern voice. He stared at her and waited, and she just stared back at him. Okay, he replied. You good? Yes, she stayed with a firm head nod, then turned and walked off to go and set up the picnic. Dabi watched her go, then cracked a half smile and shook his head. Me too, but damn, she's like a mum, he thought with amusement. After making a very makeshift lunch, he placed the sandwiches and chopped up fruit on plates and then called out for Comey to come and help him. Baby, lunch is ready, he hollered at the top of his lungs. Just wait, her little voice screamed back. I'm busy. Busy? He asked himself with surprise. The hell, she's 2. What can she be busy with? Curiously, he approached the stairs with all the food and other things, and then started walking up. And from her room he could hear her jabbering away to someone. Baby, he called again. Oh, I'll be back, she said to whoever she was talking to, as he got to the top of the stairs and she walked out of her room. Who are you talking to? He asked. My toys, she replied nonchalantly. Your toys? Mm-hmm, she hummed, turning around to walk back into the room with him behind. Everybody's ready on a picnic. Dabi looked up, and there on the floor was a blanket set up with her teacup set and Volleyball, 2 teddies, and a container of walnuts that he'd been looking for the past week and had blamed you for eating them all. is here, she announced happily, spreading her arms wide to extend the happiness to the present company on the blanket. The walnuts ready? Dabi asked, jerking his chin towards the container. That's Mr. Foods, Comey said, almost offended by the name that Dabi had called them by. Oh, he replied. You need to say hello, she then added, waiting for Dabi to greet the container of walnuts. What's up, Mrs. Foods? He said to the container of walnuts. She asked what you made for lunch, Comey said to Dabi, looking up at him expectantly with her large grey eyes. Sandwiches and stuff, Dabi said as he bent down and placed the tray of food in the middle of the blanket. Yummy, Comey said, and sat down happily between the wobble ball and one of the teddies. You want to hand the food out? Dabi asked her as he sat down next to the container of walnuts and promptly bopped it on the head with his knee as he sat cross-legged. Daddy! Comey gasped with horror. Say sorry, you hurt Mrs. Foods. Oh, sorry, Dabi said blandly to the mute container of walnuts. No, Daddy, you say sorry and mean it, she chided with one finger raised in warning. Sorry, I mean it, Dabi again said blandly to the walnut container. Good, Comey nodded her head at the satisfactory answer. Now, Mrs. Rainey, here's a bread for you. She picked up a sandwich with her fingers and plopped it down on the blanket in front of the bed beside her. Mrs. Rainey? Dabi asked curiously. Why is she Mrs. Rainey? Because Mummy got her wet when she forgot her umbrella. Her what? Dabi asked. Her umbrella. What? Umbrella! Comey shouted, starting to get more annoyed that her daddy wasn't getting it. What the fruitcake is an umbrella? A umbrella! A umbrella! Comey tried and tried, but the poor girl just couldn't say it right. What colour is it? Dabi asked, hoping the colour would help him understand what the hell she was trying to say. It's black, Daddy, and you use it too. It's the big one you open and stops the rain from getting on us. Umbrella? Dabi offered. Yes, umbrella, she replied. No, baby. Say Brr. Ella, he finished. Ella, she said firmly. Brr. Ella, he said slowly. Umbrella, she said, messing it up and then bursting into tears. Baby, he said with a chuckle. Don't laugh on me, she wailed, covering her face with her little hands while she cried. You know what? I prefer Humblower. Umbrella is a stupid name anyway. I'm going to call it Humblower, he said firmly, and I'm Daddy, so I can do what I like. She stopped crying and looked at him. Are you being true? She asked, wiping her eyes quickly. Yeah, I'm being true, he said back. It's now Humblower. She smiled and wiped her nose on her sleeve, and then reached for another sandwich with her hands, and Dabi quickly removed the food. Hey, whoa, grubby hands. You just wiped boogers all over your hand. You better go wash them off, he said. Come on, let's wash them, then we can come back and eat. It had been a good day. You had missed your little girl at training, but at the same time, it was nice to be able to praise the other kids without feeling her jealous eyes on you. She definitely had a personality about her and was quite the possessive type, which you blamed Dabi for, but maybe that was a little of you too. So by the end of the day, you were looking forward to spending some time with your family at home. Hello, you called into the house as you pushed the front door open. Mummy! Comey's little voice screeched with excitement from her room, and you grinned when you saw her run to the stairs and barrel her way down. Hey, you chuckled as she threw herself into your arms. How was your day? Did you have fun with Daddy? Daddy's in jail, she said to you, and you blinked at her a few times trying to figure out if this was just play or had he actually been taken away. It wasn't too far from something that could actually have happened, so you weren't sure. Is he in jail in the house? You asked. Uh-huh, in my bed. That's the jail, she replied, and took your hand in hers to lead you up to her room. Oh, thank God, you mumbled to yourself as you let her pull you along. Help, Dabi's apathetic voice called from the bed, and you walked in to see him lying in the fetal position on her volleyball covers. You looked around the room at the scene that had been set up and looked back to him for an explanation. Why are you in jail, Daddy? What did you do? Daddy tried to eat Mrs. Foods, Comey said accusingly and dramatically. Who? You asked. You looked from her to Dabi and saw his jaw shift slightly and a soft cracking coming from between his teeth. When he realised that the sound had been loud enough to be audible, he froze, his eyes locking with Comey's. Daddy! She suddenly gasped. No, don't eat her! What is going on? You asked, confused now. He mumbled with something in his mouth. She ran over to him and grabbed a hold of his lips and tried to pry them apart. "What's going on? Who's Mrs. Foods?" you asked again. This is Mrs. Foods," she said dramatically, letting go of his lips to run over to her bookcase and pull out the container of walnuts. "Where did that come from?" you asked with surprise. "I was accused of eating all of those." "Daddy eated her," Comey wailed, holding up the container where you assumed he had taken some out. "Daddy?" you asked in a pressed voice. "You owe both of us an apology. You accused me of eating all of those." "Hang on, I've got a mouthful," Dabi said, quickly chewing the rest of the walnut down. "Give her back," Comey wailed, dropping the container to the floor and running back over to open Dabi's mouth. But instead he grabbed her and laughed manically as he pulled her onto the bed. "You're mine now. Mwahaha!" He laughed loudly and crazily, while she screamed and laughed and tried to get away. You smiled and shook your head as you watched him wrestle with her, and once he had made her giggle enough times, he dropped her onto the bed and got up. "How was your day, Mummy?" he asked with a kiss to your lips. "Good. The kids miss Comey, though. What did you get up to?" "What did we get up to? Well, I had a lengthy conversation with a container of walnuts and had to hold the Volleyball's hand because it was scared of the bees buzzing on the flowers nearby," he said casually. Sounds like a mental institution?" You chuckled softly. "We played picnics," Comey announced happily. "But then Daddy got into jail because he ate Mrs. Foods." "I see," you replied to her, turning to go back downstairs with them following. You chatted while you got yourself food, and then went to sit in the lounge while the other two put the volleyball on to watch. While you were eating, you looked down at the couch and saw a bit of smeared chocolate on there. "Missy K," you asked, "did you eat chocolate on the lounge?" She looked at you with a guilty look and then looked at Dabi. "Daddy said I could," she said softly, throwing him under the metaphorical bus. You looked at him. "Daddy, you know the rules. No eating chocolate on the lounge." "Yeah, but she said I was the boss." You raised an eyebrow at him. "So you let her talk you into it by using your own ego against you?" you asked in an accusing voice. "But I am in charge of this house," he replied defensively, trying to puff his chest out. "Oh, you're damn right you are, so you can go and get a damp cloth and clean this lounge, thank you, sir," you said in a very strict voice. "Okay, Mummy," he said softly, then got up off the couch to get a cloth. "You told him, Mummy," Comey said in a sassy voice, with her arms crossed and an approving nod of her head. You really wanted to chuckle at her antics, but refrained and gave her a stern look too. "Listen, when Mummy says you can't do something, you don't go and ask Daddy instead, okay? That's not how this works, and if you do it again, I'll make you do all the lounge cleaning and floor cleaning until you're 20 years old." "But I'll be died then," she replied, mortified. "Well, I suggest you do as Mummy asks the first time then, okay?" you said sternly. "Yes, Mummy," she said shyly, looking down at her feet. Just then Dabi came back in a little sheepishly and started cleaning while you continued to sit and enjoy your food. Can I have a kiss after I finish, Mama?" he asked as he cleaned the lounge beside you. You hummed with uncertainty, giving him a side look. "Okay, if you do a good job." "I will," he replied with a grin. After he finished cleaning the chocolate off the lounge, he leaned in for a kiss, and after you'd finished the kiss and pulled back, he reached around and grabbed the back of your neck and squeezed it, pressing your forehead to his. "You may be the queen of this house, but remember who you bow to in the bed," he growled lowly, before tilting his head slightly so he could bite your bottom lip with his teeth. Thankfully, Comey didn't see any of this domination, and she was too busy watching the volleyball match on the TV. "Yes, Daddy," you breathed seductively. I think we need some alone time tonight," he growled lowly again, and you giggled lightly. "It doesn't take much to get you going, does it?" you chided. "We'll continue this later." You batted him off so you could finish lunch and then snuggled into his side to keep watching the volleyball. At one stage you looked down at Comey, who was sitting on the floor at your feet and seemed to be swaying a little. "Comey," you asked her, "are you tired?" "No, Mommy," she replied through a yawn, her eyelids heavy with sleep. "Did she nap today?" you asked Dabi. He hummed, thinking back over the day for a second. No, I don't think she did." "Daddy," you chided. "Sorry, we were so into the picnic thing that I forgot to put her down for a nap." "Oh, well, early night tonight," you sighed, seeing her sway again. You looked at the time, and it was around 3 p.m, so you did a quick calculation and thought ahead to put her down at bed around 6 p.m, and thought that might work. "We just need to keep her awake for a little longer, and then we can start dinner, then bath, then off to bed for her. Then Mummy and Daddy can have some time together," he added suggestively, sliding his hand up your thigh. "Stop that," you chuckled, swatting his hand away and standing up. "Come on, let's go for a walk." "Can I get my pink bike?" Comey suddenly gasped with excitement when she heard you say walk. The walk was a good idea, as it kept Missy K happy and awake until you got home. And then the tired tantrum started. "Mummy, can we have a picnic for dinner?" she asked expectantly. "No, we're going to have a quick dinner and then off to bed for you," you explained. "But I want picnic," she pouted. "You already had a picnic with Daddy today." "But I want another one," she escalated, her voice on the end. "Excuse me," you sassed her. "Don't talk to me like that." "I want picnic! I want picnic! I want picnic!" she screamed suddenly. "Well, you're going to have a bath until you calm down," you said firmly, picking her up and carrying her to the bathroom while she kicked and screamed. "What's going on?" Dabi asked when he heard all the screaming in the bathroom. "Sassy Pants here has sassed her last sass," you said in an irritated voice. "So she's going to have a bath until she calms down." "Oh, I see," Dabi said as he watched you wrestle the clothes off this pint-sized ball of defiance. Finally, you got her clothes off and then started to run the bath while she screamed the place down, her shrill shrieks bouncing off the walls and making your ears ring. Even though the easier option would be to just give in and do a picnic for dinner, you remained strong and didn't even look at her as you got the bath prepared. Then, without another word, you picked her up and firmly sat her down on her bottom in the bath. She screamed initially, but then stopped when she suddenly saw her daddy with Volleyball. In the middle of the screaming fit, Dabi had disappeared to call in reinforcements and had re-emerged with Volleyball. "What's that?" he asked the ball as he appeared beside the bath with the ball to ear. "You think you might go and live somewhere else, because Ko's being too loud?" Comey's eyes shot wide open with mortification and stopped her screaming immediately. No, Volleyball, I want you to stay with me," she said in a pleading voice. Dabi held the ball up to his ear again and nodded and then made some sounds of confirmation and looked back down at Comey in the bath. "Okay, Volleyball says it won't go anywhere, as long as you have a fun bath and have your dinner without any more complaining," he said calmly. "Yes, okay, I have fun bath and eat dinner and then Volleyball stay with me," she said, picking up one of her favourite bath toys and playing with it immediately. Her change in attitude was so quick it made your mind reel, and you looked up at Dabi with a not bad little nod and facial expression, and he did the okay sign, and then slowly backed out of the bathroom with Volleyball in hand. And the rest of the night went smoothly from there. Koemi had no more tantrums, and before you knew it, she was asleep and you had been whisked off to the bedroom. The next day was back to normal for you all. You and Koemi went to training while Dabi went to practice. Or did he? "Yo, Hanta," he called to Fueji as he walked into the practice courts. "What's up, sexy?" Fueji replied with a sly grin on his face. "You want to skip class?" Dabi asked with a smirk. "For what?" "Ring shopping." "Oh, you and me? Matching rings?" "You wish. It's for me and the missus." Dabi replied with a chuckle. "I'm going to ask her to marry me for real this time." "What do you mean, this time?" Fueji asked. "We're engaged with chicken nugget rings and I call her my wife to everyone, but I should probably make it official, yeah?" Dabi replied. She'd probably appreciate that," Fueji replied with an eye roll. "How have you managed to keep her, man? If this were any other person, she'd have left you already." "It's because of my dick. The monster keeps her satisfied," Dabi said proudly. "Let me have a ride one day so I can see what she gets," Fueji replied. "Dude, I swear you're gay," one of the other players commented to Fueji when he overheard the conversation between the two males. "I'm gay for Dabi." "Yeah, only for me," Dabi piped up. "Sorry if you wanted in." The other player shook his head and walked away to leave the two guys to themselves. "So you in? I want to surprise her," Dabi said. "Yeah, dude. We're going now?" "Yeah." "Hey, boys," Fueji called loudly to the rest of the team, making them stop mid-training to look at him. "Dabi and I are going to have a quickie behind the bushes. We'll be back." "Use protection," someone called, and Fueji gave him the finger. "I let Dabi hit it raw," he called back. Completely unfazed by just how gay they sounded, the boys picked both their bags up and left together, leaving behind them a very confused team. They're not really, are they?" one guy asked seriously to a teammate, earning himself a smack to the back. "Of course not, you idiot. Do you even know them? They screw around like this all the time, but I know for a fact that Dabi is obsessed with his girl, and her only." "Yeah, they've been together since high school," another piped up. "He told me that he taught her how to screw and then he got addicted," another chimed in. "Yeah, all of that doesn't surprise me," the first guy said with a chuckle and a sigh. "He sounds like he was a bit of a dick in school, but I don't know. He seems a little bit more mature now." "Nah, not mature," the second guy added as he picked up a volleyball and spun it on his finger. "Just more protective and more dependable." "Yeah, that's it," the first said. "I wish them all happiness, though, especially with their little girl." "When I find myself a girl, I'm going to strive for the same relationship Dabi and his girl have," the third said. "First you got to find a girl, you ugly bastard," the second teased him. Shut up, ears! Like you're any better looking than I am, the offended teammate retaliated. Okay, the first interjected. Let's practice. You got any idea of what type of ring she wants? Fueji asked Dabi as they stepped into the jewellery place in their Blue Flames gym gear, looking hot as hell. Dabi hummed, looking around at the rings. Hi, can I help you? A young girl asked, giving her best smile as she approached the guys. Looking for a ring for him and his girl, Fueji said, pointing at Dabi. And for you? She asked him. Nah, I'm single, he said with a small chuckle. She smiled bashfully and reached for her hair to twist it around her finger as she gave him a flirtatious look. Okay, well, let me show you what we have here, she said, paying more attention to Fueji as she led them to the cabinets at the back and started to explain the rings, the cuts, the different stones or gems that you could have put in them, and a few other things. Dabi listened carefully and looked over the rings, but none stood out for him, so she moved on to the next cabinet. That one looks nice, Fueji said to Dabi, pointing to a matching ring set in the glass window. Dabi hummed with uncertainty. He was looking for something specific, but he just didn't know how to describe it properly, so was wanting to see if they had something already in store. I like that one, the shop assistant said to Fueji. You have good taste in rings. My ex never got anything nice. Well, your ex was a fool, Fueji scoffed. You deserve to have pretty rings and anything else you like. This made the girl blush, and she giggled shyly, and then looked away to hide her smile. Dabi could see what was going on between these two, and was going to say something about the place smelling like hormones, but was more interested in finding your rings than anything else, so held his tongue. You got any, in this particular style? Dabi said to the girl, describing it to her. She looked from him to Fueji, and then back to him. Oh, yes, come with me. Fueji followed closely behind her, and Dabi sauntered on after him. You're good at your job, Fueji flirted when she stopped in front of the next cabinet. Oh, been here for like a year now, so I know what I'm doing, she said shyly, blushing and giggling and putting her arms behind her back so that popped her boobs out more. Can you, show me the rings, and I'll buy them so that you two can get it on the storeroom out the back? Dabi deadpanned, unable to take their flirting anymore. The poor girl flushed red with embarrassment, and Fueji scoffed. Don't mind my boyfriend, he snickered, shooting Dabi a look. He's just jealous. Yeah, jealous. Now can I please have a matching set of this particular type? He explained. The girl nodded, with her head down, and gingerly pointed to something close by. Well, this is close to what you described, so if you want to have a closer look, she asked with her head still down, seemingly quite embarrassed by Dabi's offhanded comment, and couldn't make eye contact with either of them now, which made Fueji scramble for something to say that would make her feel better. Thanks, Dabi grunted, as he crouched a little to have a look at the rings. Don't mind him, Fueji said in a calming voice to her, giving her a gentle smile. But, forgive me for being too forward, but instead of screwing in the storeroom, can I take you out for dinner or coffee sometime? Her eyes shot up and met his, and he grinned and ran a hand through his hair to ruffle it a bit. Sorry, I just didn't want to pass up this opportunity, he said, feigning a little shyness. Oh, no, it's fine. It's totally fine. Yeah, coffee. Let's get coffee. My name's Susa. Hunter, he said with a smirk, and extended his hand to hers, presumably for her to shake. She took his hand, and he held it lightly before turning the back of her hand up and bending his head down to give her a kiss on the back of her hand. Surprised by such a move, she didn't know what to do, so giggled instead while he let it go, and then told her he was looking forward to the next time they met. Can I get your number, or Insta? He asked. Oh, sure. Hit me up on Insta, she said, waiting for him to pull his phone out before the pair spent time finding her account for him to friend her. Now that you two are done, can I get these rings? Dabi said in a dead voice. Don't be jealous that I have a smoking hot date and you don't, Fueji teased. I've got something better. I've got 2 girls at home. I'm about to make one of them my wife and the other a flower girl. He smirked at his friend and waited for the assistant to open the cabinet, which he was all too happy to do now that her and Fueji had made plans. The assistant, Susa, was now on a bit of a high and quickly rang up the items for Dabi while Fueji continued to flirt with her, and in a matter of seconds Dabi had the rings in boxes and was ready to go. I'll DM you, Fueji said to her before leaving, and she giggled her reply, and then the 2 boys left. You just couldn't help yourself, could you? Dabi teased Fueji as they exited, grabbing his friend in a headlock and then scrubbing his knuckles on the back of his head. Hey man, she's super hot, okay? And she's my type, giggly and friendly. The word you're looking for is ditzy, Dabi said, letting Fueji go. She's still hot, Fueji replied with a smirk. You got your rings anyway, so what's up your ass? Nothing, man. I'm happy for you, Dabi said with a shrug. I'm just teasing. We have to double date, Fueji said as they walked side by side down the road. Done, Dabi said, holding his hand out for a hand slap. Now I've got to figure out how to do this. Do what? Ask Yin to marry me. I know she'll say yes, so maybe I'll organise the wedding and just take her there on the day. He shrugged. Actually, Fueji said thoughtfully, that is a very you thing to do. I say do it. Dabi thought for a second and then grinned and let out a devious chuckle. You know what? I'm gonna. The next day, Dabi called a marriage celebrant that lived in the area and asked about her availability and gave her some dates. Yes, I can be available for any of those dates, the kindly celebrant said on the phone. Have you got a venue organised? Well, here's the thing, Dabi said. Me and my girl have been together since high school, and we now have a baby girl. If she left me, I'd pursue her to the ends of the earth to get her back, and I know she'd do the same for me. We're soulmates, so what I want to do is organise a surprise wedding. Surprise wedding? The celebrant asked dubiously. Yeah, she'll love it, Dabi replied confidently. I've been a celebrant for a long time, and I have only ever been involved in one surprise wedding, and it didn't go down very well, she said honestly. If this goes down horribly, then someone has switched out my girl, and it's an imposter, Dabi said. The celebrant still wasn't totally convinced, but agreed to go along with his plans regardless. What he wanted to do was organise a little beach holiday for the three of you, him, and Comey. And while you were walking along the beach one afternoon, he wanted the celebrant to just walk up to the two of you on the beach and start talking about the union of two people. Then, when the speech was done, marry you both, and then just walk off like nothing happened. Then, after that, he was going to take you to a restaurant nearby that had all the friends and family waiting, who would be in on the surprise by now, and that would be the reception. He had everything planned out in his mind. The only anomaly was Missy K. He really wanted her to get a pretty dress and to be able to throw petals while you and he were in the middle of getting a surprise marriage on the beach, but he didn't know if he could trust his little girl enough to keep quiet about it so as not to spoil the surprise. So he decided to test her. One afternoon, he bought some of your favourite chocolates and hid them in the cupboard before you came home. Then, when Comey woke up from her nap, he took her downstairs to the kitchen to show her the stash of chocolates. I got these for Mummy, he said as he held her in arms. It's a secret, okay? We won't tell her that they're there until after dinner, okay? And if you don't tell Mummy, I'll let you have as much as you like. Her eyes lit up like saucers and she stared at him. Can I have 1,200? She asked in the most amazed voice that she could muster. It's a big number. I'm sure that can be arranged. But you can't tell Mummy, okay? It's a surprise. Okay, Daddy. I'm good at surprises. Good girl. I know you're clever. He praised her. Just then, he heard you walking up to the front door and he put Koemi down so she could run to greet you at the door. Well, we'll see how this goes. If she can keep this a secret, I might just be able to trust her with the wedding surprise. Your little girl met you at the door and gave you a big cuddle and you stepped in, eager to talk to Dabi about your day. Hey, Mama. Dabi greeted you with a kiss. How was your day? I'm glad you asked because Emmy has been scouted by a kindy volleyball team and she accepted. She's going to join next year, you said with excitement. I'll miss her, but she's a good little player, so I think this is the best thing for her. You continued to chat to Dabi, and Comey hung around for a little bit, but then went off to play, and nothing was mentioned about the chocolates. Dinner time came, and Dabi thought for sure Missy K was going to say something, especially when you happened to mention that you were craving your favourite chocolates. Dabi looked at Comey to see if she would say anything, but she just replied his look with a blank stare, and then looked away as if to say, no, I don't think so. I'm keeping tight-lipped so I can have my share of the chocolates, thank you very much. And then it came time for dessert. Well, Dabi said in a loud announcement-type voice, I do have something here for your dessert, Mama. He gave you a sly look. I swear to God, Daddy, if this dessert is in your pants, I'm going to lose my shingles. No, Dabi chuckled. This one's in the cupboard. Oh, thank God. Comey, you want to tell Mummy? He asked her. Is it still a surprise, Daddy? If I tell her, will I get my chocolate? She asked. Yes, baby, you can tell her now. Dabi said with a little amused chuckle, and he'll still get you chocolates. Daddy got you your favourite chocolates, Mummy, and I can have a billion. Hey, whoa now, I thought it was only 1,200 before, now it's a billion. You got to read the terms and conditions, Daddy, they change very quickly, you said with a laugh. But what is this? My favourite chocolates? He hided them in there so you wouldn't find them, and I wasn't allowed to tell you anything, she announced proudly. And she did really well, Dabi commented with amusement, pulling the chocolates out to give to his girls, who both looked very eager at that point. Well, I might just be able to trust her, but I'll tell her maybe the day before or morning of. I'll just see how it all pans out. He thought as he watched you both break the chocolates open and start devouring them. You were none the wiser as Dabi went around behind the scenes and organised the wedding. He was methodical and strategic and planned it for after you would be finished for the year with the kids. "Hey babe," he asked one night later that week. "Are you taking time off at the end of the year? It's been a big year. We should go away somewhere." "Oh my god, yes, please take me away to a deserted island or something. Don't get me wrong, I love the kids, but I just need a break from them all. Except Comey." "Okay, so, beach holiday? Hell yeah, let's do it," Dabi said, pulling his phone out. "Okay, come and sit down. Help me find a place." You were ecstatic. Get away with your little family would be just great. It didn't take long to find a place, and before you knew it, you, Dabi, and Koemi were booked to stay at a beautiful beachfront villa up the coast at the end of the year just before Christmas. The minute you had booked it, Dabi sent a message to the celebrant that he had saved as witness protection in his phone, so if you saw a message come through you wouldn't get suspicious. All of the celebrant messages were very straightforward anyway, usually to the effect of, "Can you please email me the documents," or "Please call me later today to organise times," so you wouldn't have been worried about him cheating or anything anyway. Dabi's messages, on the other hand, were a lot stupider, as you can imagine, and the poor celebrant would get messages like, "Big Bravo, this is Tiny Tango, location has been secured, drop cocaine when ready." And the poor celebrant had to try and decipher what the hell he was on about, hence her constantly asking him to call her so that she could get some sense out of him. "Hey Hunter, you bastard," Dabi called loudly as he walked into the practice hall at the end of the week. "You ready to be best man?" "Hell yeah, when?" Fueji replied. "End of the year. Listen, I need you to do me a solid." "Sure. Do I kiss your ass now or later?" Fueji asked, putting the volleyball down. "Later. I'm going to need you to help get Koemi ready for being the flower girl on the day. You still seeing Susa?" "Yeah. We've got a date tonight," he said with a grin. "Man, she's amazing. I'm pretty keen on this one. She's only had one boyfriend, and he was a dick, so she thinks I'm amazing." "Good for you," Dabi said with an amusement. "She might be a little bit of help in this too. I'll need to find a pretty dress for my little girl, so if Susa's up to it, can I send her to buy one for me?" "Yeah, I'll ask her, but she should be fine with it." "Sweet," Dabi said with a grin. "Also, next week, want to come with, so I can check out this location with the celebrant? Got a few weeks left to plan this, and so far it's all coming together well. I just need to organise the restaurant, but I'm thinking I'll do that when we get up there." "I'm down. You just tell me what you need help with, and I'll get it done," Fueji said with a grin. "I got you, man." "Thanks, bro," Dabi said with a slap to Fueji's hand. Wednesday, the next week, Dabi pulled up to practice and honked his horn, and out came Fueji from the hall. "Let's roll," Dabi said, pulling the passenger side window down to speak to his friend. "We've got a few hours to get up there and sort this out, and then come back." "Okay, let's go," Fueji said as he hopped in the car. It was a little over 1 hour drive to get up there, and the pair chatted the whole way. For two guys who had been enemies at the beginning, they sure had changed, and Fueji and Dabi were in fits of laughter as they pulled up to the beach beside the resort that you'd be staying at. "Okay, this is it," Dabi said as he hopped out and looked around. There was a lady standing nearby with a book, and they made eye contact, and then she smiled and walked over. "I'm assuming that you would be Dabi Todoroki?" she asked. "You assume correct, lady celebrant," Dabi replied with a grin. "You look every bit as quirky as your text messages," she said with an amused look in her eye. "I'll take that as a compliment," he replied, looking across the top of the car to where Fueji was standing by the passenger side door. "This is my partner in crime," Dabi introduced Fueji. "Definitely not my wife." "I guessed," the celebrant said. "Well, let's get to it, because I've got a tight schedule," Dabi said authoritatively, pointing to the beach. "Let's go over some things." He led the way ahead and down onto the sand, and then started pointing out where he was hoping things would happen on the day. "We're staying there." He pointed to the resort on the edge of the sand. "So I'll suggest a walk to my girl." The celebrant nodded and looked to where he was pointing. "So if you just wait under that tree over there, and then when you see us walking along, come down, stop us, and then just start reading out the ceremony rites." The celebrant nodded with an amused smirk. "And Dabi turned to his friend. "If you and Susa hide over behind those bins there, I'll tell Comey on the day to look out for you and to run over to you when she sees you. Hopefully Yin and I will be detained by the wedding process by then." "Yeah, okay. And we get her into the dress and then send her back to you?" Fueji asked. "Yeah. Might get you to buy a small container with rose petals or something in it so she can toss them around us while you do your thing." He looked to the celebrant, who nodded. "Then after it's all official, I'll pull the rings out of my pocket and put them on, kiss, and then I think the reception will be at the restaurant there." He pointed to a waterside building. "We will need to have the documents signed," the celebrant said, "so make sure you have 2 witnesses that are willing to sign the marriage." "I'm one," Fueji said. "Happy to sign this bastard over to someone else for life." Dabi smirked at him and then spoke to the celebrant. "Yeah, I'll find someone to sign for Yin. We'll do that at the restaurant, as they'll have tables there. He said. Well, it all sounds very straightforward, the celebrant said. You've sent me the dates too. I just need to know roughly what time this will be at. Let's make it 3:30 p.m. Dabi said. Comey usually wakes from her nap about 2:30. That'll be perfect. I'll suggest a walk before dinner at the restaurant. And I'll make sure everyone's at the restaurant too, Fueji added. Susa and I can be behind the scenes managers. Thanks, bro, Dabi said with genuine gratefulness. They all talked a little more, and then Dabi shook the celebrant's hand and she left, and he and Fueji went to the restaurant to organise things there. Should we book the place out? From about 3:30 p.m. Dabi asked Fueji when they stepped inside. It was a smallish teppanyaki restaurant and had 3 barbecue tops with about 8 seats around each, and then 10 other tables occupying the rest of the available space. Hello, can I help you? An older man asked when he saw the 2 20-something-year-olds standing at the door just looking around the place. Yeah, Dabi said with a sly grin. I want to book this whole restaurant out for me and my wife's wedding at the end of the year. Is that possible? The guy, who happened to be the manager of the place, nearly keeled over. Book the whole place? Yeah, Dabi said confidently. Oh, well, yes, you certainly can. What day and for how many hours? The manager asked. Dabi gave the dates and then booked the place out from 3:30 p.m. till 9. How many people are you expecting to arrive? The manager asked. What's your seating capacity? Dabi asked in return. Well, as you can see, we aren't a very big establishment, but we can seat 80 comfortably. But could push to 100 if we added in a few more tables and chairs, which we're happy to do so if you'd like, the manager offered, excited that they would get a good few hours of business as they'd been struggling as of late. Yeah, that's good. Can I let you know tentative numbers in 2 weeks' time? Dabi asked. The manager nodded happily. Yes, that would be great. Awesome, Dabi said with a nod. Now, let's talk about the other stuff. Are you licensed or BYO? The manager was only too happy to discuss details and to talk about the menu for the evening. He promised there would be 3 teppanyaki chefs on duty that day and would make a variety of foods for the guest. Then the other staff would take the food around on plates and serve people. We also have 3 tables out on the alfresco area too for those who'd like some fresh air. Yeah, perfect, Dabi said with a grin. He was excited that everything was working out. After finishing up at the restaurant, the 2 boys hopped back into Dabi's car and made a mad dash back to the training centre so he could get home in time so he wouldn't be suspicious of him getting home late. Thanks for today, Dabi thanked Fueji. It was good having you along. No need for thanks, Fueji replied. Happy to help. Thanks, bro, Dabi said, and then they parted ways and Fueji went into the practice hall and Dabi drove home. With the venue, celebrant and ring sorted, Dabi just now had to gather the attendees and secretly let them all know what was happening. For most of the people, he made a personal visit to explain everything, and for those he couldn't immediately visit, he called them while at practice. Everyone was on board, and, once they understood the assignment, was so ready to surprise you on the day of your wedding. Some offered to buy wine for the day, others the decorations, and before he knew it, it was all the other little bits and pieces that had all come together, and there was nothing more to do. The only thing he had to do now was get his little Koemi a pretty dress and a bucket with petals to toss. Hey, Dabi greeted Fueji one afternoon as he strolled in for volleyball practice. What's up? Fueji replied, tossing a volleyball up to whack it. After he had successfully served it, he turned to Dabi. So, we've got to get a dress for Koemi. Dabi said, Oh, yeah, I'll take Susa shopping this evening for it. Okay, cool. I'm going to have to trust your pick because I can't send any pictures or anything. If Yin sees it, it's all over. We're so close to D-Day. I don't want anything to get out, yeah? Yeah, I gotcha, Reggie replied. Do you want a white dress for her? Yeah, I guess. White, or some soft colour, he replied. Yeah, don't worry, I'll ask Susa. I have pictures of Ko on my camera roll, so I'll show her and see what she thinks. Yeah, cool, good, Dabi said, fidgeting nervously. You good? Reggie asked, sensing a little bit of stress in Dabi. Yeah, just want it to all go well, it's so close to time. Don't stress, Reggie encouraged him. We got your back. Thanks, Dabi said, relaxing a little. That night, Reggie met Susa in front of the kids' store at the local shops with a kiss and an intimate embrace. Then they broke apart and held hands as they walked to the kids' store. So, what are we doing in here? Susa asked with a loving smile. The guy you sold the rings to the other day that I met you? Dabi, do you remember him? He's getting married. Needs a dress for his daughter. It's a surprise wedding, so he can't get it himself for fear of his missus finding out. Well, she said with a knowing smirk, you've brought the right woman along because I know just the style of dress she needs. How old is his daughter? She'll be 3 soon. Oh, cute, Susa replied. Do you have a picture? Hueji pulled out his phone and clicked his camera roll open and showed Susa pictures from the last time he'd been over at your house, even showing Susa some videos of him and Comey playing in the lounge room. Oh, she's so cute, Susa gushed. And you're so good with her. Yeah, she loves me, he said with a chuckle. She told Dabi she wanted to be my girlfriend when she grew up. Well, she missed out, Susa said with a chuckle. But I'll still get her a pretty dress for the day. This isn't the right place, so come with me. And with that, she took his hand and led him from the kids' store and off down the road to a wedding boutique. After looking around at the clothes, she selected a white dress that had a tie up around the waist, and then picked a flower crown with black and blue flowers in it to throw homage to the Blue Flames team that Koemi loves so much because of her daddy. Dabi also said something about a bucket, flowers, petals to toss or something, Fuji asked. Oh, yes, let's get her that too, Susa said, well and truly in the mood for flower girl wedding dress shopping. She spoke to the attendant there and bought a bag of dried rose petals along with a little white bucket to throw them from. Then, after getting the items together, her and Fuji left. I think Dabi will be happy with these, Fuji said as he carried the bags. I think so too, she said as she hung off his arm, looking up at him lovingly. You're invited to the wedding too, Fuji said, just so you know. And we're in charge of changing Comey into the dress, while Dabi and his missus are getting married on the beach. I'm interested to see how this goes, Susa said with amusement. You guys are really different. Just so you know, I'm not 100% against something like this for myself, but maybe allowing me to at least get a dress would be nice. Yeah, noted, he said as they headed off through the mall. Time ticked on, and your final day of teaching the kids before the school break came to a close. Have a nice break, you called to Yoshi as he left. I won't see you next year, but you have an awesome time in preschool, okay? But I want to come and practice here more, he said in a quivering voice as he pulled away from his mum and swayed between running back to you or going home. You've grown so much since you first started here, you said to him. I wouldn't be surprised if the Blue Flames asked you to play on their team. You're that good. Really? He asked with delight. Of course. You make an amazing setter. So you go to preschool and keep practicing, and one day I'll see you on the Blue Flames team, okay? Okay, he said with delight, and turned to run back to his mum. She smiled at you as he came back to her side, and then she headed for the door. Thank you for everything, Yin. Oh, you're welcome, you replied, holding back some happy tears that were threatening to spill. All of your 3-year-olds had turned 4 now, and were headed to preschool in the new year, which meant new kids would be coming through. You were sad to see them go, but also happy to have the chance to set them up for their volleyball future. The following year you would have a 9-month-old coming to your class who apparently was obsessed with volleyball and could already walk, so that was going to be a learning curve for you. Her mum would be staying in on the lessons to help though, so that was good. At the end of the day, you headed home, ready to relax for a few days before the kids' graduation, and then following day you, Dabi and Missy K would be heading off for a 2-week holiday near the beach. I'm home, you called as you entered the house. Mama's home, Dabi called happily. Mummy, Comey called, running to greet you at the front door. What's for dinner, Daddy? I'm starving, you called to him as you picked Comey up and gave her a cuddle. What do you feel like? I'll order it in, he asked. You chose your food, and he grabbed his phone to make the order while you walked into the lounge and sat down to zone out for a second. Are we going on a holiday soon? Comey asked. Holiday? Oh, yes, we're going. Yeah, soon. Is it tomorrow? She asked, tilting her head to the side. Not tomorrow, but soon, you replied. Is it on a faraway day? She asked. Not super far away, just another week or so, you said with a smile. Oh, is it not a longer times away? Nope, not a longer times, just a short time. I'll tell you when it is, okay? You said, feeling like this conversation was going around in circles. Dinner will be here in 20 minutes, Dabi called out to you. Oh, thank God, you sighed. Did he bring it? Comey asked. Did who bring what, sweetheart? You asked her. Did God bring the dinner? Why did you ask if God had brought it? You asked her. Because you said thanks God, she replied with an innocent head tilt. Yeah, he's delivering it. Dabi chimed in as he entered the room and sat down on the lounge next to you to give you a kiss. Koemi's eyes went wide, but she didn't say anything, and 20 minutes later the doorbell rang. Dabi got up and so did Koemi, trotting to the door after him while you stayed on the lounge. "Hey," Dabi greeted the guy who was delivering the food. "Thanks." "No trouble, man," the guy replied, looking down into the large, wondering eyes of Koemi. "Thanks, you god," she said in an awestruck voice. You're welcome," he replied with confusion. "Yeah, all the best with the received deliveries, god," Dabi said to the guy before closing the door, leaving one very confused delivery guy out there. "I've never seen God before," Comey said thoughtfully as she followed Dabi back into the lounge. "Does he look like how you thought he would look?" Dabi asked her. "Well, I thought he wore white, but he has a red top and white on the bottom," she replied thoughtfully. "Maybe he wears different clothes when he's working," Dabi offered. "Oh, you two are hilarious," you said with amusement as they entered the lounge room again, holding your hand out for the food to be given to you. "Daddy-daughter duo," Dabi replied, sitting down on the lounge next to you and putting the volleyball on for you all to watch as you ate dinner. It was now the night of the volleyball graduation ceremony, and all the parents and extended families, along with Mrs. Totoru and Mr. Totoru, were all there watching the kids demonstrate their skills in the backyard of the Totoru residence. You were a little nervous, to be honest, but the kids were super excited to show their skills to their parents and guardians. To make things a little easier, you had them separated into their classes so they were familiar with the other kids, and they had them waiting off to the side while you addressed all the parents and other family members and explained the skills that you had taught to them. "Our youngest ones are not so young anymore," you said as you grinned at the twin boys waiting off to the side. "Kyo and Goro have grown so much since starting here, and they'd like to show you how they can bounce the balls on their wrists up to 10 times. The expectant crowd clapped with anticipation, and you called the boys forwards to show what they could do. One by one, each child showed their skill set until it came time for the older kids to show their serving skills over the net, and you could hear a number of the parents making sounds of surprise at the power these now 4-year-olds had. Harima, the eldest of all the kids that you had, was a focused and powerful server, and it didn't matter where you sat the empty bottle on the other side of the net, she could hit it every time. At the end of the display, you awarded each child with a certificate of achievement for graduating from Volleyball Volleyball Training Centre and a lollipop. Unsurprisingly, they were more excited about the lollipop than the certificate, and as the night drew to a close, they got up to leave. "Well, that went smoothly," Dabi said with a kiss to your temple as he hugged you for a job well done. "That was stressful, but it's all done now." "Are we going to go on holidays now?" Comey asked with excitement. "Yes, we leave tomorrow morning," you said excitedly to her. She gasped with joy and clapped her hands together and then ran ahead to the car parked inside the gates while you and Dabi packed the things away near the door. "Thank you for a good year," Mr. Totoru said with a smile as he came out to see you off. "I look forward to meeting the new kids next year." "It'll be another fun-filled year," you said to him. "More fighting over volleyballs when there's enough to go around." He chuckled. "That's what I love about it." You and Dabi said goodbye and then met Missy K at the car and got in to go home. Dabi tried to look relaxed for the drive home, but internally he was packing it, and his mind kept going over everything, wondering if there was anything that he might have forgotten for the wedding day. "Babe?" you asked him as you pulled into the driveway, with Missy K asleep in the back. He hummed, his mind coming back from elsewhere. "You okay?" you asked. "Huh? Yeah, why?" he asked. "Oh, you just seem to be brooding over something." "Oh, nah, it's fine. I was just wondering if we paid for the accommodation." "Yeah, we literally did that straight after we booked the place." "Oh, must have forgotten." Dabi lied. "I need this holiday too. My brain's fried." "Like your face?" "I'm sorry," you cackled. He looked across at you with a deadpan look on his face. "You won't be laughing like that when I do your throat, huh?" he rebutted. "Come here, let me show you how to deal with that smart mouth." Daddy, wait!" you laughed, trying to pull your head back when he reached over and grabbed you by the back of the neck and dragged your head down into his lap. Wait! Your fighting was only playful, and he could tell you weren't serious about him stopping, so he unzipped his pants. "I frickin' love you, okay?" he whispered lovingly. That next day, you all packed your things ready for your holiday. Koemi was the most excited and wanted to pack everything from her room into the back, including the curtains, which you discovered when you came in to see what she was doing and found her trying to rip them off the curtain rings. "Ko, what are you doing?" you gasped. "I want to bring them with me to the holiday," she said emphatically. No, we don't need to bring them with us. We're coming back to this house after the holidays, so they'll still be here when we get back." Are we coming back? She asked, stopping the tugging on them. Yes, sweetheart, that's what I said. Are we coming back tomorrow? No, not tomorrow, but we'll be coming back when we finish our holiday. On a very far away day? Well, yeah, it's going to be a little while, you thought out loud. Ready, girls? Dabi called up the stairs. Coming, Daddy, you called back. Come on, sweetheart, Mummy has your bag all packed. You just need to get Volleyball and you're all set, you said to her. She hesitated a little and then conceded and left with one last look back at the curtains. Bye-bye, soft flappies. I see you soon, she called to them softly before grabbing Volleyball, who was sitting at the bedroom door, and proudly walked ahead of you down the stairs and out the front door. What was the hold-up? Dabi asked when you got her into her seat and then hopped into the passenger side. She wanted to bring the curtains with us on the holiday, you said in a can-you-believe-it type voice. Oh, of course, because that makes perfect sense, he replied in a mocking, completely understanding voice. Anyway, here's Wonderwall. You chuckled and looked back at her as Dabi backed out of the driveway. And off we go on our holiday, you sung to her. Yay! She beamed with excitement and put her hands in the air. And with that, you were off. The weather was perfect, and you and Dabi picked songs to listen to on the way up, occasionally throwing in a song or two for Comey. When you got to your destination, Dabi hopped out to go to the reception and get the keys for the room, and you turned around in your seat to check on Comey, who had gone very quiet. She was snoozing gently in the car seat, and you smiled to yourself and then settled down to wait for Dabi to return. Once he got the keys, he drove the car around to the other side of the building and parked outside your room door. Okay, this is it, he said as he hopped out of the car with the door still open. Missy K's asleep, so maybe you take the stuff in and I'll wait here and then we can see if we can transfer her to one of the beds in there, you said softly to him as he stood there at the open door. He nodded and looked in at her, and then walked to the boot and gently clicked it open so he could get the bags out. Dabi was only too happy to take the stuff inside while you waited in the car, as it gave him time to hide a few items he didn't want you to find, and then he came back out to help you get her out of the car and into one of the beds. Where do you want her? He whispered to you as he carried the still sleeping form into the place. Maybe on our bed for now? I'll leave the door open so that she can hear us when she wakes and won't freak out too much. Yeah, good thinking, he said, as he followed you into the room and lay her down and gently tucked her in with her Volleyball beside her. Ah, you sung softly as you walked to the window to look out at the beach view. This is perfect. It is, Dabi said as he walked up behind you and wrapped his arms around your waist from behind, and then kissed you on the back of your neck and swayed you gently from side to side. Can you believe we've been together for 3 years now? Maybe longer, you commented. I'm sure it's closer to 4 years, he replied. I can't believe we haven't killed each other yet, you joked. Yeah, you're still tolerable, he quipped. Shut up, as if you're any more tolerable than I am, you chuckled as you turned in his arms and placed your hands up on his cheeks to hold him steady as you kissed his lips. Did you want to go out for dinner tonight? Dabi asked after you'd kissed him. There's a nice teppanyaki restaurant near here. Oh, how'd you know that? You asked with surprise. I saw it when I was researching this place. He lied quickly. Oh, awesome. Yeah, let's check it out, he said with a grin, buying his reply without a second thought, which he was grateful for. You chatted a little more while hugging at the window, then Comey woke up with a fright and called out nervously. Well, looks like she's up, he said with a smile as he walked to the room to get her. Dabi watched you go and smiled to himself as he looked out the window again down to the beach. Tomorrow we'll be legally husband and wife. All my dreams have come true. I have the girl of my dreams. I'm a dad to an awesome little girl, and tomorrow we'll finally make it official. See? Here's Daddy, Dabi heard you say as you carried a worried little Comey on your hip. Daddy, she said with relief when she saw him there and stretched out her arms with Volleyball in one hand for him to take her and give her a cuddle. What's wrong, baby? He asked as he took her and held her tight. I waked up and I didn't know where you and Mummy had gone, she said in a quivering voice. We're right here, he said as he gave her a cuddle. Mummy and Daddy will always be here. He smiled at you and you gave him a loving look in reply. Oh, he's so soft for his girl, you thought as you watched him calm your mildly location-confused daughter. He really has become the perfect dad. We have the perfect life. All that would be left to complete it would be to get married. Once little Comey had settled down a little, Dabi suggested a walk on the beach, so you left to get that soul-reviving sand between your toes. You and he walked and talked while Comey ran around picking up shells and pieces of seaweed, and at the time you didn't think it was suspicious, but Dabi kept giving you and Co really uncharacteristically loving looks while you strolled hand in hand. Just thinking it was because of the sea change and good vibes, you let it slide, but deep down you liked that he was showing a little more of his soft side than what he usually did. And as the sun started to make its descent to the horizon, he suggested the restaurant. Can I change into something a little nicer? You asked him, looking down at the very normal/daggy clothes you had on. It doesn't matter, does it? He asked with a shrug. Nah, I guess not, but I still want to put on something nice, you said, as you all headed back to your room with Comey gleefully running ahead. Okay, Dabi said with a hidden smirk. He did like it when you dressed up a little. So, after another hour, you were ready to go, and he looked you up and down with a hungry look in his eye. Mummy, you look beautiful, Comey said as she walked out into the open area and looked at you. Beautiful, indeed, Dabi agreed. I know what I'm having for dessert. Stop it, Daddy, you chuckled, giving him a kiss as he tried to grab a handful of you. After fending him off, you took Ko's hand in yours, and then off you walked out the door to head to the restaurant that was only a few paces down from where you were staying. Welcome, the guy on the door greeted as you stepped in. Table for 3? Can we sit along the barbecue top? Dabi asked, gesturing to where one of the chefs was just warming up the plate. Of course, the greeter said, walking ahead of you to the barbecue top to get you set up with Koemi in the high chair. This man makes food for us on here and gives it to us, Dabi said to Comey, who was looking at the barbecue plate intently. Is it hot, Daddy? She asked, pointing to it. Yeah, baby. Can I touch it? No, it's hot. Is that man gonna touch it? She asked, pointing to the chef, who was grinning as he listened in on the conversation. Do you want me to touch it? He asked, putting a flat hand extended out over the plate. She hesitated and looked at him, and then at his hand, and then back to him. Is it gonna be hot? She asked him. Yes, because I've turned the heat on, he replied, still holding his hand out over it. Are you gonna get burned to your hand? She asked, getting a little nervous about how close his hand was to the plate. Yes, he said confidently. I don't want you to burn your hand and go to hospital, she said, shaking her head. What if I do it fast? He asked. I touch, and then I pull back quick. Will it be owie? She asked again, still not 100% on board with him touching the hot plate with his bare hand. It might be, or it might not be, he replied. You were watching on curiously, listening to this whole conversation, but from the corner of your eye you saw him slip something up under his chef shirt and into his sleeve, and then you saw a ball-looking item roll down inside his sleeve until it got to his wrist, where he then blocked it from coming out. You count to 3. Can you count to 3? He asked Koemi. She nodded. Good, you count to 3, and then I'll do a quick touch, and we'll see if anything happens. Yes? She nodded nervously. Okay, count, he called. 1, she said loudly. 2, 3! And with a loud yell, which made Koemi jump in her seat, he smacked his hand down onto the plate, but when he removed it, there was an egg that had been cracked there, and your little girl gasped with amazement. You laid an egg! She exclaimed, watching while he used a spatula to pick the eggshells out as the egg bubbled and cooked rapidly on the plate. Well, it's hot enough, the chef said with a grin at you and Dabi while you chuckled at his antics. Koemi was immediately captivated by this chef, and that's when the show began. Did you want some of this egg? He asked her. Yeah, she exclaimed. Okay, you can catch it then, he said, flicking his spatula under it and pretending to flick it at her, but it stopped at the last minute. Unfortunately, Dabi fell for it and quickly stuck his hand out in front of Koemi's face to block the potential egg-to-face situation, but the egg never came. Ah, quick reflexes, the chef said to Dabi with a twinkle in his eye. You want to catch the egg? If you want to toss it, then yeah, Dabi replied with a smirk. The chef pretended that he was going to do something else and started to turn around, but faked out and quickly flicked his spatula under the egg and tossed it right at Dabi's face. What the chef didn't know was that he was dealing with a professional volleyball player who was used to fast-moving objects and calculating trajectories at the speed of light, and when the chef thought he had caught Dabi off guard enough to make him look like an idiot by copying an egg to the face, he instead found himself looking at a Dabi with an egg neatly caught in his mouth. Oh, the chef exclaimed. You caught it in your mouth. Yay, Daddy! Koemi squealed with glee, clapping her hands wildly. Dabi gave the chef a smug look, and a zap of electricity seemed to snap between them. There was going to be a power struggle for sure here. You want another egg? The chef asked Dabi. If you have another one to spare, Dabi replied, still with a smug look on his face. So the chef plucked out another egg from seemingly nowhere, and then threw it up and caught it on the edge of his spatula, and the contents dribbled down onto the hot plate, searing right away. Love, the chef announced as he drew a heart with the dribbling egg contents. Because she's beautiful. He then pointed at you. Oh man, that's one thing you don't want to do, chef. If you rile Dabi up that way, you're going to be in for a world of pain. You thought with a forced smile on your face to the chef. Oh, so you want to play that game, do you? Dabi asked the chef. Oh, heck, there it is. Protective Dabi. I don't see a ring, the chef teased. Holy crap, this chef has balls. You thought as you glanced at Dabi to see his expression. It was neutral, the worst kind of expression. You looked closer and saw his jaw flex, indicating he was pissed, but biting his tongue. Oh, crap. Dabi, please don't jump this chef in the restaurant. You quickly looked around and saw there were about 6 other patrons in the place, and your stomach clenched. He would totally still throw fists with this amount of people in here. You looked back at Dabi, who still hadn't said anything to the ballsy chef, and then you had an idea. Leaning over to Dabi, you grabbed him by the neck of his shirt and yanked him towards yourself. Then as he looked at you, you gave him an extremely hot, open-mouthed kiss right in front of the chef. You understand? You said briskly to the chef as you pushed Dabi back to an upright position on his chair. Crystal clear, the chef said, holding his hands up in surrender as the egg continued to cook away on the plate. Daddy, catch it in your mouth again, Comey said with excitement, completely unaware of the tension flying around between the adults. Sure, baby, Dabi said to her, then looked at the chef again. You want to hit me up with some more egg? He asked, his voice still not sounding the friendliest. Coming right up, sir. 1, 2, 3. And as it looked like he was about to throw it, the chef stopped, making Dabi wiggle his head a little as if he were adjusting to catch it, and the chef roared, laughing. I got you, he cackled, then quickly tossed it to try and make it land on Dabi's face and not in his mouth, but your quick-reacting man still caught it in his mouth. Comey squealed with excitement again, and the chef did his best to stop the sour look on his face. He was out to make Dabi look like a fool, but so far it wasn't working. So, what do you want to eat tonight? The chef asked, changing subjects to switch up the mood. Surely you don't want to eat egg all night? You pulled out 2 menus and gave one to Dabi so you could both look through while the chef tossed his spatula around to keep Comey entertained, which was working a treat. After selecting a few dishes, you told the chef what you would like and he started to cook, flicking his cooking implements around with great flamboyancy, showing off as best he could, but the only one really on his side was Comey, as you and Dabi had had enough of this guy by now. Once the dishes were coming to completion, he tapped the side of the hot plate to get your and Dabi's attention, as you'd been having a chat amongst yourselves. The shrimp sauté, he announced, tapping around the shrimp pieces that were all cooking and ready for eating. Yup, Dabi said as he picked up a bowl and held it out for the chef. You catch, the chef said as he scooped up a few of the shrimp. No matter which way he flicked the food, Dabi still managed to catch it, and it was starting to irk the chef that he couldn't get Dabi to drop them. Most other patrons would fumble everything, which he enjoyed watching, but not this guy. Okay. He then turned to you, plastering a fake smile on his face. The rice dish. No, that's for my daughter, he said. You catch! He pointed at you with his trusty spatula. How am I supposed to catch rice? You asked with a confused look on your face. It's going to go everywhere. Catch! He demanded, flicking the spatula under one portion of the rice and flicking it up at you. As expected, the rice went everywhere, and all over you, in your hair, down your shirt and into your lap. Unfortunately, because the rice was seasoned, it was a bit wet and sticky, and the sauce stained into your outfit immediately. The chef roared, laughing, and that's when Dabi lunged at him and grabbed him from over the hot plate, then yanked him half over the searing barbecue top. You'd better frickin' apologise, he snarled at the chef, before I roast you. Sorry, the chef yelled, looking over at the supposed bouncer in the restaurant to come and sort things out. Daddy, what are you doing? Comey asked with confusion. You're a freaking asshole, you shot at the chef. 2 other staff members ran over and grabbed for Dabi's hand to pry them off the chef and separate the two, while another attended to you and helped you wipe the sticky rice off your front. Missy K was still confused as to what had just happened, but was most concerned about how her daddy had grabbed the chef who, in her eyes, seemed to be having the time of his life. She hadn't seen the rice go all over you, because Dabi was between her and you, and he had reacted the same time that the rice had landed on you and had blocked Comey's vision of you. But when Dabi sat back in his seat, she saw you wiping rice off yourself, and she asked what had happened. That man threw rice at Mummy, Dabi said in a pissed voice, watching as the chef was smartly removed and another took his place and kept cooking. Why? Comey asked innocently. Because he's a dick. Dabi said loudly, loud enough for the chef, flanked by staff members as he was walked out the back, to hear. What's a dick? Him. Dabi gestured to the chef again as he was led out the back. Daddy, remember your words, you said to Dabi. You didn't want her to start using that kind of language. You okay? He asked you, turning his attention to you while the staff were still fussing around you and wiping things down. Yes and no, you said, flicking more rice off your lap. You want to leave? He asked. No, I just want to eat, then go, you mumbled. The staff were extremely apologetic for the chef's behaviour and offered the whole meal free of charge, so that was nice. The food itself was amazing. It was just the chef that had ruined the night. Don't worry, Mummy. That dick is gone now, Koemi's little voice said from the other side of Dabi once you had all resumed eating. You knew it wasn't exactly an appropriate thing for her to say, but it really did make you feel better, and you grinned at her and stifled a chuckle as you ate. That's not exactly a nice thing to say, but we can say it just this once about that guy, okay? You said across to her. Okay, Mummy, she replied, digging her spoon into the rice and shoveling it into her mouth. The rest of the night was okay, and by the time you left with a full belly and food free of charge, you were feeling much better. Please, the staff said as you all got up to leave when you finished, we apologise for what happened and would like to gift you a t-shirt from here. It's merchandise. No, it's fine, you said to them, but Dabi reached out and took it anyway. Thanks, he said. Food was good. They bowed and thanked him, and then saw you off at the door. On the walk back, he was pretty quiet, and you thought maybe he was brooding over not being able to punch the chef's face in, but he was wondering if having the reception at that place tomorrow was going to be a good idea, or was it going to ruin the whole day because of bad memories? Don't worry, babe, you said calmingly as you took his hand in yours while Koemi skipped ahead. It's fine. We got free food. He squeezed your hand and smirked down at you. Your favourite place could burn down, but it would be all rectified if you somehow got free food out of it, he said with a chuckle. True story, you laughed. Okay, maybe she'll be okay with it being there tomorrow. I hope they don't have the chef on that day. I can't even call them to make sure of it. We're so close to the surprise, I can't slip up now. Once back at the hotel, Dabi opened the packet with the free shirt you'd been given. What the hell? He laughed when he opened it. What is it? You asked, poking your head out from the bathroom, where you were getting a bath reef for Koemi. Dabi held up the shirt and showed it to you. Sexy egg flipper, he said, reading the quote on the front. It was a black shirt with white writing on it and an egg with a spatula under it. That's so random, you laughed. Maybe no one buys that shirt, that's why they gave it to us. Maybe, he chuckled. It's pretty long though, you commented when you saw the length. I could use it as a dress. Try it, Dabi offered, holding it out for you to take it. So you did, and stripped out of your soiled clothes and put it on. The cotton was so snugly and the shirt fit really well, which annoyed you. You really wanted to hate it, but it was easily one of the most comfiest shirts you'd ever worn. Damn them, you grunted with a chuckle, scowling down at the shirt. It's so comfy. It looks it, Dabi replied, checking you out. Mummy, bath is ready, Koemi called from where she was watching the water rising in the tub. Screw it, I'm going to wear it, you said with a shrug. Yeah, you do that, Dabi replied with amusement as you walked back into the bathroom to turn the taps off and get Missy K in the bath. That night, after Koemi had fallen asleep, you and Dabi did it on every piece of furniture in the place. And once finished, you sighed and turned your head over your shoulder to kiss his quivering, breathless lips. It's been a perfect day, really, you panted. I love you, Daddy. I love you more, Mama, he panted. What are we doing tomorrow? You asked. He hummed. I can't exactly tell you that we're getting married, he thought. You want to go for a walk on the beach in the morning? You asked. Yeah, why not? Got no plans. He lied with a shrug. We're going to chill tomorrow. Spend a lot of time on the beach. Yeah, sounds good, you replied, still none the wiser to the big event that would be happening tomorrow. Poor Dabi couldn't sleep that night. He tossed and turned, worrying about this thing and that, and finally at 3 a.m. he crept out of bed while you slept and sent Fueji a message. Dude, can't sleep. He sent, you all set for tomorrow? Surprisingly, Fueji came back instantly with a reply. Yeah, bro, we're all set, don't stress. Why are you up at 3 a.m? Dabi then asked. Sexting with Susa, he replied, adding the devious emoji on the end. Are you texting me with a boner? Dabi asked. Correction, the boner's texting you right now on hands-free. he sent back, which made Dabi crack a smirk. Okay, good luck with that. See you tomorrow. Don't text me unless it's an absolute emergency. And if you do text, just ask something about pizza and I'll know to get away from Yin to reply. Yeah, gotcha, he sent back. But nothing's going to go wrong, promise. For some reason, that's all Dabi needed to hear, and a weight lifted from his shoulders and his eyes hung heavy. Sweet, I'm going to go to sleep now. Cool, I'm about to nut, Fergie sent back. Okay, shoot your shot, Dabi replied, then turned his phone off and snuck back to bed. He did eventually get to sleep, but it felt like to him that as soon as his eyes closed he felt the little warm hands of his daughter on his face, and he popped an eye open to see her bright little eyes staring into his. Are you awake, Daddy? She asked in a chirpy voice, much too chirpy for 6 in the morning. Yep, he rasped, getting out of bed and picking her up to carry her out to the open area. He figured he'd let you sleep in a little bit. Around 9 a.m, you came wandering out with a big yawn and a stretch, and he greeted you with a loving hug. You sleep well? He asked your relaxed form. Yeah, I died. What about you? Yeah, same. He lied, the bags under his eyes making his face ache. You look a little dead still, you chuckled. You calling me a corpse? See, I knew you were into necromancy, he teased. Yeah, I'm never using the line over my dead body ever again, you replied cheekily to him, pushing off his body and turning back to the room. I'm going to get changed. From something nice, he called. Why, it's a beach walk, you called back. Okay, true. Don't put on anything then, he called loudly. Are we going to the beach now? Comey asked excitedly. Yeah, baby. Go and get some clothes from your suitcase. I'll dress you. Yay! She sung as she jumped up from the floor and ran to the bedroom. Dabi glanced at the clock. It's still so early. We'll chill on the beach, then come back for lunch, then chill, and then it'll be go time. Daddy? Your words snapped him back to reality. Yeah, what? Sorry, what? He asked in confusion. You okay? You've been a bit of a space cadet these last few days, you asked with concern. What's up? No, I'm good. I'm just burnt out from training. Don't even... Yin? He warned when he saw the look on your face. He knew you were going to make a joke about being burnt. Okay, as long as you're okay, you said with a kiss to his cheek. Yeah, I'm good, he said, watching you walk away again. Only a few more hours, and then I'll be the happiest man alive. The morning ticked by very slowly for Dabi. He tried his best to act normal, but even though he seemed to be back to his real self, you couldn't help but feel like he still had some underlying tension there and kept close to him in the hopes that he would open up about what was bothering him. You went back to your place for lunch and just had something small, then put Comey down for a nap and just chilled on the deck, looking out at the ocean and talking about random things. The warmth of the afternoon swept you up and slowly your eyes closed and you drifted off, leaving Dabi to stare at his watch. It's soon. It's so soon. I wonder if Comey's awake. How do I wake them all up to make sure that we get down to the beach on time? He fidgeted nervously and then got up and searched for the rings and hid them in his pocket in preparation for the wedding. Finally it was getting closer to time and he left you sleeping on the deck and crept to his little girl's room to see if she was awake yet. She wasn't, so he checked his watch again and then crept to her bedside and gently stroked her back with his hand. Hey, baby, time to wake up. He gently patted her and she took a deep breath in and stirred, turning her head the other way to look at him. Oh, hi, Daddy, she said in a sleepy voice. Hi, baby, he greeted with a smile. I've a big secret that I need you to keep from Mummy, okay? We're going to do a surprise for Mummy, like when we hid the chocolates from her, and then she got to enjoy them, okay? Do you remember that? Mm-hmm, she hummed, sitting up on the bed to listen to him. Okay, so what we're going to do is go for a walk, and a lady's going to come up to us and start talking. When you see that, you need to look around for Uncle Hunter and Auntie Susa, okay? They'll be hiding behind some trees, and they'll have a pretty dress for you to put on, okay? Oh, I love dresses, she exclaimed, putting her hands to her cheeks with excitement. I know, baby. And once you have the dress on, Uncle Hunter's going to tell you what to do, okay? Okay, Daddy, she exclaimed with excitement. Now it's a secret, okay? No telling Mummy, okay? Okay, Daddy, I pinky promise. Good girl. Now let's go wake up Mummy so we can go for a walk down on the beach, okay? Do you want to ask Mummy if we can go for a walk? Yeah, I want to walk on the beach again, she said, scrambling off the bed to go and ask you. Mom! Mummy! She called as she ran out onto the deck where you were sleeping. I want to walk on the beach. Wake up now so you and me and Daddy can go. Yu stirred and gave her a sleepy smile with one eye open, and then looked back at where Dabi was standing in the doorway. Did I fall asleep? Yu mumbled sleepily. Nah, the fairies took you away, he replied with a smirk. Looks like Miss here wants to go for another walk though. You down? Yeah, I'm coming, Yu mumbled, getting up off the chair and stumbling towards him. He grabbed you into a hug, and you could feel his heart pounding in his chest. You looked up at him. You good? You asked. He had a funny expression on his face, but you didn't know what it meant, so you just gave him a weird look. What? Why? He asked, in low-key panic. Your heart is literally running a marathon without you, you chuckled. I'm fine, he said, taking your hand in his. Let's go. Whoa, wait, can I at least go to the toilet first? You chuckled. What's the rush? Oh, wedding? Dabi thought with a calm expression on his face. He let you go to the bathroom. Then when you came back, he took your hand again and all three of you headed down to the beach. Dabi thought he looked calm and casual as he marched you down the beach, but you had this weird feeling that he was up to something. He wasn't talking, he wasn't relaxed, he was very focused and seemed to be walking very purposefully down the beach with a destination in mind. Comey was running all over the place, and although Dabi was keeping one eye on her, he also seemed to be looking for someone ahead as well. Bro, you finally said to him, trying to catch his attention. What is up with you? Why are you being so uptight? Just then a lady approached you and stopped in front of you. Surprisingly, Dabi stopped as well. And there you stood, this random lady, with a book, you, and Dabi. Yin, Dabi, she greeted as she opened her book. It is with great pleasure that I meet you here today. You looked at Dabi, utterly confused. Meet? You asked him, and then her. Today, the lady spoke, you make all of these years come together as one. Today, you make a pledge. Huh? You asked, still not knowing what was going on. Just then, Comey appeared beside you in a beautiful dress with a bucket that had rose petals in it, and she tossed them around with glee. What the? You exclaimed. Today, the lady said again, you stand together and bind yourselves as one in marriage. Marriage? You asked with surprise. Then it all clicked. Marriage? You said again. Wait, what? Yes, Yin, the lady said calmly with a smile. This is your wedding day. Your jaw dropped and you looked at Dabi, who was smirking at you, and you just lost it for a second. Dabi, you asshole! You bellowed with a giant grin on your face as you lunged at him. He burst out into the happiest laughter of relief and grabbed you into a hug as you burst into tears. You planned this? You planned this, you sneaky bastard! I should never have trusted you! You yelled through happy tears. Is this real? Are we really getting married? Yeah, baby. Dabi laughed. It's real. She's real. He pointed to the officiator, who was waiting for you to calm down so she could continue. Tell me this isn't a prank, you said to the lady as you got out of Dabi's arms. It's not a prank, I can assure you, the lady promised. So this is real? You asked again, still not believing it. This is actually real. We're going to be officially married? Yeah, baby. Promise. I love you, and I want you to be mine forever. Dabi said as he took your hand again. More tears fell. Then you saw Comey again, running around in her flower girl dress. Who dressed? There. Dabi pointed up behind the trees where Fueji and a girl you hadn't met before were crouching behind it. Oh my god, I'm going to kill you, Hunter! You shouted at him with a grin. He replied with a middle finger and you chuckled. Now, if I may, the celebrant asked, drawing your attention back to her. Sorry, yes, let's get on with it, you beamed, holding Dabi's hand tightly in yours. It was a very short ceremony in the middle of the beach, on the sand, with just Comey running around and a few curious onlookers who had stopped to see what the hell was going on. And then when the lady had finally stopped talking, Dabi pulled out 2 ring boxes. Oh my god, you even have the rings? You gasped. He nodded and opened your box, took out your ring, and poised it to your finger. Yin, with this ring, I promise to do whatever the hell I want. Screw you! No, let me finish. Whatever the hell I want to, because all I want is for your happiness, your smiles, your stupid jokes, your incessant teasing. So I'll do everything in my power to make sure you're loved, cherished, and pampered, because you're stuck with me until I die. And even then I'll come back as a ghost and flash my ghost stick at you in the dead of night. You were simultaneously sobbing and laughing as he said his vows, and you accepted his ring, and then it was your turn. Now, Because you're such an asshole and did a surprise wedding on a beach when I'm in... You look down at your outfit. I don't have anything prepared, but all I know is you're the biggest idiot in the world, and I don't want to lose you to anyone, so I'll do my absolute best to always be there for you, in sickness and in health, and whatever the hell is in between that. You took his ring from the box and slipped it onto his finger. And so, Dabi Todoroki, do you take Yin Lin to be your lawfully wedded wife? Yeah, I took that vow back in high school, and it hasn't changed since then, but yes. Good. And Yin Lin, do you take Dabi Todoroki to be your lawfully wedded husband? Of course, you said with glee. In that case, it is my pleasure to now pronounce you lawfully wedded husband and wife. You may now kiss the bride, she said, looking at Dabi as she closed her book and smiled at the two of you. Dabi grabbed you, and you made out heavily in the middle of the beach, with Comey still dancing around in her dress, throwing petals, while strangers who witnessed the surprise wedding clapped and cheered, and Fueji hollered obscenities from behind the tree, with Susa clapping modestly beside him. What the hell is this? This is the best day of my life, he said as you broke from the kiss, and then hugged your husband. Oh, Comey piped up. They're loving each other. Another round of clapping and chuckling ensued, and you smiled around at everyone. You hungry? Dabi then suddenly asked. We should get something to eat. I'm starving after all that stress. Oh my god, I completely understand now, you said. All of your weird behaviour has been because of this surprise you've been keeping from me. I need to hand it to you, though. You did an amazing job. I had no idea. You kept jabbering away as you and Dabi were joined by Fueji and Susa and the celebrant, with Comey following behind you all as you walked to the restaurant on the beachfront. You were so caught up talking to all of them and showing the ring that you didn't even see the second part of the surprise as you stepped into the teppanyaki place that you'd been at the night before. Are you sure you want to be back here? You asked Dabi, then looked ahead and recognised your mum first. Mum? You then saw your dad. Dad? Then you became aware that you recognised every face in the restaurant except the staff, and everyone chorused. Happy surprise wedding! Oh my god! You yelled for the umpteenth time that day, bursting out laughing again. Dabi! You bitch! How many surprises have you organised? This is the last one. Promise, he said with a kiss to your temple. You greeted people, hugged others, and showed off the rings, while the boys crowded around Dabi and congratulated him on a job well done. It was a whirlwind night, and the food just kept coming. An hour later, the dance floor opened up, and everyone who was already piss drunk got on the dance floor and tore it up with wacky moves. You were loving it. Friends and family, plus a marriage all in one. What an awesome way to holiday. After chatting to people for a bit, you were called away to sign some official documents with Fueji and Susa, who acted as witnesses to the wedding. For a second there, I thought you were going to dump Dabi, Fueji said, recalling when you had exploded at him on the beach. Nah, oh no, my girl, Dabi said smugly as he snuggled you into his side. She could never. I was just elated, you said, recounting the moment that it had all sunk in. I'm still in disbelief, to be honest. Well, I'm glad that's over. Those rings were burning a hole in my pocket, Dabi said in a suddenly tired voice. Have you planned speeches for the night? You asked him. Nah, and no photographers. Just a bunch of disposable cameras people are using to get the best shots, he said, gesturing to where people were walking around taking pictures with one another. You really thought of everything, you said to him, hugging him around the waist. I do have a bouquet for you to throw, though, he said, turning and indicating for one of the staff members to get something. The staff member nodded and dashed off, and then returned with a beautiful bouquet of flowers for you to toss. Okay, you lot, single girls or married, I don't give a heck. Get your asses over here to catch these pollen balls, Dabi called into the crowd. Girls from all over the restaurant ran to the middle of the room and waited for you to get ready to throw them. Wait, me too, Susa called, dashing into the mix. And me, Koemi yelled, scrambling down from her nana's arms to join the girl group. Oh, no, you don't. No, you're not catching that yet, Dabi called, racing in to grab her while the others laughed. But I want to get married, Koemi wailed as Dabi picked her up and carried her out of the mix. No, you stay with Daddy forever, he said, making everyone laugh again. You girls ready? You asked, turning your back to them and holding the flowers with both hands, and then tossing them up and over your head. Chance ball! You hollered, as they whizzed over your head and back to the waiting group of girls. Ah! The cry rang out and you spun around to see who had caught them. Oh no, Fueji shouted with a big grin on his face. Susa! You shouted with glee, clapping your hands and jumping up and down when you saw the bouquet in her hands. Hey, Dabi cried with delight. Get married right now. No! Susa wailed with delight as she ran over to Fueji and they hugged. Don't do it now, I want to be ready. It's okay, baby. I'm not as ballsy as Dabi here, Fueji admitted. This bull has iron balls that dangle like snot. Weird image, but I'll take it, Dabi said with a shrug. Finally, the night started to come to a close, and little Comey was fast asleep over your dad's shoulder, so he offered to carry her back to your hotel for you. You and Dabi called goodbye to the guests and left with your dad to walk home, with your little one still over his shoulder. So, Mrs. Todoroki, your dad said, I'm proud of you. You got a good job, little girl, and a man who loves you. You beamed and took Dabi's hand. He's a good guy, you said to your dad. Dabi, I don't even have to tell you to look after my girl. I know you'll do it, he said with a grin. Yeah, you got my word, Dabi replied. Once inside your hotel room, your dad gently laid Koemi down on her bed and Dabi pulled the sheets up to keep her warm, and then you all tiptoed out to leave her sleep in peace. You said goodbye to your dad and promised him that you'd drop in to see him and Mum after your holidays had finished, and then he left. Wow, you breathed as you flopped down in the chair there. What an afternoon. I am so tired, Dabi admitted. I didn't sleep at all last night. It was a ball of stress and nerves. I'm just glad that's all over now and we're married. I can't believe I'm the one saying this, but should we consummate? You left your question open so that Dabi could say his piece, but to your surprise, he gave you a tired look. Can't believe I'm about to say this, but I'm so tired. I'm just going to crash. What? Seriously? Yeah, seriously. Oh, baby, you hummed, getting up out of your chair and walking over to hug his head against your chest and tummy. You did such a great job today. I can't believe I didn't think anything was happening. You hit it so well. I spent so long organising everything, Dabi said, sounding even more and more tired every time he spoke. I know, baby, I know. And you did it all amazingly. And there was so much preparation. I know, baby. And organising the dress. Oh, baby. Do you want to go to bed? I'll give you a nice back rub, you offered. No, Dabi said in an effeminate voice. Because I know your back rubs. They always turn into that other thing, you animal. Oh, baby, come on, you joked, dropping your voice into a lower register to imitate a guy's voice. Fine. Only if you stay above my waist, Dabi joked, getting up and dragging you to the bedroom. It came as no surprise to you that the second his head hit the pillow, he passed out, snoring and everything. Oh, poor guy, you thought with a little smile to yourself as you pulled the covers up over him. Must have been hard. And although you didn't feel tired initially, you two dropped off into a deep sleep until early next morning when Comey climbed into your side of the bed. Are you and Daddy in love again, Mummy? Comey asked, her nose nearly pressed to yours as she asked the question. We always loved each other. Daddy just promised me it would be forever, you said to her. And what did you promise to Daddy? She asked. I also promised that I would love him always, you said with a smile. And we love you too. Good, she said sassily, 'cause I don't want to leave. We would never ask you to leave, you said to her, picking her up into the bed and snuggling her close. Dabi hummed as he rolled over and placed an arm over yours and hers. What are my girls talking about so early in the morning? We're talking about how you love us and we don't need to go anywhere, you said softly, stroking Comey's forehead as she looked up at you with her big grey eyes. Yeah, damn straight, Dabi rasped. Yeah, damn straight, Comey repeated emphatically. You huffed out through your nostrils with amusement, and your fingers played with the new wedding rings as you smiled to yourself. My life is perfect. That day you were all so in love. You couldn't stop smiling and looking at your rings, and Dabi couldn't keep his hands off you. It was a warm, lazy afternoon, and after putting Comey down for a nap, you both fell into bed, fast asleep, with zero clothes on. It was around 3 p.m. that afternoon. The little hand touching your nipple piercing woke you up, and you popped an eye open to see Comey standing there with a finger on the shiny bar. You right? You asked her in a raspy voice. What's this, Mummy? It's a piercing, you said groggily. What's this? She pointed to your tattoo of Darby's name. That's how she knows she's mine, Dabi offered as he rolled over discreetly, covering his lower half with the sheets. When you got married, you also got this one? Comey asked in awe. How has she not seen this before? You wondered. Then you realised that if she ever did see you with no top on, you were standing up, so it may have been covered by your boob. No, I had this before, you said to her. Will I get one when a boy loves me? She asked innocently. You're going to stay with Mummy and Daddy forever, so no boy is going to come and take you away because Daddy doesn't like other boys, Dabi said sternly. Daddy, you chuckled. You can't say that. I can. I'm the daddy, and I say my girl will remain pure and untouched forever. Don't listen to Daddy, you said to her, lifting her up into the bed. You need to marry a nice boy that's not like Daddy, okay? Hey, Daddy's amazing, okay? Dabi said defensively. Daddy was after Mummy's V-card in high school and took it in the equipment shed at school, you said to her, but meaning for it to be aimed at Dabi to rile him up. Give it back to Mummy, Daddy, Comey suddenly said with a very cross look on her face. It's not nice to take things from others. I can't give it back, Dabi replied in defence. I don't want to give it back anyway. That's not nice, Daddy, Comey said again in a very disappointed voice. Yeah, Daddy, that's not nice, you sided with her. What is this? Gang up on Daddy? Dabi asked you as you chuckled away beside him. You need to give it back right now or I'll never be your friend ever again, Comey said sternly. Baby, Yeah, Daddy, you said to him with one eyebrow raised and a cheeky smirk on your face. I'm being picked on. This is bullying, he rebutted, making you laugh. Promise you'll give it back, Comey said loudly. Okay, I'll give it back, he said, looking across at you. Come here, Mummy. I'll give you a kiss to give it back. Okay, you replied with a grin, leaning over for his lips to meet yours. Did he give it back to you, Mummy? Comey asked you, her big grey eyes staring into yours intently. Yeah, he gave it back, you said to her. Thank you for helping me get it back. Good, Daddy, she said, leaning forwards to pat him on the head. I actually feel so special, he said. Thank you. It's okay, she replied with a genuine smile, and you patted her on the head. The rest of your holiday was lovely and relaxing, and after it had come to an end, you came back to the grind, picking up pretty much where you'd left off, and within 2 days back at work and practice, it didn't feel like you'd even had a holiday. I need a holiday, you moaned to Dabi. We got back from a holiday on Monday, he replied. I know, but I'm tired already, you groaned, flopping down onto the table. Mummy, Comey asked, walking into the room with a jar full of walnuts in her hand. Can you open this frickin' thing? You nearly died. Dabi Todoroki, we don't say that word. What word? She asked. Walnuts, Dabi said to her. No, not walnuts, you chided. We don't say fricking, fruck, or any of those words. But why? She asked. Because it's a bad word. But Daddy and Uncle Hunter say it all the time, she said, looking at Dabi with a look of accusation. Yes, you shot at Dabi, but it's not good to say it. Is Daddy bad? She asked. No, you can say it when you're a grown-up, but not when you're 3. But I have my birthday, she replied. Yes, I know, and you're 3 now, but that's not an adult. When will I be an adult? She asked. When you're 18, you said. Can I say fricking? Well, yeah, I guess, you replied, looking at Dabi for support, but he just had a smug look on his face. Well, personally, he said, I think it's okay if she swears. But I'll teach her to swear responsibly, you added, saying it at the same time as him when you remembered him saying it to you before. Okay, I'll leave it with you, you said back to him. Go do your thing. Okay, come with me, baby, Dabi said, taking Missy K into the lounge so he could chat to her about swearing. Let me teach you the rules of swearing, Dabi said as he sat her down on the lounge and then sat beside her. Okay, first of all, we can't swear at people. We can only swear at things. Okay, Comey nodded, but Dabi wasn't quite sure that she really understood. Okay, and you have a limit of 3 swear words a day. Okay, she nodded again, but again, Dabi didn't feel like she actually understood. Okay, good. Now, what swear words do you know? Dabi asked. Fist, big, walls, mummy, daddy, and... Okay, those aren't swear words. Dabi said, I mean, frick, shiz, bitch, you know. Yes, she nodded with a blank expression on her face. Dabi sighed and face-palmed. Okay, I'll tell you if you can use it or not. He said, I'll tell you when you've used your limit of swearing. Okay, Daddy, and I need to go to potty. Sure, off you go, he said, gesturing towards where the bathroom was. So, how did the swearing talk go? You asked smugly, as he walked into the room and she tottled out. Yeah, she understood. Clear as mud. He sighed. Well, you can take the reins on this one, you said airily, turning and walking out once Comey had called out for you to come wipe her ass. Dabi sat there for a bit and thought, but he had a resolve, and that was to teach Ko how to swear properly from a young age, and that would stop her from being an arse and swearing at anyone when she got older. I'll ask Hunter to give me a hand. He thought, he'll help me teach her. That next afternoon, Dabi took Koemi to practice, and she bounded up to Fuji with a giant grin on her face. Daddy says I can swear now and I can say bad people words like adults. What? Fuji asked as he looked from her to Dabi, who had just entered behind her. Yeah, I need your help, man, Dabi said with a hand greeting to Fuji. I want to teach you how to swear properly from a young age. Oh, hell yeah, Fuji said with an approving head nod. Frick! Koemi exclaimed. She says it so clearly, Fuji laughed. Yeah, can't say umbrella but can say frick, Dabi said with an amused look on his face. Is sunflower a bad word? Koemi asked, tilting her head back up to look at him. It should be, Dabi said with a smirk. Anyway, let's get training, yeah? Heck yeah! Koemi exclaimed. They probably shouldn't have, but both Dabi and Fuji both burst out laughing and high-fived her, making her smile brightly at making them happy. Friggin' queen stuff right there, Ko, Fuji said as he carried her over to the nets to start some practice. Heck yeah! Koemi said again with a grin. And for the rest of the day, that was her only phrase, and understandably it got a good chuckle out of most of the guys to see this pint-sized girl encouraging them with enthusiastic swearing. After a big afternoon of swearing, Ko was quiet on the way home, just processing everything. Daddy? She asked from the back seat. Yeah, baby, Dabi asked, looking at her in the rearview mirror. What does shish mean? It means it's not very good, or terrible. Terrible? Koemi asked. Yeah, Dabi replied. Okay, because Coach is a shit teacher, she said honestly. Dabi nearly swerved off the road as he tried not to crack a smile. No, we don't say swear words about people or at people, so what would be a nicer way to say it? He asked, looking back at her in the mirror. He's bad at teaching, she said honestly. Dabi had to bite his top lip and pull it down into his mouth to stop from laughing. Why is he bad at teaching, baby? Dabi then asked, trying to keep a straight face but failing a little. Koemi then went on to explain everything that he had been doing wrong, describing it in great detail, then finished by throwing her hands up over her head and groaning with annoyance. I can do the teaching better on him, she said, looking out the window with the most vexed look on her face. Well, next time I'll invite you to teach us, okay? Dabi said, looking back in his mirror again. By the time he looked at the road again, he was at an intersection and the lights were amber. He didn't know how long they had been amber for, so he sped up to try and clear the intersection in time, but unfortunately the lights turned red as he crossed the line and sailed right through the red light, easily the only person in the crossroads and standing out like a sore thumb. Ugh, frick, he grunted, looking around to make sure that he was all good. And that's when he eyeballed the officer in the car waiting at the lights adjacent to him. Dabi's face fell as they crossed paths, and when he looked back and saw the officer's lights on, that's when his stomach flipped and fell into his shoe. Daddy? Koemi asked from the back seat when she heard the sirens coming up from behind. Frick. Dabi put his indicator on and pulled over onto the side of the road, sitting there with a really pissed off look on his face as he reached across for his wallet. Daddy? Is that the policeman? Koemi asked with concern. Yeah. Are they taking you to jail? No, baby. Did you do a bad thing? Yeah, I went through a red light, Dabi said in a stiff-toned voice. There was silence in the back seat for a bit, and Dabi metaphorically sweated it out, waiting for the policeman to come to his window, his attention wholly on the pending ticket. Well, that's shit, Koemi's voice wafted in from the back seat. Thankfully, the comedic value of the line was not lost on Dabi, and he cracked a smile, letting out a small chuckle. Yeah, it is, he said with a small smile back at her as the officer approached Dabi's driver's side window. Good afternoon, sir. Have you got your driver's permit handy, please? I'd like to have a look at it, the officer said seriously. Dabi handed it out the window to the officer and smirked. I promise it's not a forgery. I can actually drive. What you saw is not a true representation. Dabi joked. You care to explain what happened back there? The officer asked, lightening up a little. Sorry, Miss in the back seat distracted me, Dabi admitted. The officer ducked his head a little to see Comey in the back seat, who was eyeing him silently and warily. Are you chatting to Daddy, are you? The officer asked her. No, I don't want to go to jail, she said firmly. Fair enough, he replied. I won't take you or Dad to jail, but I'll be writing him up a ticket, he said, looking back at Dabi. Dabi nodded with resignation. You have a little one on board, the officer said to Dabi. Let's keep your eyes on the road and get everyone home safe. Yeah, got it, Dabi replied. The officer nodded and told Dabi he'd be back in a bit, and then left to go back to the police car to check things out with Dabi's record, then write the ticket and come back. Is he a nice man? Comey asked. Well, he's making Daddy pay some money, so that's not nice, according to Daddy. Dabi sighed. I can give you some of my money, Co said. Money? What money? Dabi asked her, looking back at her again. I borrowed money from Mummy's wallet, Comey admitted calmly. Oh, you did you? I'm very interested to see how much you've borrowed, Dabi said with intrigue. That might just help me out. Okay, she said happily, unaware that she'd just given herself away. The officer gave Dabi the ticket and advised him about contending it if he wished to, and then he let him go with well wishes and a get home safely, and Dabi was free to go. No sooner had they got into the house, Comey was already exposing her dad. Daddy got in trouble with a policeman, she announced, which had you all kinds of worried, especially knowing Dabi's family history. Daddy, you called as he entered the house. You okay? Got a ticket for running a red light, he grumbled. Oh no, you said with dejection. What happened? Dabi retold the story, including Comey's swearing, and you shook your head and looked to make sure that she wasn't within earshot. Listen, I know you want to teach her to swear responsibly, but I feel like she doesn't really understand how to use it properly, and she likes that she gets smiles or laughs from you every time that she uses a swear word correctly, you said. Dabi had to agree, especially after today. Well, how are we going to stop her now that she's had a day or two of being able to say what she wants? Dabi asked. Again, that's on you, you said sassily, putting a hand on your hip and turning away with a plumped-up lips look. Don't give me that attitude, Dabi joked. You're supposed to get me out of the sticky situations I get myself stuck head first into. Nah, you called as you walked off. Dabi grunted and sighed again. Gonna need Hunter's help again. Life continued on, and Comey grew and grew. Before you knew it, you were looking for preschool places in the area to send her so that she could meet some kids and get prepared for school. Feeling your youth calling you, you decided to send her to the preschool near Nekoma Primary and High School. You felt very nostalgic as you walked her to and from her preschool each day, as some of the roads were the same ones that you walked as a junior and as a high schooler, all those years ago. Co loved her preschool, as you imagined that she would, and you also enrolled her in the local volleyball club, which she thoroughly enjoyed. She lived and breathed volleyball. The apple hadn't fallen far from the tree with this one, and she had developed herself as a budding ace, much to both your and Dabi's delight. Dabi, as you can imagine, was super proud of his girl and would attend her matches with very loud and very boisterous calls of praise and adoration, even rocking up in a pink shirt with her name written in gold sequins on the front and back. Susa had made it for him, as she had now pursued a career in the fashion industry and was starting to get a name for herself with her outlandish and brightly designed clothes. Go baby, that's my girl right there, Dabi shouted loudly as he cheered on the sidelines at one of her games, with you holding up a pamphlet over your face to shield your embarrassment. Mom, can you stop him? Comey wailed with embarrassment from the court at halftime. I'm sorry, sweetheart, you called to her from behind the pamphlet. You can't stop the hype train, Dabi shouted, throwing his arms out wide to embrace all of the dubious glances from other parents. God, Dabi, why are you like this? You hissed at him. Even I'm embarrassed to be here. I'm in my element, he replied with a cheeky smirk. Evidently, you mumbled, hiding your face again as he started to chant. Despite the horrific distraction, Koemi played an amazing game and met you both after the match. Dad, I'm 4 years old now. Can you not do that? It's embarrassing, she sassed him as she walked out to the car with you and Dad, him in his bright pink top. Bye, Coco, a fellow small voice called out to her. Oh, bye, Mio. I see you tomorrow, she replied to her friend, waving madly. You two have always been close, you said to your girl as you got in the car. It's nice that you're in the same preschool and team now. Yeah, she's very good at volleyball, Ko said nonchalantly. Oh, I miss Volleyball. Bring back Volleyball, Dabi said sadly, opening the car door for her to get in. I'm a big girl now, Daddy. I can say the word volleyball. I do love the accent, though, Dabi said, clipping her into her seat. Yeah, the accent's cute, you added from the passenger seat. Want to get chicken and chips on the way home? Yeah, Comey gasped with delight. I haven't had them in 15 days. 15 days seemed to be the longest time frame that she could come up with, and if anything had the potential to be going on for a long time, or not happening for a long time, it was always comparable with 15 days. You want to watch Volleyball when we get home? Dabi asked cheekily. It's volleyball, Dad, Ko sassed with an eye roll, and you hid your smirk. I see the sass grows with age, Dabi mused to you. I do believe she gets that from you. You love the sass, you replied. I sassed you from day one, so I'm sorry if you didn't see this coming with our daughter, then you're not very bright. Good point, Dabi mused, putting the car in gear and driving off from the venue down the road. Hey, Ko, are you excited to be in school next year? You're going to be in kindy, you said to her. Yeah, am I going to Nekoma like you and Dad? Yep, you are, you said with a smile. You'll be amazing, I just know it. Yeah, I know, she said with a gentle sigh. And don't you forget it, baby. You're amazing, because you're my girl, and no one looks down on a Todoroki. That's right, Dad, she said in an empowered voice. Oh yeah, he said with a firm nod and an open-palmed slap to the steering wheel. You chuckled away at their antics and smiled off out your window. After getting chicken and chips from the shop, you headed home to watch volleyball together, but you couldn't help but feel like your body was a little off. I'm feeling a little bloated, and I've been super tired these last few days. When was my last period? The other two were happily watching the TV, so you got up and went upstairs for a moment. Should I take a test? You wondered, walking into the bathroom and closing the door before rummaging in the bottom drawer to find a pregnancy test. Thankfully, there were 2 tests left, and they were both in date, so you pulled one out of the packaging and read the instructions again just as a refresher on how to take the test properly, because it had been a while since you'd had it done. Once you had captured a sample and set the stick on the side of the bathroom sink, you waited. You promised yourself that you wouldn't look, so turned away from the test and waited for 3 minutes before looking back at it again. You were pregnant. Oh my God, you gasped softly, grabbing the stick to take a closer look at the words written in bold. Your mind reeled, but above all else you were excited to be giving Koemi a sibling, and you knew Dabi would be over the moon about another kid too. How do I tell him? I need to do something cool or random. You thought for a moment and then picked up the test and hid it up your shirt as you walked out of the bathroom and back downstairs to the kitchen. What do I do? What do I do? You thought, looking around. Then you had a brainwave. You'd just leave it on the bench with a caption, "What's one more, right?" written on a piece of paper next to it, and then wait. Quickly grabbing a pen and just leaving the positive test there next to your quote, you then grabbed a drink from the fridge and stood there waiting for Dabi to come out. You knew that he'd come looking for you after a while, so you waited. It was another 5 minutes before he called out from the lounge. Hey babe, he called. Yeah, you called back. You good? Yeah, just getting a drink from the kitchen, you called to him. There was silence for a bit, and then you heard him get up off the lounge and come looking for you. You looked very suspicious just standing there next to the sink, drinking, and he approached you with a dubious look on his face. What you doing? He asked. Drinking. Why? You replied with a smirk. Why do you look like you're up to something? He asked suspiciously. You just shrugged and gave him a sly look, and that's when he started looking around, his eyes falling on the positive pregnancy test on the bench. He looked at it, looked away, looked at it again, walked over and stared at it, looked at you, looked back down at it again, looked back at you, and just stared while you grinned and then started chuckling. Is this real? he asked in an incredulous voice. Yeah, you chuckled, putting your drink down. Is it? Holy crap, are you? Really? Don't screw with me. I'm serious, you said as you walked over and embraced him. He wrapped his arms around you so suddenly and so tightly it made you tear up while laughing. Oh crap, another one. We're having another one. He mumbled into your shoulder. When did you find out? He asked as he pulled back. Literally like 3 minutes ago, you said, wiping your eyes. I'd been feeling a little off, so I wanted to check and see, and yep, it's another one. I'm so freaking pumped, he said, letting you go so he could run his hands through his hair and grip into his scalp. Have you told Comey yet? Are we telling her? We should tell her, he said. Did you want to call her in? Comey, baby, come here, Dabi called excitedly. I'm watching volleyball, came her sassy reply. You're going to want to come and hear this, though, Dabi called back. There was another length of silence, and then she appeared in the doorway. She looked at you, and then at Dabi, and then back to you. What? She asked. Mummy has some news, Dabi said with a grin. What is it, Mum? She asked. Well, Mum's going to have a baby, you said with a smile. Her face fell, and then her bottom lip quivered and a tear slipped down her little cheek. Hey, what's wrong? You asked with concern when you saw her response. Are you going to send me away when the new baby comes? She asked in a broken voice. What? You asked with horror. No, baby, sweetheart, no, we're not sending you away. Oh my goodness. You quickly walked over and picked her up for a cuddle as she clung to you. I don't want to go away, she sobbed. I love you and Daddy. We're not sending you away, sweetheart. We're having a little baby for you to help me look after. And you can give him or her a cuddle and teach them volleyball, you said, rubbing her back to calm her down. She sniffed heavily and sat back in your arms to look at you. Do you still love me? She asked, eyes still brimming with tears. Yes, of course, you stated firmly. We will always love you. Dabi stepped up at that point and embraced her as well, the three of you hugging it out in the kitchen. After a few days, Comey started to really come around to the idea of a sibling, and before long was starting to get really excited. Your belly grew day by day, and Comey became your little helper, getting things for you or picking things up from the floor if you couldn't reach them. You decided not to find out the gender until the little one was born, and you and Co would think about different names for the coming baby. Comey seemed convinced that it was going to be a baby boy, and you tried to remain neutral, but she spoke with such conviction that it would rub off on you sometimes. How's our little lump growing? Dabi asked, placing a hand on your belly as he walked into the kitchen one evening. He's good, active little thing, you replied. He? Dabi asked. Oh, sorry, Comey just keeps saying that it's a boy, and it's rubbing off on me, you chuckled. He is a boy, Comey announced, walking into the room and looking from you to Dabi and then back again. How do you know? Dabi asked. I just know, she said confidently. You shrugged and caressed your belly, smiling at him. Well, I don't really mind what gender the baby is. They will be loved regardless. And he is going to play volleyball like all of us, and then he can set for me, and it will be really, really lots of fun, she said with confidence, a grin on her face. I hope you're right, you said with a chuckle. All this little one ever hears about is volleyball. Dabi grinned and walked over and gave you another hug. Your little one was due to be born around early December, so that meant that you would have a very young bub to take with you when you were doing drop-offs and pick-ups from school next year with Comey, and you had to talk to your mum about her possibly picking Co up from school some days and dropping her home, which would take the pressure off you, and then Dabi offered to do some other days as well. It's going to get busy real soon, you said to him one night as you sat on the bed with your belly out, sitting a small plate of food on top of it. I like it, Dabi said as he sat down next to you, and then leaned down and kissed the side of your pregnant belly. We've been together for almost 6 years now. Married for almost 2, you added in. What are we doing for our 2nd year anniversary? Making a 3rd baby. Dabi leered at you. No thanks, I've had 2. You can have the other one, you said. Oh, you don't want any more? He asked. I'm just saying I'm sick of you sticking it into me and then me having to do all the work, you grunted. I can't believe I'm still here. Yeah, if I were you, I would have kicked me out ages ago, he said, moving a bit so that he could lie his head on your legs and look up at the ceiling. How have we not killed each other yet? You asked. I don't know. He sighed with a grin. Huh, you huffed with amusement. Guess we just got to stay together then. Yeah, Guess so, he replied, still smiling to himself while you ate more food. You and Dabi both lived pretty busy lives, but he always seemed to be there for you when you needed it, and as the end of the year approached, your belly grew and he took more and more time off to help you around the house and to prepare for the baby's arrival. 2 weeks to go, you said with a grimace as you went from the bent position to straight with one hand on your back to help with the leverage of the baby bump out front. You sure you're not going to go early? He asked, looking at the sheer size of the bump he was sporting. This baby is a chubber, you grunted. Comey was such a petite little thing, this monster child weighs a ton. Dabi sympathised quietly as he watched you waddle out of the room and off down the stairs, and he smiled to himself. You know what? For all the crap I've been through, my life has turned out pretty well, and I owe it all to Yin, he thought as he walked out after you. You had stopped halfway down the stairs, and you were looking down, well, trying to, onto the inside of your leg. What's up? He asked. There's wet coming from somewhere, you said, half to yourself, half to him. Where? I don't know, I can just feel wet. Maybe we should go to the hospital, he said, crouching down to see where you were trying to feel around under your belly. He saw that there was a trickle of water running down the inside of your leg that was wetting your sock, with a slight tinge of pink to it. Yeah, hospital, he said with a firm head nod. You go to the car. I'll get the bags and a towel for you. Comey's still at prep, so I'll call your mum on the way to get her. Well, you have it all organised, don't you? You commented with a little bit of pride in his calm demeanour. Got it in the bag, baby. Let's go, he said, taking back off upstairs to get the bags before meeting you at the car door. The trickle of water was still there, so Dabi put the towel down on the seat and then helped you in, before putting the bags in the boot and getting into the driver's side. Siri, call Monster-in-Law, Dabi said into his phone that he had set in the middle of the console. Calling Monster-in-Law, Siri replied, followed immediately by the ringing tone. Hello, your mum asked when she picked up. How are you, Dabi? I'm taking Yin to the hospital right now, Dabi replied. Oh gosh, is she in labour? Your mum asked excitedly. Hi Mum, no, I'm fine. I think my waters may have broken though, you said. Oh, that won't be long then, she said with delight. Could you pick Comey up from prep today? Dabi asked. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get there to get her, if I'm with Yin. That's fine, your mum said quickly. I'll pick her up and I'll bring her back home here until further notice. Keep me posted, okay? I will do, Dabi said. Thank you. Good luck, your mum said to you. Thanks, Mum, you replied before Dabi hung up. It wasn't a very comfortable ride to the hospital, but you weren't in any labour pain yet, so that was nice. Dabi helped you out once you got to the other end and you waddled in with the damp towel in hand and a wet backside and made your way to reception. They were expecting you since Dabi had rung them on the way over, and you were ushered into the doctor's office for him to check you over. After a quick exam, he called for a wheelchair and sent you to the labour ward where you would be put in a white gown and placed on a bed there. Leads and plugs and all kinds of other things were attached to you as they monitored you and baby. The doctor had told them that there was a tear in your sac lining, hence why the amniotic fluid was leaking out. Baby seemed completely happy for the time being and just rolled and kicked around like usual while you rested on the bed. I still feel fine, you said to Dabi as he sat beside you with a worried look on his face. I haven't had any contractions. How are you feeling, Miss Yin? The senior nurse asked as she walked in. I feel fine, you replied. Any contractions? No, not yet. Okay. After talking to the team, we think it's a good idea to get Bub out of there, so I'm going to apply some gel to your cervix, and that should hopefully help you dilate and get things moving, she said, walking back to the door and pulling a trolley cart into the room. You eyed all of the equipment on it, and then followed instruction as she lay you back on the bed and inserted her fingers up into you to apply the gel. That part was uncomfortable, and you grunted with pain a few times before she removed her hand. We'll just give that a little time to work, and if it doesn't, then I'll have to rupture the bag myself, she said calmly, with a smile, and then left the room. Puncture the bag? Puncture the bag? She said it so calmly, but man, what a psychopath, you joked. What does that even mean, anyway? You didn't have to wait long, because after another hour or so of waiting, she came back in to see how you were doing. Any contractions? She asked. No, you replied, shaking your head. Okay, let's speed things along a little bit then, she replied, pulling out what looked to be a knitting needle. Whoa, hang on, where's that going? You asked, watching as she walked towards you. After a brief explanation, you found out that is what was going to puncture the bag, and as soon as she inserted it in, you felt the waters break. That's when things really started to happen. Within 5 seconds, you got a contraction, and it was painful. The next one after that was worse, and you grabbed for Dabi's hand as you cried out in pain. "Can we get something?" Dabi called to one of the nurses, who happened to walk in at that moment. The nurse turned and ran out, calling for some other nurses to attend, and in no time the room was filled with medical staff and the bed was adjusted so they could see what was happening between your legs. You were too far along already for an epidural, so they told you could have the gas. The second that you were handed that pipe, you dragged on it like it was life itself, while Dabi watched on with nervous confusion. To him, everything happened so quickly, and before he knew it, the baby had been pulled free of your body, and the nurses were rushing to clamp the umbilical cord and take the little one away to be checked over. "Wait," he called feebly over the din of the nurses chatting and equipment beeping. "Wait, where are you taking the baby? Wait, come back!" But your little one was whisked away, and he was forced to stay with you in the empty room while the nurses attended to you. "Where is the baby going?" he asked one of the nurses. "They just need to make sure your little one is okay. His oxygen levels were very low," one nurse said. "You said he. Is he a he? Is he a boy?" Dabi asked urgently. "Do I have a son?" I'm pretty sure it was a boy." "Heather!" the nurse shouted to another nurse at the door. "Was it a boy?" "Yeah," the nurse called Heather replied. "Can I see him?" Dabi asked, still torn between staying next to you and going off to find his little baby that had been taken away so quickly. "He'll be back soon," the nurse said to him as she busied herself checking you over. Somewhere in the process of all of that, they had cannulated you and now you were receiving fluids into the back of your hand. "Baby," Dabi said to you, leaning down over the bed as you stared vacantly at the ceiling, panting rapidly. "Baby." "Huh?" "We have a boy. You have a boy," he said with a loving look in his eye. "A boy?" you asked, saying the word but not really understanding it. "Yeah, baby. A boy. A baby boy." He leaned down and kissed your forehead, and all you did was nod, still looking a little vacant. The nurses milled around and cleaned you up, while you still remained a little out of it, and Dabi kept asking if he could go and see his son. "They're bringing him back in soon," a nurse placated him. She had gone out there to find out when the baby would be back in the room, because Dabi kept asking about him, and in another 10 minutes the little boy was carried in and placed, wrapped up, in Dabi's arms. You were still very hazy at this point, and didn't even register who Dabi had in his arms until he turned to you and showed you the baby. "Here's our boy," he said, absolutely enamoured with this tiny little one. "Boy," you whispered, starting to come around now. Dabi nodded and gently placed him in your arms once you'd opened them and held them out, and then once he was in your arms you came around a little bit more. Dabi grabbed the bed remote and sat the bed up a little bit so you could see your baby better, and then you all spent a moment looking lovingly down into this little bundle that was wrapped up and happy. After you had spent some time quietly together, Dabi pulled his phone out and took a picture to send to your family and to his mum as well, then hit send. Messages and calls came flying back in an instant, and he left the baby with you so that he could go out into the hall to answer questions. You looked down at your newest member and smiled softly at him. "Koemi's looking forward to meeting you," you said gently to him. He didn't stir. An hour later, Koemi, with your mum and dad, came rushing through the door. You had been moved to a maternity ward by then, and were all set up in the bed there to recover from such a fast labour, and they all ran to the hospital-issued baby crib and fawned over the little boy while you chuckled from the bed. Hi, yes, I'm here," you joked. "Mum!" Koemi cried with delight when she saw you. She had been so focused on getting to the baby that she completely forgot about you. "Hi, sweetheart," you said with a chuckle, holding your hand out to try and help her onto the hospital bed. "Hey, whoa, gentle. Mummy's recovering from having a baby," Dabi warned her, grabbing her around the waist and gently lifting her up so that she wouldn't clamber all over you. "Is the baby all out now?" she asked, and it made you laugh. "Yeah, all out. What did you think? There was still some limbs or something inside, Mummy?" "No, I thought maybe the other one was still in there," she asked. "What?" you asked with confusion, with a little chuckle, a little bit creeped out by her comment. "The other boy," she said. No, sweetheart, there was only one." You pointed to the baby that was now in your mum's arms. "Oh," Comey said, looking at the baby and then looking back to you. "Well, he's the good one." "What the actual heck?" your brain screamed at you as you gave Dabi a really creeped out wide-eyed stare. that he returned. "Can I have a cuddle?" Ko asked, and your mum got her to sit down properly so that she could let her have a supported hold of the baby while you chatted to your dad. "Do we have a name?" your mum asked you. "What's his name?" "Oh, Daddy, what name did you like?" you asked him. "Zen," Comey offered. "His name is Zen." You looked from Dabi to her and then back to Dabi. "I like it," he said with a nod. "Sounds nice with all of our names." "Okay, Zen it is," you resigned, somehow feeling like little Comey had a previous life connection to this baby somehow. You all spent a little time chatting about the little boy when the doctor came into the room and greeted everyone there. "Miss Yin, if I could have a private word with you and your husband here," he said, gesturing to Dabi. "Oh, sure. Mum, Dad, do you mind taking Comey out for a second?" "Sure, love," your mum said, gently taking the baby from Comey and giving him to you. The doctor waited until they had left, and then he stepped closer to you and Dabi. "Congratulations on your little boy. He is relatively healthy, and everything is fine," he said, his voice sounding like he had something else to add. "But, Miss Yin, we would like to keep you in for a little longer as we have some concerns for your health." "What is it?" you asked, a feeling of dread washing over you. "Well, to put it as simply as possible, your little boy was one of two. He had a twin, but unfortunately the twin miscarried at some point in the pregnancy, and judging by the sample we took from your amniotic fluid, you have mild sepsis." "What?" you asked in shocked surprise. "Oh my god, Comey was right," Dabi mumbled with a creeped out look on his face. At that point your body filled with goosebumps. "Holy crap," you whispered. "I'm sorry?" the doctor asked. "Oh, sorry, our little girl said something about our boy being a twin. She's 4. How the hell did she know that?" you said, getting more weirded out by the second. "Children say very odd things," the doctor said with an amused smile and a shake of his head. "They have very vivid imaginations." Buddy, this goes beyond vivid imagination. She literally prophesied this," you thought, as you stared at him. "We would like to do some more tests," the doctor continued, "but at this point we aren't too concerned." Okay, you said nervously. "I'll be scheduling an ultrasound for you tomorrow." "Okay," you replied, still cuddling your little one in arms. The doctor discussed a few other things and then left, and your family came back into the room to continue chatting and cuddling the newest member of the family. You didn't want to concern them by mentioning what the doctor had said, so decided to just play it down until you knew more about what was going to happen. You told them that you'd be staying in hospital for a few more days, and your mum didn't seem too concerned by it, which was good. Arrangements were made for Comey to stay with your mum and dad until you'd come home, as Dabi would need to be in and out of the hospital to visit you, and it would be easier if she stayed with them. She was stoked about that. Sleepovers at Grandma and Grandpa's house always meant lollies and sweets and everything nice, so you promised her that you would see her very soon, and then you'd be all back home together again. Daily you went for scans and tests, and eventually they decided to go up inside and clean you out. So on day 4 in the hospital, you pumped some milk for your little one and then got prepped for surgery. As always, Dabi was right there beside you, supporting you through it all, and when you woke in recovery later, he was there with your little boy in arms. "Hey, Mama," he greeted you as you came around from being unconscious. You croaked. "How do you feel?" You croaked again, your eyelids feeling like they were glued together. You were having a hard time keeping them open. "Want to have a cuddle of you, baby?" Dabi asked. You rolled your head to the side and shakily reached an arm out to him, so Dabi gently put him down in your arms, and you closed your eyes again for a minute and just held him. It's done, you thought with relief, as you lay there with Dabi beside you and your baby in arms. Your recovery from the surgery was slow and gradual, but in time you managed to get out of the hospital and back home. Unsurprisingly, your mum was super worried when you did tell her about what the doctor had said, and she took a few weeks off to cook for you and help with the kids. Your little boy was super chilled. He never cried, only for food, and loved being in Daddy's arms, so Dabi carried him around a lot of the time. Comey was such a loving older sister, but she would get frustrated that little Zen wasn't able to get up and run around with her. You had to remind her that he was only a little baby still, and that she would have to be patient. Slowly Zen grew. His placidness kept everyone in the house calm, and his mouth kept your wallet on the red line. Boy, he could eat. By the time he was 3 months old, he could guzzle down a 250ml bottle of formula in 2 seconds flat and then whinge for more. "You're lucky Daddy's picking up Comey from school today," you said to him as he grumbled in your arms while you waited for the bottle of formula to heat up. "You have time for a second bottle. If Mummy had to pick her up from school, then you wouldn't have been able to have this one, you little fatty," you chuckled and kissed his chubby cheeks and then reached for the bottle warmer as it beeped. Once you had picked the bottle out, one-handed, and tested it to make sure it was warm enough, you popped the teat into his wide-open mouth and he latched onto it and sucked like his life depended on it. "You're a bottle monster, aren't you?" you asked him as you walked over and sat down in the chair at the table so he could enjoy his drink in peace. Just then the front door flew open and in marched Comey, done with her second day at Nekoma Primary Kindergarten. "Well, hello," you said with surprise as she marched in with a look on her face. "Did you have fun at school?" "No," she said firmly. "It was not a good day." "Oh, sweetheart, what happened?" you asked her. "This boy at my school wouldn't let me play in the playhouse and he was standing in front of the door, so I told him to move out of the way," she announced, moving her hand in the motion of pushing someone out of the way. "And did he move?" you asked, still with Zen in arms, sucking ferociously on the bottle. "No, he said he would only move if I gave him a kiss because he said I was pretty." You burst out laughing and Dabi poked his head around the corner. "Sound familiar?" he asked cheekily. "Yes, it does," you said to him, and then spoke to Comey again. "And so what did you do?" "I punched him in the face and he fell over, so I kicked him in his bum and then stepped over him and played in the playhouse," she said with a firm nod. You cackled and looked at Dabi again. "And does that sound familiar?" you asked him. "Yep, and I'm glad for it," he replied with a smirk. "You keep hitting those boys, baby. Don't you kiss any of them," he said to Comey. "Boys will never change," you said to Dabi with a chuckle again as he walked over and kissed your forehead. "Hey, I saw the chance that day and I took it." "Chance ball," you said with a smile. "Yeah, exactly," he replied. And there ends the completed book of Chance Ball. Thank you so much for listening and I'll see you in the next book.